Da-da-da.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Ba-ba-ba.
I like
For a second,
that
I thought you
music.
were about to start doing the X-Men theme.
That would have made this movie better.
What, just randomly throwing in the X-Men theme?
No, just
Yeah.
the X-Men. Have all the X-Men in it. They just turn
Oh,
up.
just
Yeah.
go up.
Just, hey.
Yeah.
What's up?
Patrick Stewart rolls out in a wheelchair and has an aneurysm and just dies.
It's like, oh,
The
that's
Flash
that's
like fligs up to him and he's like, Barry, to save me, you have to go back and unbreak my legs. Like this.
My legs.
I don't know how. He's like, you will.
You will, Barry. You will.
Run my legs back
Believe.
together, Barry.
Who was this guy? Like,
I don't know who
You
that
have
is.
to run for the both of us, Barry.
and then Wolverine kills Zod.
I got a few things before we begin our breakdown of the Flash.
I'm gonna have to break down soon.
I had a walk. I woke up early. Well, I mean, I woke up at like 10 p.m. yesterday. I haven't been up since. So I woke up early, and I went for a walk a few hours ago, and I witnessed 2 instances of predation.
Whoa.
I was walking around a lake, and I saw a green heron nab a dragonfly. He was like creeping up on it, and then it snatched it and it started eating the dragonfly. I was like, oh, that's pretty cool. And then a few blocks later, I was walking down a street in the suburbs, and I saw, and it's crazy. I saw it. There's just like robins out in front of one of the lawns, and then this hawk comes down and makes that noise exactly as I said it, and just pounces on it. And I'm like, oh shit, wow, that's cool as fuck. So that was really neat. That was super awesome. You don't see that often. He just comes out of nowhere, just dives and grabs it and fucks it up, and then he sits there all smug, and then he flies away. I was getting my phone out and everything. He's on the other side of the street, and he goes away. He's like, no, I eat alone. He was like Batman.
Man doesn't eat alone. No, you mean like Mandalorians.
Like Mandalorians, that you're unironically
You need
right.
to eat alone.
You're
Yeah.
That's like one of the coolest things about him.
Yeah, that's really
cool.
cool how they eat alone.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the people who like the Mandalorian, they also all eat alone too.
I love how that's probably a deal breaker for so many people. Like, yeah, I'll be a
What,
Mandalorian.
liking
And it's
the
like, you gotta
Mandalorian?
eat alone every time. You're like, stupid.
But they haven't. You don't tell them about the reason why. Is because no one can see your face. It's like, what, you calling me ugly? He's like, no. No one can see anyone's face.
That's one of those things
You have to
where
wear a helmet on at all times.
That's one of those things where they'll be like, yeah, I'm totally not going to take it off. And then, a few hours later, they're like, nah, I'm taking
Everyone
it off.
does.
I'm taking it off.
You know,
Yeah,
everyone's
come on.
everyone's
Come
really
on now.
hardcore about it. For the first week or so, but then it's like, we can take these off, right? And everyone's like, well, I mean, we're not supposed to, but we all do.
Yeah.
It's like,
You'd think at some
it's
point
like-
they would develop some kind of pouch or straw mechanism.
yeah, it's like reporting your cash tips to the IRS. It's like, I mean, there's the rules, and then there's what people do. So
If someone
it's
got like
kinda
the Darksaber and chopped the top of it off, it didn't hit your head, it just chopped open the
chop
helmet.
the top of it off.
Would you then does that count as wearing the helmet still or no?
Oh, like if you got like in Kill Bill, just a little off the top.
Yeah, but you're not dead,
mhm.
like you survive it.
Yeah. I don't know. You'd probably be like, oh, thank God, a fucking breeze in here now. Someone
You're
opened
like-
up the sunroof.
You like press on it and you're like, there's no blood, your hairs come out, and you're like, oh, okay, that's thank God. And then
Oh, all right, well.
the armor is like, you have betrayed the way, and you're like, what? No, I got chopped. That wasn't me. That was that. She's like, betrayed the way. You have to go to the swamp or whatever.
You'll
Yeah,
I'm so happy you survived. Now get the fuck out of here. It's like,
They've
oh.
seen the
Wouldn't you
top of your head.
abuse the fuck out of that rule? Like standing next to the pool with your helmet off, and then you jump in, put it on, jump out, take it off, jump in, put it. You're like,
I'm not a Mandalorian. Now I am. Not a Mandalorian. Now I am.
And she's
Like,
like,
Stop doing that. It's not technically against the rules, but it's annoying.
oh, wow.
You're damaging
we
the
had
spirit of this.
a Simpsons reference early. America, Australia. America,
Oh,
Australia.
yeah.
America, Australia. No.
We don't tolerate that kind of crap in America, sir.
I will also say, it looks like. Have you guys gone to see I mean, surely you have.
No.
I ask just as a courtesy because everyone is talking about it. But I'm sure you guys have all gone to see Elemental,
I
right?
figured you were
The
gonna say
Pixar film?
Elemental.
Just saw that
yes.
apparently it had the lowest opening day for any Pixar film ever.
Oof.
at the box office.
Yes, I was reading an
What?
article that said based on what what comes true about the projections, either it will be the worst performing Pixar movie ever, or it will be beaten out by Toy Story, not adjusting for inflation.
Not adjust.
So, not looking great for Elemental.
Ouchies.
Which is weird because I saw the it was before the before what was the movie Guardians of the Galaxy. They had an elemental ad, and I was like, wow, this is a movie I'll never see. So
I still
we'll,
haven't seen the trailer.
yeah.
What was the trailer, Rags? Describe it
It
to
just
me.
looks okay. So imagine something that is both not generic but extremely generic at the same time.
That's a good way
That's-
to describe
It's
it.
a really good way to
yeah.
describe it. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
a film that is visually very unique, but at the same time, it just looks like a film that you've seen
do you-
before.
I don't
Do
agree
you
with
guys
that.
seen?
It looks very generic.
I
It looks like
disagree.
every Illumination
Fight,
movie
Really?
that's come out.
fight,
Yeah.
fight.
No,
Fringy,
I'm
you be
not-
fire.
oh,
Colin,
right,
you be water.
I'm
First
not
part of the
enthused
stream
enough.
is
I
over
don't care enough
fucking
about
Me
that
and Rax
film
will be
to
ground
like
in air.
really-
Oh,
No, I don't-
I'll be ground. I like ground. I've always had a thing for ground. I
mean,
really
if you
like
guys
the
wanna
earth
do that,
elements.
That's fine. Like I don't care enough about that film to be like.
You don't care
arguing
about
To
Elemental?
I will
choose an element?
adamantly,
Whoa.
Wow.
adamantly argue this position.
Wow.
I
Elemental
was
is my
about to say-
favorite game of the year or whatever it is. So I'm
Do
offended.
you guys seen have you guys seen Life of Brian? When Brian's
course.
at the window and the whole crowd
Yes.
all says in unison, "Yes, we're all individuals."
I'm
That's what the trailer was. That's what it felt like to me.
Ugh.
We need to watch Life of Brian. I need to cleanse my
Oh, I watch
fucking
that
brain.
all day, every day. That movie's awesome.
Do we have any strong opinions on whether the Holy Grail or Life of Brian is better? Do we have
Wrong
any?
opinions?
So I don't have a strong opinion.
Not strong
think,
opinion,
Both
no.
really
I
good.
think Life of Brian is better, but I don't know. It's tough.
I think I would need to rewatch
I think
that.
nostalgia.
I do
will lead me
adore the
to
Holy Grail,
side
though.
with.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
adore them
Yeah.
both. It's a tough. It's really tough. It's really tough. But yeah.
Well,
Well, I
our
think- I don't think
chat's
there
having
was-
a back and forth on it too.
Yeah. Well, maybe we should make a poll. And you can put
Also,
a-
I don't know
a poll in
why.
chat.
I guess now the YouTube chat, when you throw it into OBS, it has that little thing in the bottom right that makes little faces and hearts and
I
stuff.
told you, yeah, it does. That's
You know what, Mahler? That's
Right.
that's.
You know what the best-
one of one
best-
of us should have brought that up earlier.
the best
That
part
whole
about
thing.
that is it covers up messages. So the thing on the bottom right, when the message is long enough, it covers up part of the message. It's really ingenious developing.
Well,
Do you not remember when I went into Conniptions the first time I noticed it? It was on a stream.
was it a metal stream?
I forget whose stream it was on. It was a YouTube stream.
'Cause
I think it was ours.
I don't think I've seen this on OBS
'Cause I
before. That's
mentioned-
why I'm highlighting it.
Because I've specific.
Mm.
Oh, on OBS. Well, it was on. I noticed it on YouTube. So
Well, what I'm suggesting is that I think this is the first EFAP that has this on it.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
okay.
they did some update or whatever, and now it's on there as well.
Oh, look at it! That little fucking bastard down there.
Yeah, and you
Yeah.
can't even spam funny
mean-
emotes. It's like a set list of 5 emotes. You can't even do like the
I don't remind it
Mode or
that
whatever.
Exactly.
much.
Everyone thought I was crazy, but look who's crazy now.
Wait, what are you talking about?
Well, wait, that
Okay, go
feature,
to-
I know that feature's been there forever, but this is the first time I've seen it come through the OBS into the actual EFAP chat. I've
Yeah,
never seen that
if you're-
before.
If you're not watching the stream, click there and then look at the chat.
It's not that
you see all
bad.
the-
It's like, it's fine. You know.
It's
the
just
little
like
heart thing.
it's
Oh,
just
I
it's just worse. That's the thing. It's just
It
the
doesn't
thing
add
that you should be able
anything,
to turn
and then
on.
it
It adds nothing.
takes a little bit away, so. Yeah, I get you. I
Worse
follow.
If the
It's like
chat
a
is slow
thing.
moving, I find.
It's like motion that my eye wants to like notice. You know.
Well,
It's
here's
just
a
like
question.
thing
Are
that
we just
moves over
looking for
there.
things to talk about that aren't the Flash? Is that what's happening right now?
Wait, we're talking
I'm
about the
always
Flash?
looking for things to look
I can
We're
come
going
up with.
Mastodon.
I can come
I
up with
can
more
come up with
things.
something.
Well, one of the things we could genuinely talk about is all the different things we've been watching lately, just by chance. There's a couple.
By chance.
We had a
By
little.
pure chance, we watched some Batman movies. By pure chance.
See, I was gonna say that it started. Where did our journey begin? Because we had a little
Our
horror
journey
movie set, didn't we?
began. Yes, our journey began with. Oh, where did our journey begin?
Because I know Invasion of the Body Snatchers is one of the earlier ones, but I don't think that was the start, was it?
It
We
wasn't
watched
the
the
thing,
thing
was
first.
it?
We watched the thing
was-
first.
I could have
Yeah.
sworn the
No,
thing
it
wasn't
wasn't
the
the thing
first.
first. The thing we watched the thing because I think I had said I really want to watch the thing now, and we did.
Yeah. So what was before the
but a
thing?
movie prompted that.
What was it?
Gosh darn! What was that film?
Oh, I got it.
Oh,
I remember what it
is.
is. You want a clue, or
Yeah?
do you want to try and guess, or just want to?
Give me a clue. Give me a clue.
How do I give it? Oof, I referred to it as the only one that would probably make it into an EFAP movies if we had recorded any of them.
Oh, That
Damn.
should help, but
Oh, hey, I think I saw in the chat somebody mentioned that the link to my channel is broken.
Oh,
Oh,
The
A
description.
classic YouTube.
Batman
why?
1989
it wasn't
Batman?
mine this time. I call this a success for me today.
Hang on, I'll fix it. It was Rags. It was the Alien movie. Do you remember?
Oh
It is now
god,
time-
yeah. I
Oh
totally
fuck!
forgot
You're
about
right.
that
Dark
film.
Skies.
That's
Yeah,
the
I
one.
completely
Oh,
forgot about
Dark
that movie.
Skies.
sound familiar.
I forgot
You're
about it
right.
there, like
I
really
kinda
and
did too.
truly.
Now it's all coming back to me. All of
Yeah.
its disappointment flooding into my veins.
Yeah, that film was lame.
It was really lame.
Skies.
It's one of those movies where the whole time when you're watching it, all your brain can think about is how they could have done everything better.
Yes.
The better
yeah.
version of the film, but it wasn't.
So we watched
Yes.
that. We were all very much not happy with it. We thought it could have been way better. There's a couple of things we liked in it.
Like I think
here and
literally
there.
a couple, yeah.
Yeah.
J.K. Simmons was really
And
cool in it.
J.K.
J.K. Simmons was
was,
great in it. Yes, he was.
Yeah, he was
Yeah,
pretty good.
the-
Yeah, I
the
liked it.
brief-
His
the
scene
brief
was
time.
great.
The day that
Mhm.
they had him, they did not waste. He was the best part of that.
They didn't have him for a day. It was
They had
an
him for
hour.
They had him for an afternoon in his actual apartment.
That's
Then so
great.
they retroactively worked the alien kidnappings into the plot so that his apartment made sense.
So then it was the thing after that. Then I believe. right?
Yes.
The Thing,
Yeah.
yes, the Thing was
you know,
after
I've
that
watched-
because that put us in a bit of a horror-y kind of vibe.
But for those who don't know, the thing is a movie that's it's all right. It's okay. It's like a
It's all right. You might have heard of it. Yeah, it's pretty. It's okay.
Pretty good.
It's whatever, timeless horror classic.
yeah, upon
you know,
rewatching it,
special-
we
whatever.
were like, oh man,
One of the best
That was
movies ever made,
fucking
you know.
great.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
One of those
I
sorts
get.
of thoughts, but you know,
a
only
good
you know,
movie.
we only entertain that for a little bit.
Yeah. And then was Invasion after that? Body Snatchers?
Yeah, we saw that
Yeah.
afterward. Yeah.
Then we
Which,
saw Invasion of the Body Snatchers.
Was neat
which
to
was-
see because I hadn't actually seen it at all. I don't think any of the three of us had.
I had not.
First time.
It's cool to see the context for a lot of memes that have come out of it, or at least references, and it was pretty solid. I wouldn't mind seeing a remake of it that's not cringe. There was a remake of it that we then watched. Me and Rags did,
Well,
And
you
it
should
was
watch.
cringe.
and it was cringe.
It was
That
cringe.
is a very
That
We
one's called
watched-
Invasion.
The
Oh,
Invasion.
no.
No, I think it's just called Invasion, isn't it?
Oh, really? Oh, wow.
It could be the
all right,
Invasion.
well,
I don't fucking remember. But the point
I
is
don't-
that
I
it
don't
was
remember
very,
either,
very
and I don't
not
actually
good.
know. Yeah, it kind of it stank pretty bad. It was
Mhm.
pretty awful. Same premise. What was it, like 2005-ish?
Something
2000
like that. 2007,
Something
maybe.
like that. The point is, it was really bad. Don't watch it. It sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And then we watched The Descent after that, right?
And that was a really cool movie.
Descent,
Descent
brilliant.
was it was
Yeah.
quite the quality whiplash. That's what we'll
Super
call it.
impressed with that film.
Big old
Like
recommendation for that,
journey.
especially horror fans.
Yes.
And go in knowing nothing. It's all for the goodness of the experience.
Yes. Also around the same time as well. That's a mid 2000s movie, right?
Mhm.
2003, 5,
Doesn't-
something like that.
I want to say 5 for that one. Not 100% sure.
Right.
Yeah, same maker as Dog Soldiers, who the director of both films, Drinker, interviewed on his channel. So you can check that out if you
Ooh.
want to as well.
Oh, hey, that's
Neato.
neat.
But
What's his
first,
name, Molly?
Neil Marshall, I think.
Neil Marshall.
But you should definitely check out the movie. It's a surprise as well because it's quite low budget, so it's neat to see what they did with what they had. It's definitely one of those impressive movies for that sort of thing.
Mhm.
And I think that's it, right? Oh well, other than
Nope. We saw one more, Mahler. At
well,
least
technically
one more.
2 more, at least.
Well, it's true. At least one more. Yes.
No, at least
Why do
2
you
more.
keep
It
saying
can't be at least one more.
It was.
At least
Why
2
do you keep
more.
saying that?
Is at least
There's
was
two.
it? Yeah, it's at least one.
Why are you saying at
It's
least
not
one?
at least
though?
one. It's at least 2.
It's at least
Well,
two.
at least 2 is at least 1, but one
Yeah.
more than at least 1.
Yeah.
But it is at least 1.
Yeah.
What? It can't be 1. It
How
has
could
to be at
no,
least
it
2.
can't be at least one. It's at
Ah,
least
but
two.
you
He
see, at
watched 2
least-
movies. It's
Yeah,
at least
there's at
2
least 2
movies.
more.
He
Well,
saw
if
2
there's-
movies, so it has to be
there's
at least
a-
2. It can't be at least 1 because 1 is lower than 2. It doesn't make any sense.
There's at least one, which 2
No, there's
is
No,
not.
you you screwed up. That's all that happened.
at least
you
one of
screwed
those
up.
movies.
That's
There's
all
at
that
least
happened.
one.
It's at least 2, and we can mention them now, I suppose.
Yeah.
It makes
I
sense.
suppose we could. Yeah,
Well, because
we
they
could.
are the most relevant to our discussion today.
Yes.
Yes, they
As
are.
you can see, the theme is not talking about the Flash.
I do like the idea that's like, make sure before you see The Flash, you watch The Thing and The Descent. Like this. It's very important. They will come up. So yeah, there's a character in this movie called Batman. He's played by Ben Affleck. There's also another character in this movie called Batman, and he's played by George Clooney. There's another character in this movie called Batman, and he's played by Adam West. There's another character in this film called Batman, and he's played by Michael
are we
Keaton.
talking about? Oh wait, are we talking about? We missed. You're not talking about. Oh no, you missed one, Mahler. Unironically, you missed one of our movies.
What are you? I'm talking about the Batman ones first.
Oh, we're talking about. Then we're gonna go back to
How
the
did you
one
cut
that-
me off there instead of cutting Freddie off saying that it was relevant to this film? Like, what? What took you so
I
long?
thought we were going in order.
What do you mean in order?
The one that you missed. The movie that we watched that you haven't mentioned yet.
I haven't mentioned 2 yet. So what do you mean?
You haven't mentioned 3 yet, Mahler.
Well, like I just said, why are you cutting me off now? And you didn't cut off anybody earlier when we were introducing that it's connected to the Flash.
Because we're talking about the movies that we've seen.
No, the answer is
chronologically.
you're not.
What are we talking about?
No,
But-
no, there
yeah, but-
there is a
but-
reason.
No,
the reason.
Muller's point still stands. I said, oh, the 2 movies we're about to talk about are relevant to this one. You should have stopped me then. if you
Yeah.
wanted to
No,
talk
because
about
we can still talk about the ones chronologically and then also talk about those movies.
So why are you cutting me
it.
off?
Except yeah.
All right. Listen.
Okay, so anyway.
But no, this makes perfect sense. If you want to talk
Rags
about the Batman
running
movies
away.
first, that's fine. No,
Running
that's fine. If
away.
you
You
want
know,
to
Rags,
talk,
we're on a
I'm allowing
clock,
Mahler to
so
talk
you
about
want
those
to,
movies.
yeah, just, there you go. All right, good stuff.
I just didn't know if you forgot about, because we were talking
So,
about the movies chronologically, and if you want to
discovered a
continue, that's fine.
crime had taken place, and that is that Rags hadn't seen either Batman 89 or Batman Returns.
You say
Surprisingly.
then as if chronologically that was the next thing that we did when it wasn't.
No, I didn't imply that at all. I just said that that's in the past, which it was.
All the things that we did were in the past.
Thank you. So why are you disagreeing?
I'm
You
not
guys doing a
disagreeing.
Fantastic job not making me talk about the Flash.
He keeps trying to
Still
delay
go
me
ahead.
from talking about the Flash. I know what he's up to. It's not going to
That's-
work.
No.
I'm going to get there
Yeah, but
eventually.
listen.
the problem
No,
that
we
Rags
will-
is having now is that he's delaying us from talking about the Batman movies.
Yeah,
No,
let's talk
because there's
about that.
another movie that we watched that you have seemingly skipped over in order to talk about Batman movies.
Wait, I thought you said that you were okay with talking about that after the Batman movies. Make your mind up.
I'm okay with
Oh
all
my
sorts
God.
of things.
So then
You don't
shut
seem okay
the
with all
fuck
sorts of
up,
things.
for
No.
fuck's
No.
sake.
You were doing a disservice to one of the films that we watched, of which we
Listen,
have mixed opinions about.
Time is not linear.
Time
it's
is
a
an
spaghetti
illusion.
strand that pivots
No,
whenever
I-
you
Mahler, I am
So-
the sauce of the spaghetti that is this podcast. I
You-
am great.
Parmesan
I am
cream is a hot
ragu.
metaphor.
You
I
have
am
now
ragu.
altered a part in the history of this, which has altered everything. Nothing is now coherent, and you're gonna have to accept that.
That's
so.
because you went out of order. You
I
screwed
want
up
to
the
talk about.
timeline.
I want to talk about the Batman movies. What's going on?
We should just brute force it, Fring. You ready? Let's just
Right,
Yeah.
go.
go,
No
fine,
matter
go for it.
what
Go for
Rag
it. Fine,
says,
go.
we'll just
Go
keep
with,
talking
go
about
with
it.
my blessing.
So,
Talk about
Batman
the
so-
89 was watched, which is a real neat film. It's one that you should
It
check out
is.
if you're a Batman fan, but you've probably seen it if you are a Batman fan. It's a classic to an extent. It changed comic book movies forever. It gave a lot of credence, respect, and oomph to them in a time where they were, not having as much of that sort of thing. Batman went dark and
I don't even know what other
grounded.
superhero movies came out around
Superman.
that
Would
time.
be Superman.
Well,
yeah.
Superman came out a
Superman.
decade before. Yeah.
Okay.
But those two, they're just considered touchstones of development over time. Every Blade, X-Men, Raimi movies, like there's all these different eras where changes were made and influences developed. But Batman '89 is certainly of its time. It's a real unique fucking superhero movie. It's real fun to watch too. One of the things that strikes you
something
the
that
second
was-
you watch it was Gotham's look. It was like,
Yeah.
Gotham looks
Mhm.
great.
It's really cool to see these films that give a real sense of tangibility to these places, even though they are very unique settings, like
Yeah.
very very unique settings that you don't often see, especially nowadays with superhero films having much more grounded, but at the same time a further and further move towards not practical sets, big elaborate practical sets
hmm.
that just give the city a whole bunch of texture. It's got a great vibe.
And Jack Nicholson as the Joker is another.
Yeah.
Just it's one of those times I was mentioning to Fringy. When is the last time we had a casting that was like, oh, that person's perfect for that role, and then they were perfect as that role? Like, because I imagine some people in chat are gonna be like, Henry Cavill as Superman. It's like, did he ever get to really?
Did he ever
be
get
Superman?
the opportunity to be perfect in that role? He could
Yeah.
have been, but like it's not his fault either. But like,
No.
yeah, and never got the
Yeah.
opportunity to. Whereas Jack Nicholson got the opportunity
Yeah, he
to
never got to
essentially,
thrive.
Right
yeah,
out the gate.
J.K. Simmons as J. Jonah Jameson. That's probably true, actually. I don't see why
That
anybody
is a
would
good
thought
example.
it'd be a bad casting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jeremy Irons as Alfred. That's fair.
yeah.
Oh, yeah, Willem Dafoe. Green
Willem
Goblin.
Dafoe's Green Goblin is pretty fucking.
So
baller.
really, there's actually many castings that you could point to where it's like, hey, great job, guys.
What's
like,
interesting, I
you nailed
suppose,
it.
is that they're not like. What about like major roles as opposed to villain or antagonist or just sort of supporting?
RDJ maybe.
I mean, yeah, Robert Downey Jr. as Iron Man.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know how many people would have thought maybe 50-50 or didn't know if it was going to definitely work for sure because he is kind of himself, but I don't know. It's just like that is Tony Stark at this point. John Rhys Davies
to
is
imagine
Gimli.
anyone
I don't know if
else.
people felt that way. I don't know. Like, someone mentioned Heath Ledger's Joker. It's like I don't know about you, but when I was hearing about that shit, people were complaining. People were like, no, we don't want that guy. He's not gonna be able to do Joker. That's what I mean about like that's a different kind of thing. And Jackman as Wolverine, people fucking shat all over that when that was cast as well.
People did
Gosh,
the same
guys.
thing for Michael Keaton as Batman when he was cast.
They did.
Nobody
Mr.
nobody
Mom
liked that.
as Batman is unacceptable. But yeah, that's not quite the category I was looking for. Was like ones that turned out to own the role, sort of thing. But yeah, Batman '89. It was real neat. To
It
not,
was very neat.
I'm not actually trying to, avoid the Flash forever. But I was gonna say, so then we watched good old Batman Returns, and well, what's to say about that? It's that's me.
I really, really, really quite like Batman Returns. I think that it's kind of a wonderful movie. It's just oozing with character, and it's got such a memorable footprint to it, and it stands out, and it's just so flavorful as a movie. The people in Gotham and Gotham itself, the practicality of everything that we're seeing. It's just they just don't make them like that anymore. It's just this wonderful experience of watching a Batman movie that's so I don't know, I don't feel like there's anything more or less that could be Batman Returns, it's just such a unique feeling movie. Even though it has Tim Burton's very distinct style all over it, it still doesn't feel like anything else he's made. Not even the other Batman movie we were discussing. It's just it's sort of kind of a revelrous in what it is. I really really liked it, and it's really strong when you talk about a lot of the thematics that it has, and there's some depth to it. It's not just like junk food where it might taste really good in the moment, but you don't remember it. There's a lot that you can walk away from that movie kind of thinking about, and I'm really really glad that I saw it. It's got a lot of strengths.
I think just aesthetically, Batman in like the Christmas setting, I don't know why, but I think it works really, really well.
Because getting a good Batman movie is like a Christmas miracle. That's why.
Wow. We have got so many
Wow.
to choose from. I don't know why you would say that. I think it's kind of amazing how like everyone's performances in that film are top notch. Even performances like from Christopher Walken that he's playing a normal reaction person to a lot of scenarios, but so many great lines and expressions from him throughout the whole film, and he's just playing evil businessman basically in a world filled with insane animal-themed creatures running around trying to
clown-themed gangs.
Yeah.
All sorts of madness. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, the film opens with like they're celebrating their little Christmas thing, then a giant present arrives and a bunch of clowns erupt from it and destroy the city. Like, okay. Like, what?
As they
Okay.
do.
As they
do.
And yeah, Michelle
That might
Pfeiffer's
not have even been a
Catwoman
part of the
is-
movie. They were just filming in a town, and that's just what happened. So they worked it into the plot.
Michelle Pfeiffer's Catwoman is fantabulous, and
Catwoman.
she will likely never be beaten.
It'd be very, 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 very difficult to. The performance.
Halle Berry. I mean, if we're gonna be honest here, she was.
I think we should give her another chance.
I think we should
in the
give
portal
credit where
scene.
it's due.
Why didn't she turn up in the multiversal thing in this movie? What's that about? Why'd they snub her?
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that she would. Why not?
Why don't she
Like,
jumped onto
unironically, just why
Zod
not?
and
Yeah.
scrammed him? She was like, "Wah." That would have been great.
And she hissed at him. She went.
Well,
And then
no,
she-
yeah, we
Tony
just
and
can't have
Sure, why
fun,
not?
can we? We just
And
can't
then her
have
hair
fun.
stands on end to make her appear larger.
And
As
so,
cats do.
Having seen those films, Rags got to appreciate how good The Flash is because of Keaton, obviously,
I
transferring
did.
over.
I really did. We saw the Flash. Then we saw the Batman movies, and I really liked the Batman movies. One of them in particular, I really liked. It did not retroactively give me a better appreciation for the Flash. In fact, it
What?
made me. In fact, it made me sad. So.
Well,
That's a
okay,
natural
that's a shame.
Yeah.
feeling watching this film. I
Yeah.
think personally.
So yeah, now Mahler can talk about the one movie that he didn't mention before. that we
After
saw.
your desperation, you can take the reins on that one.
You don't remember it, do you?
If I did, I wouldn't let you know, just to spite you.
That's true. That's true. We watched a very interesting movie that I think we walked away from with mixed feelings. We watched a movie from quite recently, from 2020, I believe, called The Empty Man. What is there to say about The Empty Man? It's
I wanted to like
very
it, I
in-
think.
I
I'm close to
legitimately
liking
really-
it. Like, yeah.
yeah, it's teetering on the edge of me liking it, but it's a little bit too disjointed. I think the story kind of wavers and wanders in a few parts, but there's things that I legitimately do like about it, and it seems to be based on a series of comics that looked really quite cool. I don't know if I recommend it or not. It's a really odd one.
If it
There's
just
things
had
I
a couple
like
of
in there a
tweaks, I'd
lot.
probably end up loving it. It's one of those. Good God, the subtlety is lost in most of horror these days. But that film was really, taking it nice and slow and creeping you out with lots of really subtle things, which is I always like that in horror because I'm like,
Yeah, it
reward
was
me for paying attention.
It was paced unconventionally. I won't say badly, but unconventionally, I think. Some of the horror, like Mahler said, is a bit subtle, and it kind of trusts you, and it doesn't just like, blue, I just sure surprised you, and that's scary. Um, I think if you're looking for, I think it's worth a watch.
I
Kind of,
think
I
it
think
is
so.
too.
Yeah.
What was funny is that we had some ideas on what the whole film was about after everything we'd seen. We were like, you know what, might be worth checking out like an explained video just to get an idea, get a grasp on what we'd missed. And I was like, oh, Rags, there's a I say highly rated, I guess I mean highly viewed and good ratioed video. And it's 30 minutes long, and it apparently explains the whole movie. It's like, okay, sure, we'll check that out.
That'll be helpful.
Of course, naturally, we skipped the first 27 minutes of the video because that was summary of the film with literally no analysis.
But Mahler, isn't that what you do?
Oh god, I was being driven nuts by it. We watched like the first 10 minutes and we were like, when, like, all of this is just things that happen. He hasn't said anything yet.
Yeah, this isn't explanation. This is description of the plot. This is just, you're describing what's happening.
And then
Just
the final, like, 3 minutes is, he only basically says what the film says happens more explicitly. Like, there was no real, like, digging into it or trying to connect, like, symbols or maybe what things meant and how things came together. So I was just like, I'm better off fucking looking at the comment section, which I was. I started going through the comments on that video and loads of people giving theories and how things connected and different, you know, points of view on how different things were supposed to have rolled out and what they represent. There's a Lovecraft angle in that film. There's obviously references to other horror movies and stuff, and I was just like, and that added to it. I just don't know that I got quite that experience from watching it, but yeah, it's like close to a recommendation. I think for horror fans, probably a recommendation.
I'd probably say so. If you're into horror stuff, I would recommend it. But at least we walked away from it thinking, and I think there's stuff that you absolutely can pull away from it. But maybe because I don't know any movie that's really like it, it might be worth a watch based on that alone.
And it's a little self-aware too. It knows it's a horror movie and it knows that other horror movies exist. So it tries to surprise you with a couple things. And to give you an example, there's like a whole group of hooded people in darkness that our protagonist sees. He's spying on them in the darkness, and they all stop at one point. And he's like, "Uh-oh," and you know, but he's pretty shrouded, so it should be fine. And then they all collectively look at him at the same time, and then he takes a step back, and they all take one step forward. And then he just goes, yeah, no, and just sprints away. Like, and it was just fun.
I really kind of like the protagonist of this movie.
Yeah, I like him.
Yeah, so he's so yeah, there you go. The Empty Man. Where check it out. Fuck it. Take a look. Check it out. It's pretty interesting. I definitely don't regret watching it. That's for sure.
I think we're out of distractions now.
No, how were you, Mahler?
Apprehensive, anxious.
Oh, why ever would that be?
Well, there's a movie that
played that Gollum game.
No, God, that just sounds bad. Oh, they made a Gollum game.
There's only one place left to procrastinate. Do you want to go down the Gollum road? You're like, no.
Gollum
I can
won the
imagine
argument.
after Rings of Power comes out, everyone's like, fuck it, we'll take a Gollum game at this point. Anything to get away from that. They're like, oh God, no. Just tell me why a ship floats again.
I want Amazon to do a Gollum TV show based on the game. That'd be more enjoyable than Rings of Power.
Amazon's Gollum.
Amazon's Rings of Gollum.
Amazon's Gollum of Power.
All right.
Let's
do it. So, a movie rolled out of the cinema recently. Or into it, I guess.
Came sprinting out at lightning fast speeds, confident.
A film that
powerful.
Less of a movie-going experience, more of a cultural event that's going to represent, hopefully, the fucking end of this era, because I am so done.
I mean, it looks like it will. Doesn't seem like any people are enjoying it.
We've got, like, several culminations of things happening at once. The key jangling sort of way to distract people from bad storytelling is possibly at its height in this film. The obsession with multiversal storytelling in order to get access to whatever you want. The end of the DC, but also the beginning of DC. Like this is like a a retarded Phoenix movie. It's getting I don't know how else to. And you blend all of that up, and also then you have two Ezra Millers leading, and you're like, why? Why? Like you're just like I
That's
don't know.
exactly what I
Cutters
wanted.
here. Will they go down my wrist?
And then
So-
meanwhile, you also have like Warner Brothers really desperately trying to convince everybody that this is the best superhero film that DC's made in years, like to a degree that was almost baffling.
That was
They didn't
funny.
say shit about Shazam.
No.
Shazam was sent out to die. But this one, it's so good, guys. It's
Hey,
such a great movie. And
Shazam
like,
died so that the Flash could live.
could also die very unceremoniously, like as soon as it came out.
It's
right out of
Shazam's
the
like
gate. It's-
bleeded out on the floor, and he's like, "The Flash,
Help
you
me."
go on, you live for both of us." And then a fucking bullet just goes straight through Flash's heart. Like, oh, well, I guess you could die too.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
I'm
Batgirl
really
too,
glad that I
right?
got the
That also
movie
died.
recommendation.
Oh
so-
yeah, because Batgirl got
Yeah.
cancelled, and
Tom
we
Cruise.
still got Aquaman and Blue Beetle coming out.
Ooh, yeah. So I don't even know where to begin. Do we want to talk a bit about more so on the meta of this thing? Like,
Oh, the DCEU! Wow, crazy! Like,
Mhm.
wow, 10 years on. This is 10 years since Man of Steel, and look at where
We're
what
doing a
a
reboot.
what
That's
a
what we're doing.
tale!
Yeah,
Well,
it's
just
over
what a
now.
tale that was. The DCEU was like this experiment.
what a mess.
Wow.
It's like-
Yeah,
What a disaster.
what a
Good.
DC
disaster.
disaster. Fuck, that didn't work.
That's close enough. We'll buy it.
I had some.
No,
had
it's
some
no,
good
it
stuff.
isn't.
There's some
No,
good
it's not.
stuff. There's some good scenes, maybe some good performances in there. I just it is unbelievable that this is the one that like caps it all off, or at least it's supposed to. It's just like, did you want to be more embarrassing?
Really
Like,
fitting.
It's
Wha-
a kind of a fitting end, isn't it? Because of how unceremonious it is.
mhm.
Just like just collapsing on its face. And that's it. It's over.
It's a bit of
done.
a. It's
It
a
just
bit of
sort of
a
gives up.
whimper. Yeah.
Yep.
Uh,
Bit of a whimper.
and of course, this movie's it was set in production, or announced rather. This is
It
something
was
that was.
announced like years and years and years ago. It's been in like development hell for ages. I
Well,
think
what-
like 4 or 5 different directors have been attached to it at one point or another.
Yeah, I think what Ryan Kinnell said on FNT was that it was announced before BVS came out in theaters. This film.
Oh.
The earliest
Mm.
iteration of it. So that's how fucking old this thing was in terms of its total journey to the cinema.
Jeez.
Yeah.
The original Inception was going to be a buddy cop type thing with, or just I don't even know, like buddy superhero format with Flash and Cyborg. That was supposed to be one of the earliest ideas that this thing was gonna be. And we saw a glimpse of that in the Infinitisms, if you remember, the Flash cameos in that. And he's on his little transceiver, and he's like, "Victor, something went wrong." I think that was supposed to be intended as like a, it would reflect the future movie, but that got changed. Everything got changed. All the different crazy things that have happened with DC's leadership and the many creators involved with them. Everything's been moved around, and we finally ended up with this. And it's not doing well, as has been joked about already, both critically, commercially. All of these.
Commercially, the projections
like
keep
The
going
Flash
down
is
and
off to
down
a
and
slow
down.
start.
Yeah, because I said
yeah.
like I think on FNT that it's doing about as well as Ant-Man, and they were like, no, it's behind Ant-Man. It's like,
Mhm.
oof.
Uh-oh.
It's behind Ant-Man, yeah, it is, and like $200 million budget, and probably a comparable marketing budget. So, yeah,
Well, yeah, this thing was a nightmare in terms of a money sink, I'm sure, considering how many different versions existed, do exist. A lot of people have been pointing out all these different leaks that have happened over the years that, initially you might call lies, but you need to look into it and be like, no, it's just scenes that have been cut. There's loads that have been cut from this film. Several versions of this film probably could exist if they cut them all fully. All different.
We should release a 4-hour cut. That will make it better, right?
That's something the director said. Another thing the director said is the CG in the multiversal portions is supposed to look like shit.
It was supposed
Oh,
to be like
that-
that because
oh,
it's the
fuck.
thing.
I think I saw a tweet that was quite funny where it was like, how is the Flash? I'm seeing a lot of people hate on it. Like, how is it actually? And someone linked that tweet and said that's how good it is. Like the evidence alone of the director being like, it's supposed to look awful. Like,
Yeah.
it's like,
Yeah,
uh-oh.
sometimes just don't say anything.
Yeah.
Sometimes not. Sometimes being
Yeah.
quiet is the correct move. Just not doing anything. Sometimes you just have to
Well, I have seen people
let the
who
world spin.
enjoyed the movie being like, no, that doesn't make sense. Because if you think about it, like they're stretching the timelines, and you kind of that's why everybody looks like gross skinned rubbery things. It's like, okay. Hmm. So, yeah, you've heard all of that stuff. I guess it's about time we talk about the story. What is The Flash as a story? It's a
Oh boy.
Bad.
Was
See you
it-
next
is it
week.
worth-
Ta-dum,
is it
tam, ba-dum.
worthwhile to,
Technically a
is it-
story.
Is it
Technically
worthwhile
a
to do
story.
the thing where everybody gives a little blurb on it, or does everybody?
I have
does
a
everybody more or
feeling
less-
we've all got the same
Same
blurb.
place. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bad.
Well, we might.
Wow, what was that?
Oh jeez.
I heard a noise. I don't know what it was.
Yeah.
That's all right.
As long as you're alive, meme.
We're good. I hope
Barely.
so.
And we'll probably. This one's going to be a little different than the usual breakdowns in terms of just the pacing might be a little strange. You'll see a lot of focus on the Michael Keaton portions compared to the only two Ezra Miller portions. Let's just put it that way. And some scenes like I don't have anything to say about in terms of positive or negative, so probably move past sort of thing.
Mhm.
In fact, I'm more than willing to start at his the Flash arriving.
I've got my notes, so we can go through our notes. Is that really my first note? Oh,
I don't know.
all right, fair enough. That's my okay. All right, well, carry on. So I just re-looked at my notes and I was like, my first note is no windshield on Bruce's bike, and I'm like, okay, well, it's like, all
Ha.
right,
Oh,
fair
I
enough.
noticed that too.
My notes go
Fuck,
further
that
back
annoyed
than
me.
that, but to be fair, my notes aren't really that early either. If anyone has anything to say before he arrives at the broken building, you're welcome to say whatever you want.
15 minutes of
Um,
cringe. Moving on.
Oh,
50
well,
minutes
I mean,
of cringe.
See,
you know,
I
it's
got
sort of
my notes up.
setting the stage for the problems that happen when you have speedster characters. He can run across the continental United States in like a
Yeah.
minute,
Mm-hmm.
and it's never that fast ever again.
What do you
No, it's good.
mean?
It's good you mentioned it there because yes, this is going to come up a couple times, and
Mhm.
I'm not going to allow it to go with just yeah. I mean, that's you get that all the time with speedsters. Like, yep, and so we're going to mention it every time you use a speedster. That's what you get if you're going to
That's a
choose
problem
that.
you need to deal with when you do that.
And it
Yep.
felt like they introduced something of an attempt to deal with it, and then they didn't deal with it at all ever again.
No,
No.
only for that one scene, and then that was it.
So he sprints over to Gotham because he's been called in, and he arrives and there's a building that's falling apart with people screaming and vehicles falling into like big sinkholes, I should say.
Mhm.
And the first thought I had was just like, well, I mean, he's going to sort that out pretty quick. We've seen in the past
Yes.
films he can move people very long distances very fast out of danger, and he can do it all within
Right.
under 5 seconds.
Very
Everyone.
quickly.
But instead he's
Very
sort of
quick.
like standing around being like, what the hell? This is a huge mess. Bruce, why aren't you here? And I was already like, what the fuck? No, dude, go. There's people who are
Just fucking
screaming and there's
start.
things happening. Like, there's people in
Yeah.
trouble. What are you doing?
I hated his demeanor.
Yeah.
Like, right off the bat, he was
He
so
called himself the
disgruntled.
janitor of the Justice
Like,
League too,
Ugh.
which annoyed me a lot.
Yeah.
Yes, which is weird because as my third note is the Flash power, Flash's power set kind of makes him the perfect Justice League, quote unquote, janitor, making sure all the civilians are safe and all that sort
Yeah.
of thing. That if you have a speedy, fast guy, he would probably do a really, really good job at being able to respond super quickly to whenever people are in danger.
I mean, he's arguably
he's-
the most powerful one outside of Superman, depending on how you'd
Yes,
rate it.
I would say so. Yeah, if he was written accurately, properly, then yes, his power set would make him probably the second strongest after Superman.
Well, he has to be, right? Because later in the film, he's actually like fighting Kryptonians. So
Oh,
like
God.
it's the same like kind of strength level, kind of as Wonder Woman, seemingly at least the way it's
Yeah,
presented in the
like they're
film.
adjacent.
Well, sometimes they
maybe,
just-
But also,
Attempt to avoid how much power he actually has with the speed that he has. You know?
yeah.
They don't
Yeah,
want to
dude.
address that shit. It's because he's too powerful. But yeah, being like, I'm the janitor, the implication I got was that, I'm the lame one who cleans up after people once they've all done their cool, whatever they want to do shit. I always have to come in and do some lame. And it's just like, no, you'd be first on scene most of the time. Obviously.
Yeah, but they
Aquaman's the one that they keep making fun of pretty consistently as
Well,
well. So I'm not sure.
Well, the
Think
weird
about the
part
fact
is
that
also-
we're supposed to imagine that some guys broke into that place to steal that thing, and Bruce is on it trying to sort it out. Alfred is aware, and like they don't tell Flash until the buildings explode. Like if you just told him the second you're aware, Flash gets there before Batman can put his shoes on.
Yeah, and
Mhm.
they
Well,
also
that is-
apparently Alfred tried to call Diana and Superman
Diana.
first.
Diana.
Yeah,
Diana.
Yeah.
He's German.
That.
okay.
But I thought she says, but it's okay. Yeah. No. That's yeah.
Yeah.
They did try to call her. That's right.
Veritas, Yeah.
Dina.
Dina Derner.
Okay, what I was trying to say actually is
Bring you
that
murdered him.
they
Look at
don't
what
even
you did.
consider him like as a first choice in these scenarios, even though he should be the first
Even
choice
though-
because that's just what he should do
You'd
best.
say, morally speaking, he should always be alerted first. If he has,
Yeah.
like, lives are at stake, for fuck's sake. Those people that have stolen that very sensitive material, he can just go, and he's got it. And that's
Well,
it. It's over.
The thing with him is lives are at stake, and he is like the one person for whom geography is not a problem in
Yeah.
terms of getting to where he needs to get to at any given time. Again, he runs across America in like a minute. Like, I
don't...
Wonder Woman can't go that fast.
So I mean, this scenario, this issue that they're dealing with, is a bunch of dudes in a car that Batman's chasing, and then a building that's falling apart because an explosion went off in it. It's like, oh, the Flash can solve both of those issues instantly.
Yep.
So
It's also a little odd to me that the Justice League, because at this point it seems like they're a pretty well-oiled machine. They don't have some kind of alert system. They're still relying on cell phone calls.
it's even worse than that because he hangs
Mhm.
up on Bruce.
That's my
Yeah.
second
Bruce.
note. Why not
does.
always
He
stay
mutes
on comms?
They should always be on comms. Why would they?
Yeah.
Apparently, he's always on comm with Alfred, but not Bruce. It's like, okay.
There's only so much. There's only so much bat width that they have to work with. So you can either
Mm.
talk to Alfred or you can talk to Batman. And in this universe, it's fair enough. I wanting to talk to Alfred a bunch. Alfred's pretty cool in this universe. But that you should be more serious about this.
Absolutely.
Also, did anybody notice the lack of left turn lanes whenever he'd start running?
I did
The
not.
first
I
thing I,
did not.
noticed. He really just ran through middle of between two lanes for a great distance.
Well,
I mean, that's fair enough.
That's because of the pasta theory. He changed the universe.
Not fast.
or
No.
whatever. A lot
In
of
this
things that get
universe,
explained
you
by
can turn
that.
left on red. It's yeah.
It's also, I just find weird that for him to turn up, see a building falling apart, and then to be like, Bruce, why are you here?
Oh.
In terms of like, why do you need... If Bruce was standing there right now, you would be the one to solve all of the shit. What's Batman gonna do with a building that's falling apart? Shoot his grapple?
Yeah.
Pull the building back the other way.
Yeah, it comes across as really petty and strange, and you're just like, oh, I kind of wish the Flash were a bit more competent up to this point, because I don't even know
Wanting
how many.
to save people because of
Yeah.
the virtue.
I'm willing
element
to
of,
accept a little bit of him being like, oh, here we go again, like that kind of attitude. But ultimately, like, people are screaming and dying. Like, I would
Mhm.
prefer that he's like, I got you. It's okay. Like, yeah, this, that, and it's like, Bruce, how's it on your end? Have you managed to slow him down or anything? Just like a mission instead of like, and then even like the babies thing is treated more as a joke in universe than,
Babies in Peril is pretty funny, but
it is pretty fun.
in universe it should be.
Baby
yeah,
in
it's
the
take it a
microwave.
little bit serious.
Babies falling out of windows is pretty funny.
Yeah.
now that I think about it.
They have the falling CGI babies. Of course, I guess they weren't gonna. I guess I don't blame them for making them CGI babies. They just really looked like it.
Something
the-
struck me quick was they dropped Bruce's voice modulator, which made me sad.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right.
It's regular Ben
Made me
Affleck voice,
happy.
but with a bit of gravel. He's like,
I
Barry,
honestly
you gotta do blah,
couldn't
blah,
even
blah.
tell.
Hey,
it
you
was
know what
Ben
I also
Affleck's voice.
You know
It
what I
was
also find
really weird.
Yeah. You know what I also find cringe? Barry just calling him Bruce while they're in action all the time.
yeah.
It's-
They
I
shouldn't do that.
hate
They
it
should-
so much.
They should probably be calling each other Batman and Flash.
Yeah. And Batman should be like, what the fuck? I'm Batman. I'm not Bruce right now. You should know that, you moron.
If anything, you should call me Carl to distract people from the truth that I am Bruce.
Yeah.
And make them look for a guy called Carl, which would be easier for me.
He
So
calls him Alfred.
wait a minute. How many
That's
Alfreds
supposed
are
to
in
be
this
Alfred.
city?
Is this supposed to be Alfred? No, it's supposed to be Bruce. I mean,
So-
but
While Batman's explaining to him the plan, as in, I'm gonna take out the bad guys who are in the truck with the thing that they stole from the building that they've detonated a thing in, you're gonna make sure the building doesn't, crash down and people are safe. By the time he ended saying that, the Flash could have ran and grabbed the material and disabled the cars and ran back.
Yep.
yeah,
Easily.
if a car chase, I mean, a Flash is a Flash character is going to trivialize bad guys getting away in a car.
Yes.
Like
Oh,
it'll be
yeah.
over before you
No
could
problem.
tell him to do it. It'd just be over. You just you just run up to him, punch him in the face, slam the brakes on the car, and that's it. It's done. It's over. Because he's the
Reds,
Flash.
He was low on calories. What,
Fair
what do you
enough.
expect him to do?
Well, I'd expect him to have a utility belt full of paydays if that's what he needed.
No, that's ridiculous.
So,
If you need food,
yeah.
Even it's good. That's just good in general. Have a snack. If sometimes you just want a snack,
Yeah.
especially if your superpowers depend on it. Have a
Well,
snack.
sometimes.
You're not you when you don't eat a Snickers.
And is there any movie in the Snyderverse where the Flash is given some form of a nerf to prevent him from dominating thoroughly? Technically,
The Flash. I saw that one just now.
technically the answer is no, but it's also yes, because there is one movie, but it's not in the Snyderverse, really. It would be Justice League, where he has a
What?
nerf. And it's just that he's very, very, green and scared of the situation, and Batman has to
Right.
convince him, to gradually get in the groove and actually help, because obviously the Flash at full fucking strength it's really hard to keep him under control. A lot of the time you have to make him fight people who are just as fast as him, so that, you can have something of a balance, but yeah, this movie...
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do against him. Like, if you tie him up, he's just gonna vibrate out of whatever you put him in. He's gonna run really fast. Now you can do like the lightning things. That's really useful. I mean, it's just hard to balance a character.
It really
like
is, yeah. And you
Incredibly
gotta do a
hard.
lot of work to try and figure it out.
Yeah.
So
So
I think the calories thing is kind of a good way to go, but
It's
this movie
something.
only really accounts for it once in the
He
entire
forgets about it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
thing,
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
I
only
think
way
also-
they only use it later for like a humor, like a joke, and then it's done with. It's served its purpose.
Yeah, when
We
the
did
action
our-
comes back around, it's just like, no, that's done now.
Well, I mean, I guess I say when it comes around again, it's used for it's used for a joke both times because it's supposed to be like, well, it isn't that funny that he's slow eating those burritos and eating all that stuff coming out of the building when there's babies flying around. Isn't that funny? He's like, I don't know how I feel about this.
If it's about to be a problem, he should have known about it. And why isn't he prepared? They should.
Yep.
I know, a backpack filled with food. Isn't that like the thing to do? I mean, thank
Yeah,
fuck there
he
was a
always
vending
has
machine
snacks.
falling there. Otherwise, I guess all those babies would have died. I don't know.
It's raining babies. Oh no,
Um,
that's bad.
on that janitor line as well, he ends it with saying, it's like I'm willing to clean up the messes, but it's always bat messes that I'm cleaning up. I thought that was a
Nah.
really bizarre thing to say. Like, this isn't Batman's mess. He's responding to it like you are. Do you mean Gotham are Batman's messes?
Or
is
are
that-
you like bitter at Batman because he's fucking up or something? Is that
That
what
was-
you mean?
I don't know.
I wasn't really sure what he
I
meant
also
by it.
feel like Superman or Wonder Woman would cause a bit more of a mess.
Well, we know they
More
do. We've seen their movies. It's
Well, yeah, she blasts off the sides of bank buildings and rains rubble down on the police below. She doesn't give a fuck.
yeah, I like the
Nope.
idea that she's splattering heads on walls, and the Flash is like they were the mop. Well,
Always cleaning up
My
Wonder
God.
Woman's messes.
ugh. So something I didn't quite like was you hear it and you think about it, and then you're like, wait a minute. Alfred is like the East Wing is gonna collapse, and then the Flash
know
is like,
exactly what you
no,
mean.
it's not. It's fine. I was like,
It's
if Alfred has the information to prove that it's about to collapse, he should be fucking shouting at Barry. Do
Yeah, and he
something.
also-
The
he
East
also
Wing is
should be
going to
like-
collapse. Do something right now.
Yeah, he also shouldn't be like, if my calculations are correct, which they are all the time. It's like, no, you're just wasting time. Just tell him,
Yeah,
get the
yeah.
fucking people out of there.
And it's so weird too, because like the Flash is like, East Wing is fine, which is good because I'm running on empty. I was like, we've just started. What do you
Yeah,
mean you're
just
running on
fucking-
empty? It's
Yeah,
like,
because
well,
he didn't have his
mileage of the
breakfast
bat.
yet.
Well, the bat bike, the bat cycle. What is it called? What is it called? The bat cycle or the bat bike or the bat?
the bat. Yeah, help me out.
What do we think? The
Bat
bat,
Schleem.
the bat bike. It's got to be bat bike or bat cycle, surely, right?
Sure.
The bat,
Waiting for ideas to
bat
steal.
rocket, the bat wing, the bat.
Batmobile. No, Batmobile's the main thing.
No, the
Batmobile's
Bat
the
Pod. Bat
big
Pod.
vroom
That's
vroom
what it's
one.
called. I'm pretty sure.
Is
Isn't
it?
it
Bat
No,
scooter?
it's not. It's not really.
No, like I'm pretty sure the
Right.
Nolan movies call it the Bat Pod.
The bat
I think it's the
pod
bat
is
cycle most of the time.
it's called the bat pod. The motorbike
I
is
think
the bat
so.
pod.
Yeah, I mean, I don't make the rules.
No.
Okay. That's fine. I'm not blaming you. It strikes me as odd. But okay, he's in the bat bike, the bat cycle, right?
Mhm.
Like,
Gas mileage is not great. Look at
No.
all the things that the bat bike cycle can do. It can shoot spike strips. It has a retractable, a semi useful bulletproof shield. It's really fast. It can turn. It's big. You gotta. I mean, you get 10 minutes with it, and you're already starting to run on fumes there. So it follows
Flash.
that he's almost out of gas.
I think it's
Yeah.
weird as fuck. The Flash is like, I'm running low when it's like you're in a city. Just go and find a sausage or whatever.
Yeah.
There's food everywhere. It's so weird.
It's so weird because he was also running low already when he was getting the breakfast, and then he does this mad dash through all of America.
You'd
and then
think there
he's
was
still
someone he could have
just
stolen a
low.
bit of food from,
Yeah,
especially when he's
easily.
trying to save lives. But
He's that.
I mean, he doesn't
virtuous.
have.
He
we
won't.
already
he's
know he
that
doesn't have a-
virtuous.
He will
I mean,
never
we know he
steal
doesn't have a.
food.
He doesn't have a problem with stealing clothes of old people. So
We saw him
That's
steal
true.
food at parts of this movie too, so he's not beyond that.
If you'll steal the clothes, literally, if you'll steal the clothes off of old grandma and grandpa's back,
yeah,
you'll steal a burrito from a
think so,
street
yeah.
vendor. Because wait, he does that later.
I
Or
just
is that
said
the other Barry?
He steals. No, he steals food he steals the same guy's food twice, or same guy
poor
gets his
guy.
food stolen.
oh, that's right. Yeah,
Well,
You
at
remember
least,
right before he goes to the court, right at the end, he steals food again. He's a
that
food
seems
stealer.
it seems like a really jerkish thing to do. But let's put this in context. At least he didn't walk by the street vendor and then cast a curse on him to where he has to beat himself up for 3 weeks straight.
I don't know what
So-
hero would do that. I don't know why you'd even.
No, I agree. I don't know what hero would do that. That's a foul, vile thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
But I just as an example, I just pulled it out of thin air.
I think you should use examples that are from reality at least, because that's so absurd that no one's ever going to buy that. Like, why would that even happen?
Why
Yeah,
would
you're
anyone
right.
put that in a script?
Oh yes,
I
my
don't
hero
wanna
will
s-
randomly torture someone for 3 weeks. It's like what?
Yeah,
What?
especially if that person was like defending themselves or not, they didn't want to get their shit stolen. Yeah, I know. I know I was probably straw manning there because no one
Yeah,
would ever
yeah.
actually write that. Yeah, I should pick realistic examples.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but his bulletproof shielding for his little bat cycle, it has a big hole in the middle.
yeah.
It
I-
does.
yeah, that- I
You
noticed
can't
that.
see
Yeah.
otherwise.
Yeah,
Well,
but well,
if-
but you got a glass screen then. This
I
bulletproof
know.
fucking moron.
What? I don't know. I don't know what that was.
It's like
I
you
don't know
hold up a
why they would
big
do it like that.
riot shield, but there's a big circle for where your face is.
But, like,
Well,
was there
in
not a
Batman
conversation At any
Returns,
point though, why was there no conversation either on set, if it was a practical thing, or like in post production and editing of like, there's a giant hole here though. The bullets would just go through that.
Yeah,
Why
that
wasn't
seems,
that
I think it makes
conversation
it
had?
We know-
seems
'cause we-
counterintuitive.
because we know enough to like have things pop up to block bullets, but we don't know enough to like cover the only part that, because the things on the sides, like that's not where your face is. Those are just those aren't doing anything. If anything, they're hurting because they'll make shrapnel from the bullets spalling out. But we don't. It's like they knew, but they didn't know.
Well,
And it's weird because they were clearly aware of of Batman and Batman Returns, where the Batmobile is very clearly shown to have bulletproof glass because there are two clowns with machine pistols on the hood shooting at Batman. But Batman's okay because obviously he has bulletproof glass, because Batman would be an absolute drooling doorknob licking retard if he didn't put bulletproof glass in between
Well, as
him
was
and
highlighted by
bullets.
chat too, it's particularly hilarious being the only part of Batman's entire body that's possible to shoot is his mouth.
And his
True,
helmet.
yeah.
And he's the only part that's unblocked. It's like,
He just
Batman,
sticks his head up like a Diglett. Hello, here I am.
this'll show them for trying to shoot my shoulders.
I've been shooting
I say
myself
he
with
had,
tiny bullets for weeks to build up an immunity.
And bulletproof glass in Batman v Superman, if I'm not mistaken.
Almost certainly. This guy almost
Yeah.
certainly.
Let's think about
Not here,
this
though.
even more, right? Because
No.
if he's got the two metal plates and his face is in the middle, if his enemy isn't that good at aiming, that actually helps them, because if they see that their bullets are bouncing off the bulletproof plates, they're just like, oh, I adjust my aim here. Okay, still not. Oh, there's the face. And
I'll just shoot him where his face is.
Yeah, that'll get him.
Yeah.
Genius.
So, the babies
Um,
sequence then.
Let me see.
Uh,
Yeah. So I guess the starter here is the plan is, instead of him waiting patiently with his super speed until the babies are down at ground level and he can grab them, he like runs up the side of the building super fast and has to eat a bunch of burritos and stuff. And then all of the babies are in like comical danger. We're talking like Looney Tunes level danger.
Yeah.
One's
Well,
about to be set on
To
fire
be fair,
by
this
a,
is in the Final Destination universe, I'm pretty sure, this movie.
oh,
that
see,
makes
now it all
sense.
makes sense. Yeah.
Tony
Yeah.
Todd's
makes
gonna
sense.
be here?
Yeah.
So, for anybody who hasn't seen it, as the babies are falling, one of them is like about to be a bunch of knives are also falling onto it. One of them's like falling into fire. I think there's like a fire that's spraying, and it's like one's about to
It's
fall
like
in
a
there.
gas canister that was set on fire by something. I don't even know how that happened.
And,
But yeah, it's just
It's
flying
these absurd,
directly.
like, all at the same time, all the babies are about to be killed in midair by all these absurd, like, Rube Goldberg machines.
Hilarious.
And it's like,
One
why?
of the babies is about to be set on fire. One of the babies is about to be stabbed with many, many scalpels flying
Yeah.
off a tray. Another one of the babies is I
About
don't
to get hit
know.
with some acid or something, like with some
Yeah,
kind of
like some hot
dangerous
they like
fluid.
boiling water or something from a beaker.
Oh, I
something
think it's
like that,
acid.
think.
Maybe.
Acid.
It could be
Yeah.
acid or boiling
Okay.
more, yeah. It's one of those.
Acid.
Oh, and one of them is like between like a plate and a big thing that's about to crush it midair.
yeah, there's
Oh
two-
yeah,
that's
yeah,
right.
he's about to get
Yeah.
smooshed.
And
Yeah,
you-
he's
you
about
just-
to get
Things that have to
smooshed.
happen.
You just
for
want a
this to
fifth one to be
happen.
like a cartoon anvil is coming down on it, you know,
Yeah.
just to really complete
These
the
babies-
collection.
These babies are in so much peril right now.
It's absurd.
By the
I
way,
just
before
want to
we
say,
This is like
From the
biblical
time
level
it
of
took-
peril for a baby.
from the time it took him seeing all these threats to him, like going to the vending machine and eating all the snacks,
They'd be dead.
how fast we saw the things moving, yeah, they would have been.
Yeah,
oh yeah, that's
there's no
true.
consistency within Flash time.
No.
Wait. I got a question. I don't know if we're ready. I don't know if anyone is prepared to answer this question, but
Do
I'll
it.
ask it anyway. We'll see what happens. Okay. So when the Flash interacts with objects, those objects are in slow motion, right? They're essentially
Mhm.
moving in real time. Or they're in their time, and he's moving super duper mega fast, right?
Yes.
So, what does this mean for him, like eating objects?
Nah, I wanted to ask that question too.
Like, if he-
because I don't
if he
know.
Takes the burrito, all of the energy, and because like calories are a measure of like energy, right? That you get from food that your body
Yep.
absorbs, right? So he grabs a burrito and he's moving super duper fast, and he puts that burrito inside of him. What is to stop the burrito from like not matching his own speed, or is he even able to like get the energy from the burrito, or is it still in like the burrito can't? You know, it's.
I know
You know what I'm
what you're
saying?
trying to say. I do. I think that's definitely one of those things where they're just like, he ate it, he has its energy. It's that.
Yeah.
That's
yeah.
it.
All right.
Because
And
I
you're
thought
just
about
like,
that
oh.
Fair
too.
enough.
Like, does he vibrate down the things faster, and then his body is like, oh, yum 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 yum,
Well, did,
super
like,
speed eating calories or something?
It's like it's in his
Yeah.
mouth and he swallows. It's like, is that piece getting moved by his muscle and then put into the acid? Does it melt slower? Like, does it get absorbed slower or faster? He's like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I have
so-
no conclusive answer on that, but I thought about that too.
Yeah, I
This
feel
is
like
like,
that's just another one of those things, similar to how he could be like pushing himself off of falling objects in midair, able to
Yeah, because if
Right.
you do
scale
that,
upwards.
yeah, depending on the object, it's you guys remember in the Hobbit, the Battle of the Five Armies, when Legolas is
Yeah,
like jumping up the little
Yep.
falling stones, like
everyone's favorite
that's
part.
that's really dumb, but like technically that is possible, right? Legolas is very light, and the stones have a lot of inertia to them. So technically, like, okay, that's dumb, but I think it technically checks out within the internal logic of the Lord of the Rings. But this one, right? Not only is it really dumb, I don't think it makes any sense for him to be able to do all this stuff. What about his speed allows him to run up a wall, right? Because yeah, sure, you can run up for a few steps, but remember, you're pushing away from the wall in order to, like, move. So you're gonna make a couple, 3-4 steps up that wall, and you are no longer making contact with that wall. There's no force to keep you applied to the wall. And
Well,
think
it's
'cause-
not like you're running in a circle, you're running straight up a wall.
I think it's
Someone-
just Speed Force shenanigans.
Well, so
I
someone
think.
just said Speed Force
Alrighty.
negates
Yeah.
physics, but wouldn't he just fly at that point then?
I mean, I would try to do that.
Okie dokie then. I see this is all making a lot of sense. I figured it
Look,
would.
I'm
It
just,
does.
you know what? It's fine. It's fine.
It's fine. Yeah,
It's fine. It works.
you can
know,
buy
it's-
it,
it's fine.
and you
I'm
know
not
what?
even mad.
Even if those mechanics are a little bit rough around the edges, it's
Little
fine.
strange.
We
If
have
they're consistent
yeah,
with
we
it,
got character
okay.
stuff. If
Yeah.
the character stuff's
That's
really
right.
good, then it's okay. It's all right.
Yeah.
I can
oh,
easily
well,
look back. I can easily look past a few little burrito questions and physics stuff. It's like what? It's fine. It's you know what? That would be a small price to pay if we got really awesome character moments. That I'd almost happily pay it.
Mm-hmm. So the saving of the babies begins. He just sort of protects
You
them
say
all.
that like it's an Olympic event.
It is. What he does is incredible. And the famous clip that many have seen online of him placing a baby into a microwave and a nurse screaming, that's reversed, okay? He's taking it out and then she screams because she's just screaming in general.
well, he puts a
So,
baby in earlier though.
To protect it, to
yeah,
protect
it's
it, to
funny that
protect
she's
it.
falling off the building.
But that's not how this works.
That's not how that
Microwave
clip
does
goes,
ding at the
though.
end, so
Let's
I mean,
all right.
yeah.
Enough of this. Enough, you guys.
Hey,
if
whoa,
Indiana
okay.
Jones can hop in a fridge and survive a nuke,
No.
then you can put a baby in a microwave.
That
and it
ain't
can
from an Indiana
survive falling
Jones
off a
film. That's for
building.
some weird fan film that was made by two
Oh,
senior
yeah, that was-
gentlemen.
You're right. That's not Indiana Jones. That's
That's some other thing.
Iowa Johnson.
Iowa
that's
Johnson and the radioactive
the
fridge.
radioactive fridge. Iowa Johnson. He's getting a little old, but he's still got it.
He's
He's
still
still just
got
as
it.
sharp as he was those many years ago. Oh, Iowa Johnson.
Uh,
Now that we're on the microwave, I did have a question. So, and I'm sure we'll get to talking about this a little later, but what exactly is the rule to moving objects and moving people?
oh, I'll tell you, it makes
Because
complete sense. You see, it's
It's
you can't move
Yeah.
people faster than too fast, but you can move them a bit. And if you do move them too fast, they'll vomit profusely green, like Nickelodeon slime levels of insanity-colored shit. But not
Mhm,
applied
mhm.
to any of the people he moved really fast at any other point in all the movies, including this one.
Yep.
The
Okay.
Flash would be really good at Legend of the Hidden Temple.
Slime.
Slimy.
So was the movie trying to say that it doesn't count if they're enclosed in a
In a microwave?
sealed?
Well, they think that's how that works,
Well,
but
it
it
would-
shouldn't.
even if they wanted to say that, like you got all the other babies
They
get
literally
moved,
say
and the
that.
nurse got
Yeah.
moved
Right.
quite fast as
Look,
well.
It's funny because I think they try to do a thing where it's like, look how carefully he just kind of nudges them a
Tried
little
to do
bit.
a thing.
And it's like, but yeah, but this, you still all move them into place, and they're still falling down. I don't know.
Well, didn't he
It's
take
just-
a bite of a burrito and throw it at something to knock it into something to knock it into something to save the baby? I remember being like, "Oh my
yeah.
fucking god, dude, just go and
That's-
do it yourself."
And
even
to
lights
the
up.
movies, in the movie's defense, if you're gonna shake a baby violently, you might as well do it inside of a microwave. Okay.
You have committed to this path.
And for a penny and for a pound, I just say.
Yeah, and you have Alfred, and I was gonna ask because I was just like, whatever. Why does Alfred know exactly what's happening? Because he says like, "Oh my god, it's a baby," and then the Flash goes, "Shower," because they're all falling.
Funny.
How did Alfred know that all the babies were falling from the building? Does he have like a camera?
I don't
That
know.
cam-
Alfred
yes,
is God.
bad
Don't you
cam.
Is he
Alfred-
God?
I
Alfred is
Finally,
God.
Alfred constantly looking at all the babies pays off.
He has the baby cab, just making sure they're
Baby
okay.
cam, man.
God.
He watches over the babies.
By the
He
way,
is
I
their,
find
he is their god.
in general, I find it hilarious that apparently everybody got out of this room, but for some reason they locked in the babies with the nurse, and nobody.
Yeah, no, the
Really-
door like was locked. They never
I don't
told
know
us
what
why
the
that
door,
Like
happened.
emergency open hatch. or
Typical
anything?
Gotham.
Make sure to lock the baby room if anything goes wrong. Gotta protect them.
It's also, but it's a small thing, but I don't think these baby, I don't know, beds would roll out like that because they probably have like a little break on it that you put on when you just have that thing stationary. So I think a lot of them
Not
should
in
just
this
toppled
universe.
over
Maybe.
before they rolled
Maybe.
They
over.
don't have that in this universe.
Oh, okay.
I thought
In
that,
fact,
they made that
they-
clear.
this
It's
is-
like, come on.
This is Gotham. They grease the wheels of the baby
They-
carriages
Yeah.
so that they
Take
roll
off the brake.
they roll an extra amount for added peril.
So
Oh my god, is this the continuity where where Penguin wins mayor and that's one of the things he does?
well, grease the wheels of all the baby carriers. I could see it.
Yes. For
Not-
added fun.
Not
As opposed to
impossible.
dragging them all to the sewer, put himself.
It's true. He kills
some of
them
the
in
work
different ways.
So come back to Batman. I would have complained that his approach is a little collateral damagey, but to be fair, I think that's perfectly in line with the Snyder Batman. He's a big fan of that, and so it's totally okay. Like, there's a bunch of exploding cars, and he's doing
Yeah.
some awesome backflips through it and stuff, and it's like, yeah, he'd do that. That's
I'd like
chill.
to call it bad lateral damage. Thank you,
Oh.
everyone. Thank you. I'm here all night. Thank you.
Mahler, I think I need to remind you about a little thing called the rule of cool.
What about the Cool of Rule?
That does not exist.
Wow. Well, you know what
You
does
made-
exist? People
What,
praising the
Rocket Rule?
choice to give blue to Batman's suit in this movie, which is something people have wanted
Oh,
for a while.
do you have a picture of
Well,
it?
so I was about to say, chat, right? Some of you may be happy to hear there's blue in his suit. But what you should be more concerned with is how the suit looks, and so we're gonna just have a little look-see at that right now. We're gonna give ourselves a little judgment on it and see what you guys think. Genuine reactions, okay, chat? What do you think?
And, oh, wait, you put it in Discord. Oops.
The history of Batman's suit aesthetics is a very tumultuous one.
I think this looks like shit.
This is one of the worst
Yeah.
Batman suits I've ever
Batman's
seen.
ever looked.
It was actually the first time I looked at it like like longer than the frames it's on screen. It's like, god damn, this looks awful.
It's your brain's natural defense.
Someone said, was the suit affected by the acid? No.
No.
This is how it's supposed to look.
Yeah, it's just garbage. Like that's
Yeah, it looks
I
bad.
don't know what happened here. Something
And-
went wrong. His belt is gold. That's something.
Batman
but-
has
oh.
cool looking suits in this universe, in this continuity. He has
Yeah.
good looking suits.
Yeah, I don't mind the Snyder Batman suits. A lot of them are
it
pretty
looks
cool.
good. And hell, when we just came off of the Batman, who he had a great suit in that.
I don't know what they were
I had
thinking
a
with this
really
one.
hard time distinguishing when the actor was wearing the cowl and when it was CGI. I thought it was just CGI the whole time. But then after seeing a few like behind the scenes photos, it was he's
There is also,
It looks
he's
like
wearing
he's
it.
got like one of those vests, like a vest that
Mhm.
you know, like where
there
you're,
is
you know, without the sleeves.
I get what you mean.
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
it looks really weird. And then there is, of course, a problem of just having Batman out in daytime. It's not the best setting
He
for
doesn't look
the
that
for
great,
the
yeah.
the aesthetic.
Yeah.
Like he just
Evil
really
never
feels out of
sleeps for
place.
me.
It doesn't sleep.
Or maybe it
That's
does
true.
sleep, which is why it's happening during the day. Maybe it does sleep, actually.
I don't know. Like it's just something went wrong.
Metal Plate is eating his bat logo as well, so that's
I got the
He looks like a
distinct
cheerleader. He looks like a Batman cheerleader.
I got the distinct impression when I saw those little like hexagon shapes, like something had been 3D printed and glued on. Like that's what it looks like. It's just like, why does that look so awful? I got,
Because in the future, everything is hexes.
from what I've heard, it's supposed to be an exoskeleton. It provides extra armor. It's like,
Oh.
I did see it when he was like scraping against the side of the whatever the
Just like-
shoulder was on the highway, but
I think they needed to go back to the design board and figure out another way to present that, you know? Because exoskeletons are usually pretty cool. This wasn't as
That's
cool.
true.
This was something else. So, you know, yeah, that was something. But yeah, I did actually kind of like the, you know, they set a huge, like, car crash for him to avoid, and he like flies through it, attaches the grapple, and is, you know, flying with his bat gliding, and then like having to skid across different obstacles, use like parkour on the cars to get around and stuff. Some of that I was like, this feels Batman-y, and he has to use a bit of, you know, speedy reactions and ingenuity to some extent. I'm trying to be nice to the film where I can. It's not going to happen very often. You know, most of the things I really enjoyed about this film are Batman related. They're not Flash related. In the Flash film.
This film doesn't have a very big interest in being a Flash film.
No.
Which is interesting.
Well, we saw, what was the promotion? Was it like the Funko Pops or the promotional statues
There were like
or
7
whatever it was?
Batman ones, and one
Yeah, the
Flash
collective
one.
Yeah.
What has happened here? What
That's
has gone
funny.
wrong?
Mhm. Well, it's both funny, but also, I imagine, concerning because this film's not doing well.
No.
Even though they had Batman plastered all over it.
Well, and the fact was that I think if it had done well, most people would have assumed it must have been that Michael Keaton dragon, because nobody believes that Ezra Miller can, like, you know, carry a movie. I don't think
That is a funny sentiment, though. How could it be failing? They plastered Batman all over this Flash movie.
It was
Oh,
like, you know that
there's-
trick you keep pulling, DC, where you stuff Batman into everything, hoping it'll sell well? Time's up.
Looks like they're starting to kill Batman as a fucking money-making IP. We'll have to see how Brave and the Bold and Batman 2 go. 'Cause he's
Well,
been
Brave and the Bold is now being directed by the
the
guy who directed this
this.
film.
Yeah.
So that's
Great.
Oh, boy.
well, it's kind of because you know, someone might be like, "Well, this is barely his film." It's like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I don't know.
We shall see. We shall see.
Seems
Oh,
to be
by the
defending
way,
it. Yeah, adamant.
this is like super new, and I've just seen this. Hollywood Reporter talking about that there were 3 different endings to this film.
Mm-hmm.
The
different
They all
Batman.
sucked.
Well, it's just they're 3 very different films that are essentially the product of the fact that this film has been passed through so many, you know, hands and so many heads and so many different plans that were in motion for these DC films. So yeah, which
Do
I
we know
can
what they
believe
were, or
there
they
were
just the
So one of the endings was that it had Keaton's Batman and the new Supergirl were going to be in like the universe instead of George Clooney.
Yeah,
And then
that
the
one.
other one was
That one people have known about for a while because there was set photos released of that. That's one of the things that got.
Wow,
like,
so the interesting one is the second one had both of them, but also Henry Cavill as Superman and Gal Gadot Wonder Woman as well, apparently. So I guess they would have just removed Ben Affleck because I guess he's just totally done. And then there's the actual ending.
right.
God, that's crazy, isn't it?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
The way they
wow.
make movies, it's yeah, good stuff.
Cinema.
Like how none of those endings had anything to do with the Flash.
No.
And to think, Scorsese
all
might not
meta.
even watch this. What a crazy
Oh my God.
decision that would be.
But Tom Cruise loved this movie.
Every day, with all these DC movies, every single DC movie, we stray further from God and closer to Scorsese.
You want to be like, Tom, you really love this movie? He's like, yeah, like, name 3 characters. He's like, Batman, Batman, Batman. So,
Name 3 more. Superman, Superman, Superman. Like, name 3 more. Okay, Flash, Flash, Evil Flash.
there is a third Flash, yeah.
So,
I call him Monster Flash.
Mm.
we'll do
At
the
least called
Monster
Dark Flash.
Flash.
I'm partial to Purple
Monster
Flash,
Flash.
but whatever you guys want to go with when we get there.
It caught on and oh no, it didn't. Never mind.
We're right up to the really cringe Wonder Woman part, right?
Oh, well, so, again, I want to throw in compliments where I can. Batman gets into the main truck, and he's, like, beating up some of the bad guys. The driver looks over at him and then just opens his door and jumps out. I thought that was kind of
Jumps
fun.
out.
Yes.
Yeah, I like that. It's just like, fuck this. I hate dealing with
I
this.
was I was kind of a little bit entertained watching Batman chase the car. I'm not definitely don't take that as like this, I really enjoyed it, but there was, compared to all the Flash shit,
How come
this
you
definitely
didn't?
isn't setting up a pattern. But
You
I was
didn't
like,
back me up
oh,
when I
this-
said all that. I figured you'd have jumped in and said, "Oh yeah, me
Paul
too."
was saying that like at a lengthy, like it was cool seeing
Well,
Batman do.
I felt I was
parkour
on
and
an
stuff.
island,
I-
and I was like, "Fine, I'll be on my island."
You're not on an island because we both agreed when we watched the movie.
No, it's like you're on 2 different islands, and you're like, yeah, look, this is the only island that there is.
we're on the same.
Are we
there
close
might be
enough
2
to
islands.
talk on these
Or-
islands?
or rather,
There
if
is
you're
there
on
could
the
be
same
any amount
island,
of
then you-
islands that you want, but Mahler and I are on the same island. It doesn't matter how many islands there are. We're on the same
I mean,
one.
that's almost worse. You're on the same island, but you don't realize, or rather, you didn't realize. Molo saw
Drawn a
you.
line.
Are there
in the
two-
sand on the
There.
island.
Even when we watched the movies, I agreed with you on this, and you're talking about the cool things about the Batman chase, and now I'm saying, yeah, like the
Are
Batman
there
chase was,
2
kind of
islands
entertaining
a
and
part of
interesting to
one
watch.
island, but it got flooded, and so it looks like it's 2 islands now? Is that it?
Maybe.
Like a
Look,
valley,
Marcus
an
Carl.
island that has a valley in it, and so now it looks like the peaks.
Yeah,
like
so we
the
just
ends
gotta
of the
wait
valley.
until
what-
summertime,
is
and then
that-
we can
what-
talk again.
Here's the thing, though. Now we're getting into the real sort of philosophical stuff here. What does it
The
mean for an
geographical
island?
stuff.
What does it
No
mean for an
Flash
island
is
to
an
have
island.
a valley? What does it mean, for an island to have a valley if it's filled with water? Like,
Well,
what
what
does
does
that
that
mean
mean?
to say that it's an island anymore?
It's a
2
donut?
islands. It has to be 2
I
islands,
love
right?
donuts.
Well, not necessarily. It depends on the
A
shape
twilight?
of the valley, right?
Well, so do
valley.
we feel like there's only one continent on Earth, since there's ultimately crust all around the whole planet? But I mean, we wouldn't say that, right? The oceans dividing everything, like that's
Well, there was
That's
once
kind of
one
beautiful,
but
Fringy.
the-
There is
the
only
shape
one
of-
big island, and we're all a part of it.
the big world island. No, but that was Pangaea. That's not what it is now. That's
Isn't
how you pronounce it,
Pangea?
right? Is it
It's
Pangea or
Pangea, but we-
Pangaea?
It's Pangea,
it
but
probably
we'll let you
depends
on-
pronounce
Pangea?
it the other way. It's
Probably
Pangea.
depends on how you say how the Greek is pronounced, but because you have
Right.
because I think it's the Greek.
Greek
right?
is pronounced
Pan and
Greek,
Gaia.
Rags. Didn't you know that?
Groik, actually.
Good ek.
Oh,
Gurako.
Greek is pronounced Greek. That's true.
Rumbo.
I think the point of this is, depending on the kind of valley, if it was flooded sufficiently highly, it would change the amount of islands there'd be, because you could theoretically have 2 islands, right? Because you could have the space in between like 2 hills, that's sort of a valley. But the valley could also be completely circular, in which case, if it was to flood, right, you'd have like a donut.
I
I
agree.
just want donuts now.
A donut would be better than the Flash. Eating a donut would be better than discussing the Flash. But
Oh,
we're
yeah,
here.
that
We might
would
as well
be
see
a
this
much
through to
better
the
use of
end. yeah.
time.
The guy with evil material that if it touches water will destroy all of everything falls over the edge of a bridge, and Alfred's like, "Oh no! If you let that fall into the water, it'll kill everybody by afternoon or something." I'm not.
Half of it, actually. It's not.
Whatever. Everyone's dead by the end of the day or something. So
Yeah.
anyway,
Dead by daylight.
it was funny because like they're packaged in something, and so the first assumption you'd have is like, well, surely they have to open up whatever those things are. They're also in a briefcase
No.
that would have to magically open up too. It does for
It does.
reasons.
It also magically closes in the next shot when they get grabbed back up. So
Yeah, there's
Lucky
that,
it
and
does.
and
Good
you'd be like,
briefcase.
well, we're fine because Batman's got his grappling hook, and then it breaks. It's like, oh,
yeah.
okay.
Mm.
Was there something in the chase scene that broke that? I didn't see anything. I think he just used
Doesn't
it.
Batman
and
have more
then
than
it's-
one grappling hook though?
I mean, yeah, probably.
He's the grapple man. He does all the grapples. But
the
yeah,
one
so they're
grapple
about
was
to
really
die.
good.
Everything's about to be over. But then Wonder Woman that turns up.
Is that
So fucking
Yeah, that-
random. I
Very
hate it
powerful.
so much.
I quite hate her
Plus-
appearances. Fringy, you'll know what I'm talking about. She's like Leonard Nimoy in The Simpsons.
Oh, who was that in Invasion of the Body Snatchers? The movie we discussed earlier.
the guy's like
Didn't I?
change seats, like in the monorail thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
I-
like, hey, you gotta change
The
seats.
world needs laughter.
Isn't it the
Jump
the
out.
X-Files episode where he's like, "Well, my work here is done," and then he's like, "What do you
didn't
mean?
do
You didn't
anything."
do anything?"
Didn't I?
Didn't
and then
I?
he just
Oh, that was the
disappears
monorail
and fades
episode. But
away.
Leonard Nimoy
Oh, that was
the
the
real
monorail.
one.
Well,
Yeah.
in any case, yeah, that's how
No,
it
the
feels.
X-Files one ends. I think the X-Files one ends with Mo trying to take the whale back to SeaWorld.
Yes. But the thing about this is, all I'm trying to say is like, well, Wonder Woman did save the day. It's like, yeah, you know what? She kind of, sort of, I guess, did, but like, she's so fucking ego-driven. It's so clear. Like,
Well,
she's.
it's the big pose, and then sorry I'm late with a grin. It's like, oh yeah, thanks, yeah. Like,
And then
Yeah.
everything could have
People are
gone really
like,
badly.
please
You
Thanks,
shut up
Diana.
5
People are
seconds later.
dying.
Well, you got these
Please.
cars crash. People are screaming. There's fires everywhere. That building came
Oh, yeah,
down. Who
because-
knows what else needs to be done?
to-
And then she's like, "My work here is done," and flies away.
Yeah,
It's just like,
exactly.
what the
My work here is
Yeah.
done. I'm up to help others in need. God bless you, Captain Hindsight. God bless you. Like, she just leaves when
Yeah.
the work
It's so
is not
fucked up.
done.
Yeah,
she
that's-
flies. because
He
now
flies
she
away, by
flies
the way.
now.
Yeah.
She flies now.
She does fly
flies
now.
now.
Is her cameo is longer in Shazam, right?
Yes.
It's probably
Surely,
longer
yeah.
by like 30 seconds, maybe 30
Well, in
seconds. or a
Shazam, she's
minute.
there
That's
at the end
pretty-
as well and revives everybody. So
Yeah.
Well,
That's
that is
definitely
her
longer.
cameo. She's only in
That
one
is.
scene. The other scene is a body
Mhm.
double. So,
Oh, okay.
but yeah, just she's so like the hype surrounding her, and they know what they're doing because the music it pretty much goes like and then it just fades away because it's just you play it and that's
They've ruined it.
they have
ruined
absolutely
that
ruined
song.
it. Yeah, because the first time you hear
they
it, you're like,
run it.
this is badass. Then you hear it for the billionth time, and you're like,
Yeah.
okay, all right.
Then
It's
the
always
yodeling
been
goes
stapled
on.
on, isn't
It's
it?
well, it's just like the yodel. It's yeah. Well, I guess it's different because the yodel was never good. But the
It was funny as shit, though.
It was funny.
it was really funny. It was, but like in this case, it was a cool theme that's just been absolutely run into the dirt because it's like it feels pretty awkward to just play that music when all she's done is show up, grab him with the lasso, and then pull him up.
Yep.
It's like it doesn't feel very appropriate to be playing this action music when there's really nothing
Well, that
exciting
would-
happening.
That'd be a good joke, though. Like, we cut to Wonder Woman and she's making breakfast, and she's like putting bread in the toaster, and she's got some
Like
eggs on the
music.
pan.
It would be that's perfect sketch comedy because then you could also have like they're like, oh, can I have one of those? She goes, and the camera cuts back to it, restarts the fucking track just for her to speak, like it just start playing it anyway.
He has to turn around dramatically and pose and say like, yes, you can, while the guy's just sort of standing there awkwardly, looking around, wondering what's going on and who she's performing to, because that's how it feels. It feels like she's performing to an audience, not there in the
Yeah.
moment.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's
I
it.
got it. Oh, I got it. Okay, she's making breakfast and everything, and the music's playing, and then someone's walking outside, and they walk up to her door, and the music's really muffled, and they knock on the door, and when she answers it and opens the door, we get the full music as it finally opens up.
Which
Well,
is like
I think it
plays
might be-
from
it
her.
almost-
Yeah.
Well, it plays to the point that as you're walking past, you hear it muffled. And then, like, when the door closes, it's muffled again, and you're just sort of standing outside wondering what's going on, that she's, like,
Or-
altering the fabric of reality around her.
Or maybe like it
Speakers
cuts to
in
the
the lasso.
bathroom door and you hear the muffled music from behind it. Then the flush. She opens the door and then we hear the music like normal.
Dude, if there was a fucking multiverse movie with her, you have like one of her, and then the other one says hi, and then like the tracks start to fucking layer over each other.
Overlap. Yeah, the audio's got to start peaking, of
Yeah.
course.
It gets all out of control, and then you just have to
And
kill
that's
her.
how the multiverse breaks in that film, is just the
Exactly.
overlapping themes.
Well, once you get
More
enough of the
yodeling.
standard theme clashing, it creates a yodel, and then you're like, oh shit, that's tier 2.
Oh, no. Now you know shit's getting real.
Mm-hmm.
All of the other Dianas are annoyed at
Guys,
the
do you
yodeling
remember how many
Diana.
yodels? Remember those yodels, guys? There was like 30 of those.
They
Oh,
kept
every
fucking
time.
doing
Every
it.
Oh.
time she did anything on screen, there was the yodel. It was painful.
It was pretty funny though.
And now it's over because this is the end.
Also, I was
We're
gonna
probably
say,
never
is
gonna
that the
see it.
last of Wonder Woman Gal Gadot? Is that it?
I really
Might
hope
be.
Probably,
so.
surely, it
If
surely
she's not
is,
coming
right?
back.
I mean, if this film's failing, that's got to be the end of everything, right? Like everything.
Is she gonna
And
have a fucking
really,
cameo in Aquaman too? Like right at the end, she'll be like,
I mean, who even, dude? Who even knows what that movie like is gonna look like? It feels like it's just gonna,
to fill the Atlantic Ocean.
it's just
Flash
gonna
was supposed to be-
lumber, sort of like stumble across the finish line, collapse into a heap on the
Hey,
ground.
James
It's like,
Gunn,
yep,
you gonna
that's it.
talk about how that's the best DC movie ever as well?
You're going to talk about how it leads into that because I mean, this we might be jumping ahead. I don't feel like this film leads into a future DCU at all.
No.
Nah.
No.
No.
I thought this was because that's how they set it up, right? Especially for like press tours and interviews and stuff. They really leaned heavily on this movie, ending the DCEU as everyone knows it, and beginning, well, I guess the next, what are they calling it? DCU.
Yeah, that's
Well,
the.
the DCU is the next thing, but the reality is that all of these projects were in development before any of those plans were set, and they just have the awkward problem right now that they had 4 movies that they needed to release, all of which are leading to a dead end probably, and they know, for as bad as it is really that this is the case, that a lot of people don't have an interest in watching these films if they don't lead anywhere,
And,
which says a lot, really, doesn't it, about like
absolutely.
how
but-
much value we assign to individual films at this point, that nobody can watch the film for the sake of its own story. It has to lead somewhere, but it probably doesn't.
This is
At
what
least,
happens when you
know.
fucking reset a universe that's already in motion. Like,
Exactly.
if someone had come
you have
in,
to-
let's say when Black Widow released and said, right, we're resetting the MCU, it's like pretty much more than half of Phase 4 was probably already being like cooked. And it's like, what do we do with all this? It's like, release it. Release
They
it,
have
just
to
release it.
and try to convince people as much as possible that it has some bearing on the future, when the reality is, because I'm pretty sure now something that James Gunn is saying is Blue Beetle is a DCU character, but the film isn't a DCU film. It's like, what does that mean? What does that mean? Like, I don't
The
understand
actor
what
will
that
be
means.
reprising his role as Blue Beetle,
Will
but
he?
I guess
Will he,
redoing
though?
the
What
story.
if
Yeah, it's
Will
like,
he?
so
That's the thing.
if they have him again, then that means that then they can't
Maybe they
reference
can do that. They can't do that.
Yeah,
though,
surely they
right?
can't
Because
reference the movie he's
it'll
from.
confuse people.
Yeah, that's what
It'll
I'm
just
saying.
confuse
Yeah, like
people.
if he's back, if he comes back, they can't reference the movie the first movie he was in.
Exactly. Well, at least the reality, you can't, because you can't attach any of that to this. There's too much baggage with the DCEU. Like, people think DC films suck. Like, in a general audience sort of perspective of like a disinterest in them, clearly. Because look at how well these films are doing.
It's a
or,
really
in this case,
popular meme
performing.
on Twitter that gets posted all the time, which is DC fans online, and it shows like this incredibly passionate crowd going
Yeah.
nuts, and then DC
Yeah.
fans in the theater, and it's just an empty theater.
They just don't show up. They're just not turning up.
Yeah, I think it was like 10 people in my screening or something.
It's and I mean this whole film has been a crazy like I'm cycling through some of these posters on screen, and so many of them are like, yeah, the Flash is here, but it's mainly Batman. Like, come
Yeah.
on, Batman! Like, it's
Batman
Batcave.
looming
Didn't
over
James
Flash,
Gunn-
Yeah.
Didn't he say that that he wasn't restarting everything? So he was just keeping everything that he did with
Yeah, he
Suicide
can't,
Squad and Peacemaker.
can't do that. Really can't do that,
Oh,
Like, it's just all of it is going to lead to confusion, I imagine, among audiences of like, well, wait, what is the nature of like canon? It's already going to be hard enough to run the Batman stuff. Like, that already is probably going to be challenging
Mhm.
to manage. But even having to manage whether or not you need to understand anything about these, like, what, 12, 13, 14 films that a lot of people didn't see. I'm pretty sure every single DC EU film, like, in the last 3 years has failed. Like, just failed. Actually lost money at the box office.
Well, yeah, someone's pointing out Peacemaker is in continuity with the films of the DCEU, isn't it?
Yeah, it has to be, right? Aquaman shows up in it.
Justice League shows up.
Which
Yeah,
one-
Fringy, that's just because Aquaman, he's not a he's a DC character, but it's not a DC film.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know.
Imagine Peacemaker season 2 is in a different continuity to Peacemaker season 1. It's like we're changing it up. Like what?
So that's the problem. I'd imagine it's a really frustrating situation to be in. They brought James Gunn in to basically make the hard call and reset everything, and what he did was, I'm going to keep the stuff that I like, I did.
To be honest with you, if this movie had made like over $1 billion, it would be even more confusing. They'd be like, do we now keep Ezra Miller Flash and then Michael Keaton Batman? Is that are they in our new universe? Like, what?
Now that it's failed, that's made the decision very easy for them.
Yeah, just cut them out, cut it all out.
It's failed, so this is all pointless.
Yeah.
And Jason would be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I thought the movie was great, but bye-bye." You're like, oh. So anyway, back to the movie. The lasso of truth is attached to Batman and the bad guy, and then Batman says, I would say thank you, but my ego is far too great to allow that."
Doesn't she have to activate that lasso for this to happen?
I thought she had to ask questions.
Yeah.
I thought Batman was smart enough to get that shit off of him as
if
fast
you
as
remember,
possible.
In Justice League, Aquaman is sitting on it, and he didn't get asked any questions, and he just started spilling all of his secrets. So
this film apparently is in continuity with the Snyder Cut, not Justice League.
The last one compels you to tell the truth.
Because
then I guess I don't know then.
Things.
Yeah, there's a reference from Ben Affleck Batman to an event in the movie that's only in Snyder Cut, not in Justice League, from what I gather.
And we actually see a scene from Snyder Cut in the first time travel scene. We see the Aquaman point that we all love.
That's true.
I think when she says that, it does activate it because it like glows, doesn't it? Like
it glows when it's being used.
In way back in Wonder Woman 1, when she brings Chris Pine to the original to like all the other chicks, and he's like, I'm not gonna tell you anything, and he gives his name, rank, and serial number because he's a good soldier man. And he's like, actually, the lasso doesn't fucking care. Tell the truth. It's magic, bitch. And he's like, okay, actually, I'm gonna. And it kind of hurts, but I'll do it. Like she does have to activate it, I think. Unless you sit on it, then you just start blabbing.
I just figured that was some kind of direct exposition. I didn't think that she was actually activating it.
I think it glows. Like she like lifts it up, and like she grabs it and pulls it a little bit, and it like goes woof. Because I think it's like an active, and then it turns into a passive later.
It's like a really inconvenient way to activate that.
I just thought it was a bit cringe too, that line. A lot of people said it's really funny. I didn't find it funny. I thought it was kind of lame that Batman himself would feel his ego is too great to say thank you to people. Like,
especially after his conversation with Wonder Woman about
but that's
leadership.
Not canon. That's not canon,
that's
though.
True. You're right. Yeah,
that is not a canon event.
Because Zack Snyder fucking cut out one of the good things Joss Whedon.
Well, no, he didn't.
Wait, no, he cut it out. Yeah, he cut it out.
Well, that was a reshoot. That was something that was added in.
Technically not cut out of Snyder's version. It was.
Okay, yeah. I can believe Zack Snyder wouldn't have had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
I think the line that Barry has, paraphrasing here, but something like, "I've heard about sex, but I don't know what it is," or that I don't know how it feels, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "I know that sex exists, but I've never experienced it myself."
Yeah, it's like, okay. These are examples of some of the comedy that's just not working at all for me. I'd be like, oh, that's pretty cringe, but all right, you do you.
It's okay to make fun of Flash for being a virgin, but I mean, God forbid.
Well, and you have the other thing that annoys me is Wonder Woman's just sitting there smiling, like, when it's like, this was a fucking disaster. What happened today? You know that? Like,
it's like, shut. Oh yeah,
the
rapist is laughing at it. Okay, yeah.
Well,
okay,
there's that guy in that tanker that exploded. He got roasted to a crisp.
Free, what if he's out there right now screaming as he's burning alive?
Yeah,
and it's just
exactly. What Wonder Woman's over here laughing at people divulging their deepest secrets.
It sounds like a South Park joke. If you're like, "Help me, Wonder Woman! Help me, Wonder Woman specifically! Help me!"
Like a joke. That's it, yeah. Like screaming,
Diana Prince, please help me.
It was just too loud. Just couldn't hear him over it.
It would be so sad, but oh
Or
well.
it's that like that Rick and Morty one. Oh god, it's all like I blame you. I blame you.
At least the guy who died horribly in the fire of that tanker explosion didn't have to watch the rest of this fucking movie.
Yeah, but we did.
True.
So yeah, I don't know if there's anything else anyone wants to say about that set of scenes. I'm willing to move on to when Barry goes to work.
Let me see. Truck driver probably dead. Batman
Let's
kills in this movie
see.
again. Wonder Woman's in the movie. Oh yeah, this is note. Wonder Woman's in the movie. Batman should be wanting to take off that lasso really quickly. Oh yeah, the Justice League should probably be really concerned about all the collateral damage, like the falling buildings and the rescue efforts. But they're just like, Wonder Woman's just like, nope, I'm fucking off. And no one else in the Justice League seems to care.
We certainly don't get
Mhm.
anything on it, but
Yeah,
we're
it's like,
moving
you
on. We
know,
got a
it's-
multiversal story to tell, so
yeah,
fuck
we got
that.
shit to do.
Yeah.
We don't
Get
care about
outta here.
civilians. We got cool, awesome stuff to do. We got cool
Oh,
hero
what
things
movie?
to do.
A police car that flipped over 1,000 times.
Yeah, but that,
He's fine.
it's the
They're built
Snyderverse.
to-
We don't do.
They're built to roll. They got roll. That's what the roll cage is for. And if you don't use your roll cage, then it's like you're wasting money. It's like the airbags.
Yeah.
Like, what are you paying for if you don't use it?
So
That's fair.
Barry's
roll cage,
boss at work annoyed that he's late, and he says, "You need to focus your motion, do the work, close the case, and move on." Did you think of how that might apply to other things? Hmm?
I
Move on.
No, yeah, sure. Themes, yay.
Themes.
I can tell that it's move on because those are the literal exact words he uses. Makes it easy for someone like me who goes to see The Flash, starring Michael Keaton and no one else.
Yeah.
No.
And then he's walking out of the building with his work buddies, and he sees that same boss like having like some kind of press conference, and he says, like, we've analyzed the evidence and it's more than conclusive. And then Barry's like, what? We didn't even finish analyzing it. Jeez. And then the friends of his are like, we didn't even finish analyzing it. And then Barry like turns to them, and he's like, we're dealing with real people, real families. I don't think you grasp the gravity of this situation. I was just sitting there like, what the fuck is going on? Like, trying to imagine being any of these people, right? Like, this guy's announcing we've got conclusive evidence for some case. Then Barry tells you, like, no, we don't. We haven't finished analyzing it at all. So that's already, to me, like, why is he announcing that if that's true? Is he like, what? And then the friends being like, la la la, we haven't even finished analyzing the evidence for the case of potential murders. Ooh. What?
Big deal, the Mao. It's like,
I think it might be
okay.
the film's mega clumsy way of trying to be like, yeah, the justice system and the criminal investigatory and yeah, it sucks and it's not fair and it's bad and the people who work in it are a bunch of losers
I don't know.
who are bad.
I got a little
something?
lost listening to that conversation. I didn't know what they
I
wanted
don't
me to
know.
think. The fact that Barry had to remind them that depending on forensic information, people's lives can be destroyed. It's like, didn't everyone know this?
But later in the film, Barry specifically says the broken justice system that we have. So
I guess
I
those
think-
Yeah,
friends of
it's-
his are part of how shit the system is. I don't know.
It's like a
I
subplot
think-
that they started, but they just don't do anything with it. They just forget about it. Like, that doesn't go anywhere. The whole
Also,
broken
I was
justice
also really
system.
surprised when like Iris shows up and he says, "Oh yeah, those are my friends." I thought they were like harassing him. I thought they were following him and being kind of workplace bullies. I didn't think he considered them to be any kind of.
Oh, are they just
And-
assholes? Like, I thought they
Yeah.
were his
Harasses
friends.
me.
I don't know anymore.
I don't know.
I don't know. Someone in chat asked, by the way, so you know, what were the consequences of the time traveling from the Snyder Cut if this is in line with that? Nothing.
Nothing. Don't think
yeah.
about it.
Oh,
Nothing.
right, that
Another
happened.
Just like the movie in which it appeared.
Yeah, there was
Don't
no
think
consequences of
about
that, nor are they at this. Yes, Iris
Maybe
does.
it created another spaghetti noodle. Maybe this is
Maybe
that
it
spaghetti
did.
noodle.
Maybe it
The
did.
noodle
And this is the
rises.
movie that happened as a result of the spaghetti noodle.
Iris shows up and they have a conversation that I thought was that I had thoughts about, right? So the first thing she says is, your father's appeal is tomorrow, right? I'm covering it for the paper. And then he's like, whoa, you asking me about this for the paper? And she says, no, just as a friend. But the public would like to know. And I was like,
Oh,
what the fuck?
thanks.
Wait. And then he's like, my only official comment is that my dad is innocent. And I was like, okay, good move from him, because yeah, this person might be a vulture, be careful. And then
Yeah.
she says,
Mhm.
well, you know, no one would want to believe their dad killed their mom. And he's
Let's
like,
say
"What do you
Vulture in
mean
a movie.
believe?" And I was just like, Jesus Christ! Like, what happened? I thought Ira's supposed to be like a friendly person, and you know, she later explains like, "Oh yeah, I should have been more sensitive in that conversation." It's like, no, you're just being a dick. Like, this is just
Yeah,
weird
you're
shit
being
to
a piece
say.
of shit.
Like, oh yeah, your dad's like basically facing the court case of his whole life tomorrow. How you feeling about it? The people of the public world would like to know, and I'm writing for the paper. It's like, fuck off. And then
Yeah, piss
and then
off.
to say like, of course you would want to believe your dad didn't kill your mum. Thanks. Like, just why? You know, and then he like runs off, which I thought was just a great decision. Stay away from it. She comes
Yeah.
back though, so
Yeah, this is basically the love interest of his in this movie. It's like, okay.
Remember when Flash took the wiener and he saved
No,
her from
don't
the
remind me
car
of that.
crash?
I remember the
And
wiener.
Remember the sesame seed?
Mm-hmm.
I will never
It's
forget
actually
that movie is
interesting
forever
because-
burned into the back of my
Unir-
brain.
It might
Coming
be
up
the most
randomly
famous
in
sesame seed in
dreams.
cinematic history.
Doesn't she end up like asking him, like, "Hey, didn't I like see you somewhere?"
Yeah.
So was she perceiving
I don't know.
him in the Speed Force?
Literally,
Sometimes
like
when I
less
close my
than.
eyes, I still see
I don't even know if he would have
characters.
registered it in front of her face, even as a blip, like anything. But apparently so. Yeah, she has some memory of him from that experience.
Which doesn't work because at the end when Flash is with Mom in the supermarket, he like kind of takes his. I mean, she doesn't notice anything, so that wouldn't. I mean,
Wait, what
maybe
do you-
she's just
oh,
old
right,
and her
because he
brain
does.
isn't
Yeah,
fast,
she's
so-
old. Yeah, her eyes
She's
are
old, but
Yeah.
Iris is young and fertile, so she can notice with her eyeballs
She has
the
higher FPS.
the man and his wiener in front of her
No.
very quickly. She's like a fighter pilot. She just needs to see a flash of something. No, I mean, not like that.
Oh, nice one.
Wait,
I
if
mean,
this
not
is
like
canon to Snyder Cut, how come she doesn't know he's the Flash? Oh no. Oh no.
Shut
You
up.
guys are
Because-
fucked up. You guys
He was
are
that fast.
fucked
That's
up.
how fast
He was
he
so
was.
fast. FPS. So we move on to he phones his dad and he tells him like I had Bruce Wayne run the footage or a friend whatever run the footage. It's crystal clear, but you never look up, so it's kind of useless to them. And then the dad says like don't worry about it. It's actually easier for me in here than out there because at least in here I can imagine she's still alive out there living her life. I thought that was really strange.
It's a very
Weirdo.
strange thing to say. It also
You would
feels
think
like
that
a kind of a man. It's almost awkward, right? That you would be like, you know, it's almost better for me in here, away from you, not really like in your life, you know, because it makes things easier for me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's a very strange thing to say.
And
This
his
seems like-
excuse is doubly odd because you'd think that if you were in prison for the murder of her, it would be really difficult for you to forget or to fool yourself into thinking that she was alive
Well,
when
and
you're
not
in
only
prison
that,
for
but
her
also-
being dead.
You have to deal with it's something that the film doesn't address because, and I'm guessing it will, because of course there'll be no sequel. But like, you're just cool with like the guy who did it actually just being out there like scot free. Like you're at peace
I suppose
with that.
someone would try and argue it's like, well, he's saying all of this to convince Barry to stop wasting any time trying to get him out of there because he thinks it's
Of course,
hopeless.
Yeah.
I just think it's a
Sure.
really strange thing to say because you could argue that
that in a
for
much better way.
anywhere. You could be home and still imagine she's alive if you want to do it that way. I just think that there were way better options for like, you know, Barry. We've already lost someone we love so much. Like why should we lose? Like why should you lose your life trying to get me out of here or something when it's just never gonna happen? Something like that, you know.
I was just thinking of him being in prison, and then another prisoner comes up to him and says, "So what are you in here for?" And he's like, "No reason."
No reason. Just
I don't like to
chilling.
think about it. I don't even know what it is.
No reason. I just like it here. It's just I just need this. You know, this kind of structure in my life is just what I need.
I get free food, have a scheduled day. It's great. I love it. Please never talk to
Also
me
feel
again.
like this phone call would have been a great spot for like the theme to come barging in because I would expect the movie to have done that.
Oh,
His father could have said something like, "Hey, you know, I have to learn to move on. You have to learn to move on." It doesn't. It does the very opposite. He's like, "No, I'm not going to move on. I'm going to."
you might even say it's a good time to prompt the idea that some problems can't be solved. You know, maybe that would be an example of a time to do that. Instead, in seconds from that moment, they prompt it with something else. They have a little flashback in the Flash's house because he's checking it out while he's on the call with his dad. And
Yeah.
he remembers
It
being...
mustn't sound fun on the dad's end, by the way. He's like,
Yeah,
like,
he just...
Harry, okay?
Imagine he
The sound
hears, like,
effects, yeah.
the full audio of the flashback, like, the mum and the kid, and he's just like, what the fuck?
Are you thinking out loud, Barry? What is happening?
So, the kid's doing some math problems, and this is such a moment of, man, you're a real good writer. No offense, because that's obviously sarcastic. But a lot of films do this. They'll have a seemingly innocuous event, and that you think back to it once you've seen the whole movie, and you see like, oh, that was setting the sort of the breadcrumbs or the foundations for what kind of point the film's trying to make. You get this all the time. But this would be probably one of the most referenced for me in terms of just how clunky and bad this is, all right? So let's set the scene. The kid is solving a maths problem, and it says, how many ways can you make 24? Meaning, of course, like, oh, I don't know, 12 times 2? It's like, yeah, that's one. 12 plus 12? You're like, yep, that's another one. And, you know, theoretically, it's like, I could fill many pages with all kinds of answers. And he says, you know, Mum, this is unfair. What am I supposed to do? There's so many answers. And then she says, a mother to her son about his math problems, not every problem has a solution. Sometimes you need to let go.
And that is how Barry failed math.
It's so funny, because it's like, if your math teacher heard that, they'd be like, why did they tell you that in relation to math?
In relation to maths.
It's kind of weird because, you know, it's been a while since I was in school, but I don't recall ever correctly solving a mathematics question using a philosophy answer. So
the awkward part
My mum
as
told me
well
to
is-
let go. Like, what?
The awkward part as well is he already has like 50 answers on that thing, so
He's already done it.
succeeded with flying colors. So her telling him to let go of the thing he put like multiple solutions to, because the whole point is like, oh, there's not a solution to everything. He has like 50 solutions already, so it doesn't even check out at all.
If you take it for what the writer was hoping you'd take away from it, just that message, it's clunky as hell. But then you actually look at like the material he's done to make it an allegory or whatever. You said like, this doesn't make any sense. Nobody would ever say this about this.
it's like,
Yeah.
it's two layers. The clunk is framed in a clunky way. It's not even like, here's the clunk, everybody. The clunk is just, it like trips in when it comes into the room. It's like, hey everyone, it's me. And he trips on some things. And he's like, oh god, it's me, everyone, it's me. Hi, I'm here, I'm the clunk.
So I'm gonna do a meme right now.
Oh my god.
Because I actually watched the Flashpoint Paradox before we got on the stream, because I haven't watched it in a while, and they have this theme in there as well, and they put that in there like 42 seconds into the movie, and it's so much simpler and way easier. So the thing is, they have not like an accident with the car, like the car broke down, and they're like, hey, stop for me. Barry is like Kid Barry, and it's like, why don't they stop for me? That's bullshit. Fuck you, random person. And then then his mom comes around. It's like, hey, it's fine. And then she just says, when I was a little girl, grandma taught me a prayer: accept the things you cannot change, have the courage to change the things you can, and have the wisdom to know the difference. And then Barry just says, I totally don't get that really. And she's just like, you will, and that's it.
But when does the maths come in?
Nowhere. It's no maths.
Oh. Well, that's a missed opportunity.
It's just so funny because it's so much simpler and non-convoluted. It's just, oh yeah, that's way better.
Yeah, but oh well.
Oh well.
We had a different version, and it was clearly way better.
Yeah, it's an
Yeah.
insane version.
We got the spaghetti movie. So
Hey man,
you know.
hey man, this is the universe where there is apparently only one fucking camera in a convenience store pointed down at the fucking cans of tomatoes.
Jeez, that's not very fucking convenient, is it?
No.
Oh yeah, I didn't even bring that up. I complained to Meme about this. We just went past it.
Oh,
Like I don't understand why his dad is in prison anyway.
well, so yeah,
I
I
just
mean, for
don't
people
get
who
it.
don't know, the way the mum dies, and this is it's just such an absurd like set of information. She goes to the store, she picks up some stuff, she comes home. Oh no, I forgot the tomato soup or whatever. I'm gonna have to your father's gonna have to go get it. So he's sent to go get it, and while he's gone, someone comes into the house because they assume it's empty. She is holding a knife, and there's a scuffle, and then she gets stabbed. That guy runs away. Dad comes home, holds the wife, grabs the knife from her, and then it looks like he's the one that actually stabbed her. So the only thing to be able to absolve him would be that if they had evidence that he did go and get that soup.
So
Yeah.
I think the reason I believe in the comics it was Reverse Flash did it, right?
Yeah, he went
Or
back
I think
because
so.
basically the
Or
rules are he
Zoom.
can't.
It was me. Ben.
Yeah, he goes by both names. But
Okay.
well, so the whole idea with him is that he can't stop the Flash from becoming the Flash because otherwise he won't become Reverse Flash. But he can do everything but, so he can go back and ruin his life in other ways. And so one of the ways he does it is kills his mom. This is I might be skipping ahead a bit here, but Barry seems very avoidant or very disinterested in actually seeing who killed his mom.
Yep,
In this
absolutely,
film.
which is something he can get for free. He can just go grab that information
Yeah.
whenever he wants. It wouldn't even affect
Don't
the
need
timeline.
to change anything.
Absolutely
yeah.
bizarre.
Oh,
Yeah, he doesn't check at all.
Dude, he's
that's right.
he's super happy with the story. Some guy at the right moment in time just happened to decide this house is empty and came in and stabbed my mom. Yeah, it just
Yeah.
happens, It's
Why
unfortunate.
does it hate my mom so much? What did she
Yeah.
do?
I'm
And we
just
see he
curious,
can just
how
pop his head
exactly-
into certain
he
moments
could
in
just-
time. It's
He
just
could
like,
just
yeah.
rewind
Exactly
that
would-
day and find out.
Well, and
but he doesn't.
Some people are highlighting it's like, wait, so did he not have a receipt to prove the purchase? And it's like, does he not have card information? Did he pay by cash? Would the cashier not be able to recognize him?
That's what I was going for. With yeah.
And it's like, yeah, no, none of this.
Oh.
It's only the cam. That's it. And the camera.
They only have one camera pointed at the fucking tomato cans. You don't have one at the entrance. It's
No.
tomato
Those-
cans
look,
so
listen.
impressive
No
for
cameras.
everybody that this is the main
You'd think
cause
you'd
of
have, like, a
The
robberies.
tomatoes are from Italy. They're very
Oh,
expensive.
okay.
That's the most valuable aisle in the entire store. People come from all over the town to steal the tomato sauce from this one.
And you can see in the footage, there's
Savers or whatever.
lots of people in the store.
By the way,
like,
th-
there's
Even
no-
if we were being like super
But the tomatoes are
generous
safe.
to the film, like
Also-
his dad leaves. He doesn't take the car. He just goes out to the middle of nowhere, comes back, and his wife is stabbed.
I just
How would an investigation end up with him being put in prison?
his
so
fingerprints would be on the
here's
knife
something
because he grabbed it, but they should also be competing.
But the fingerprints, of
here's a
course, it's
problem,
his
though.
knife.
Yeah, but he pulled it out.
There's another problem. Just because the camera shows that he was at the shop doesn't really do anything because he got there like 10 seconds after it happened. So like that alibi doesn't even mean anything.
That's actually true.
He
You
could've still
could surely
gone
you
to
could
the
argue
shop.
he killed her anyway.
Right. So it doesn't. It actually doesn't mean anything because she gets stabbed like 10, 15. He hears it. He hears the commotion and runs in.
Yeah, she's
So,
still
like, being
alive
seen on
when
the
he gets in the
camera-
room. So
That doesn't
That's
actually
right,
mean
yeah,
anything.
yeah,
so
that's
like
fair.
that doesn't absolve him at all. If that's the logic that the film. Wow. So like that just doesn't work at all.
that is the
Oh,
logic the
great.
film has. Yeah.
Holy
Great.
shit.
So- It's
And they
fucking
show
both
us
ways.
the scene. She's
Wow.
still like gasping while he's there. So she's not
Yeah,
actually.
so it doesn't even work. Wow. Wow.
Oh wow, great!
Wow,
we made
wow,
it
wow,
even
wow,
worse.
wow.
Hooray!
Well, and this is especially relevant because he is
Congratulations.
absolved by being spotted in that store at the end of the film. So like,
yeah,
Mhm.
that's a good point. Jesus Christ!
and I was just gonna highlight like how bad this is already. We haven't even gotten to the multiverse.
No, we haven't gotten to the time travel and the multiverse and all of the insane shit that stems from that.
Like it's
Yeah.
This is the thing. It's kind of this is one of those ones where it's just like this is gonna be awful, isn't it? And then you're like, it didn't have to be this awful again.
Didn't have to be
Why
this
do they
bad.
like?
Why
Why,
do
are
they
you
keep
so
making-
bad at this?
Why do they keep making
The-
shitty movies?
To revise
just
their
make
first
it-
drafts.
It could be mediocre, you know? It could be like, it could be 4, 5, 6 out of 10, you know, in that general middling kind of
No,
that
but it
middle
has to-
area.
it has to be like a
No.
1 or a 2. It
It has to be shit. And it has to be the worst movie ever made every time.
Please care. Please care. Please.
They don't give a
What's the-
fuck.
Why does it have to be broken in every single regard? And now you're going to make a Batman movie.
Yeah.
It's seriously like they just the first draft is just what they went with. It's just like an afternoon. The Flash says this, and then the Batman says this, and then the time travel ruins everything. And then there's 2 berries, and he eats salad and falls asleep, and then the movie ends. And like it's just done. That's it. Do we want to revise the draft? It's like I might check it for spelling, but you know, it doesn't really matter. And they just go with it. No one goes through these things and is like, oh, does any of this make sense? This doesn't matter. No, whatever. It's fine. We'll just, you know what? Instead of me making a good movie, what if we Make more Batman.
More Batman.
Oh,
Da-da-da-da-da.
this is like the cowbell. This is like the cowbell skit.
More cowbell.
But we need more Batman.
Batman.
More Batman.
They did a few Batmans in
They
this,
put
but
all
there
their
wasn't
money
enough.
into
They did need
CGI.
more.
If only we had more Batman.
The reason I brought that up, by the way, the whole like we haven't hit the multiverse yet, is because we're literally about to hit the multiverse now. This is
Yeah.
it. The next thing that happens
Oh,
is he
let me-
speeds off angrily, and then he goes,
Wait.
"Whoa!" And he's in a coliseum of things.
Does nobody have a comment about his father telling him to call the cops and him running out of the house?
Oh yeah.
I mean, he's a kid.
Harry, call
so, I
911.
don't know, he's
Like
Smart.
he got
Smart.
scared.
runs outside, hoping to find.
It
the
is a little
police
funny.
officer.
It is really.
It is.
Imagine he ran
the
out
cops.
immediately and
He
said,
ran.
"My dad killed my mom. My dad killed my mom."
Oh God! He told me to get the police, but I didn't listen. It's a trap. The police are in on it.
My dad's evil.
Oh
he
my
wasn't getting
God.
soup at all. He was getting a knife to stab my mom.
If he was
He was
supposed to
getting
get
death.
soup, how come he didn't come back with soup? This story doesn't add up.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
I do have a
I
comment.
bet his fingerprints are on his own knife. That's evidence.
I do have a comment though about what's it called, the about the scene in between the Colosseum and the flashback, because something very funny happens that I feel must be highlighted.
Very well.
Because we get this we see Barry, he's all sad. Oh no, oh no, I'm sad. I saw the house, and then he he starts running, and we get this shot of his legs going faster and faster and faster. He's speeding up, and then we get to the green screen shot. He zooms off at super speed, and his legs are going slower as he speeds up now. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah.
as
I
we
don't
go
know how
to the
this
green
shit
screen-
works. Okay, this is the fastest he's ever gone because that's how he unlocks the multiverse. I guess.
So
And when you
Right,
go
so it's
really
actually
Yeah, how
fast,
do-
you slow down.
confused about that
Obviously.
part.
Well,
Because that's how he runs. That's like his run.
It's
in DC. He's
skating,
like
man.
flailing
Well, it's like
his
when-
arms
runs
and
so
he's
fast that he enters a multiverse that has a user
Right.
interface designed for him.
Yes.
okay.
You know when like a ceiling fan or a desk fan thing spins so fast you can start seeing it. It looks like it's spinning slowly. Like the blades, they create like an image around. That's what you're seeing. It's not
good
that he's
point.
moving slower. He's just really really fast. Okay.
Yeah, it's like the wheels on a car. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Or a
I thought
Beyblade.
that was meant to convey like he's now entering the Speed Force.
I'm just making fun of it. I
You're
don't really.
Does this film even say what the Speed Force is, or is that just so like is that an incredible amount of meta doing the heavy lifting?
I think they try to
I think there's a
avoid
life of
explaining
Justice League.
too much
Do they
about.
have the
yeah.
rights to the Speed Force?
I'm sure
Is
they
this
do,
Like
they
a
just-
Tolkien thing.
It's just the less you explain about it, the
Did we mention
better,
the
right?
Speed Force?
I'm pretty sure they do.
In the film.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can't remember. I think
they're very
it's interesting how
offhanded.
we don't all have a
Yes.
definitive answer in the affirmative, but it's
Well,
it's like I think I did.
It's a complicated disaster. This, you know, it's
It is a complicated. It's very. It's like
It
spaghetti.
is very
large
complicated.
spaghetti. Yeah.
But
So
Oh, and how
No,
does
but I
this
have
work
more.
with him going back in? How with him running super fast in the Snyder cut or the? How does that? What
I don't know.
Different movie.
I don't know.
is he running
but-
faster
Right.
than that or slow? I assume he's running faster than the time travel one if he can go to different dimensions.
oh shit,
or
yeah.
whatever.
Hang on. So sorry if that's what you're asking. Is like, what's the difference between him running so fast he reverses time and running so fast he has access to the multiversal DVD menu or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah. How does that even?
Is it like is it like I start on my left foot or start on my right foot or maybe maybe it's a pure speed thing where you have like little windows. If you run between this speed and this speed, you can cross
Yeah.
dimensions. But if you run between this speed and this speed, now
How
it's
did
just
he-
time travel, and that's different.
How did he not already know that he could time travel?
He
Oh, he kind
he
of
did.
but
He
Well,
did from the
he
Snyder
should've.
cut.
Yeah. Well.
Well, When Mahler and I were watching the movie, I had suggested that this time travel thing, it should have been something that was on his mind for a long time, like in between movies and stuff, where he's been thinking about it, you know, and he's like researching it, and he's looking at all these books, and he's watching videos, and he's like learning about what's the theory behind, you know, quantum this and time travel that and everything, and then maybe that's what clues Batman in to be like, oh shit, is Barry thinking about doing some time travel shenanigans? I'd better say no, Barry, don't do it. This is bad stuff. Don't do it. But instead, the film is just like, I don't know, they talk in an alley, I guess, about it.
Well, yeah, because there should have been that conversation. You're right, where he says like, I reversed it enough so that we could kill Darkseid. maybe I could reverse it really far. And what what does
Mhm.
that mean? Can I
Right.
really undo some disasters? And then you have Batfleck be like, don't. And then that's
Just
it.
don't.
We're gonna get to that actually, but yeah. So
He says our scars make us who we are and all that. So yeah, we'll get there.
when we enter the multiversal Coliseum, Flema, it's the thing that the director's trying to defend. You see, like, think of it as, like, as was said, a Coliseum where he's in the center of it on like a treadmill that's just running constantly, but he's running backwards, right? His legs are going backwards, I think. I can't remember, but
They do at some
Something like
point.
that.
Look like it.
the way it works is like loads of, think of it as a frame from a movie, but then repeated over and over again in a big circle, and then a layer up is a different part of a different movie, the same thing, and up again and up again and up again, and they're all like playing, but they're all not from the movies. They're all recreations in CG that are really bad, and apparently they are bad on purpose. Now, I'm willing to concede that there was some intention of trying to make them look particularly stylized. It just looks like shit.
Yeah, it looks
Which
really bad.
both of those things
Like-
can be possible.
Like, yeah, compare this look to the look that the Kryptonian ship in Man of Steel decided to recreate the events of, like, the fall of Krypton.
Oh yeah, like
But almost like
this. I don't understand it because of how much time this has been cooking as a film. But I guess they were actually happy with what they had there. They were like, "Yep, this is the style we want." Do you think many of the animators are like, "This is the style you want?" And he was like, "Yes," and they're like, "Okay." So the style is called unfinished. We're just gonna let it be. That's fine. Yeah, and so he sees all of that, and he concludes by poking. Oh, you remember this? He pokes his head through, and It's I've seen the meme on Twitter where it's like
the Love and Thunder bullshit
Yep.
all over again.
Love and
Oh
Thunder
my
literally
God.
set out a challenge, and the Flash said, "Hold my beer." It was like, I got this. It's the same thing. The like disembodied head floating there with weird CG bullshit behind it. It's like, wow,
Mhm.
you did it again. Did you guys not know that everyone
Enough
made fun
floating
of the other
heads.
movie for it? You've had like Love and Thunder's been out for how long? People have been making fun of that particular moment of Love and Thunder for how long? I just don't get it. How did nobody on the team be
It's
like,
the
we
only
should probably
legacy that movie has.
alter this? And you'd be like, how? And it's like, just don't do it with the floaty head. It looks terrible. People make fun. Just don't. Or do you think they were
have
like,
them be
fuck
there,
it, we've
but, like,
got
translucent or something, or they're
something
like,
like
I
that?
don't know,
It could work.
something. Maybe
But do you think
it's like they're standing there, but no one notices.
they were like, there's
them.
so much bad shit in here, whatever, just let it go. There's no point in trying to hide a little bit of it.
We've got to move on. It's like we've got to move on to the other 97,000 things we've got to animate. If we have time, we'll come back and give it a second pass. And they, of course, never did. But that
Mhm.
was probably what they're like. We've got to do at least all of it. The first run through.
Anyway, from that he
Anyway.
concludes, holy shit, I can go back in time and change events.
Walk through walls, disappear, and
If I
fly.
could
He's a lot
find
more
a
unique than
way.
the other guy.
It's gonna be amazing. So yeah, he goes to
Gonna be
talk to
really-
Bruce, and he's like, "You can travel back through time." And he's like, "Yeah," which I thought was weird because they already knew that. And then he's like, "That's sounds like it's gonna be irresponsible." And he's like, "I figured you'd say that, because you have no idea what the consequences would be," which is just, yep, that's the normal thing to say.
Yeah.
And then he's like, "But I can fix things. I can save your parents." And then he says the thing. He says, "Barry, these scars we have, they make us who we are. We're not meant to go back and fix them. There's nothing broken about you." That's to be, and he says, "Take it from a guy who's made a lot of mistakes. Don't live in your past. Live your life. Don't let your tragedy define you."
You contradicted yourself
Wait, I did
a
or he
little
did?
bit. He did a little bit. These scars make us who we are. Don't let your past define you. It's like, you kind of just did, though, a little bit.
That's true.
Yeah.
I
Well, but,
understand the spirit of what he's saying.
well, Barry
I'm just
even
being
says-
It is
just
kind of
ridiculous.
funny to be like,
It
yeah.
is.
I
Yeah.
think Bruce is like, genuinely, I think Bruce is saying that he is a victim of that, and that's not a good thing, because he says,
Yeah. Like, I'm being a little bit,
because
Like,
Barry
the-
says your
the-
tragedy made you a hero, and he says it also made me alone.
Mhm.
Well, I think what
Should've
they could have
said.
done is they could have just had Bruce say, "Well, my parents dying is a canon event," and then no one would have given a
Aw.
shit.
Well,
What? The point being in this case is that's what Batman is saying to Flash. Flash ain't really
well, I thought it was like the whole "your tragedy made you a hero." Him saying it also made me a load. I was like, well, that's the way you've written that. That's going to prompt now Barry to say something, and he does. He says, "Do you want to hang out?" And then Bruce is like, "Not this time. Maybe some other time." I was just like,
that almost feels like a meta statement, doesn't it?
well, yeah. I was like, why did you write it that way? Because now you have to have it awkwardly end when it was like kind of the most meaningful thing you say in this whole movie, and then you have this ending of like, "I'm alone." It's like I could hang out with you, and he's like, "No."
No, we don't have time for that. We got to get in the multiverse stuff. And by the way, that's the end of that's the end of
That's
Ben
Batfleck.
Affleck Batman. That's it.
Yeah,
Bye.
Ben Affleck Batman.
And I will say,
it wasn't your
both
fault.
his
drives
Bruce
away in his
Wayne,
Mercedes down the alley. Goodbye.
both his Bruce Wayne
you
and
were all right,
Batman
I guess.
appearances were solid, considering they were both like 2 minutes long at maximum.
Yeah. I mean, kind of.
It's sad that we never got to see a fully realized like Ben Affleck Batman Bruce Wayne in the way
He could
that.
have been a
Wow.
great
Yeah.
Batman.
I mean, yeah. It is a little bit sad, isn't it?
He really could have
what
been a
squandered
great
potential that was.
I mean, it's
Thing-
like they had
What a
three. I mean, great. They had a great Superman actor, great Batman actor, and they're just like, well, we'll never get to know what that could have been. You know?
No,
That
we never really
sucks.
will, and it's not
That
their fault.
sucks.
It was the
What?
fault
But-
of the
what is
writing
it?
and
What?
direction. What?
Did someone hear that? Did y'all hear that?
I heard a whistle, but I don't know who that was.
That was me. I was just sending off Ben Affleck with a whistle.
Oh, okay. All right. Don't grumble. Give a whistle.
Yeah, he's gone. And
It's also funny that Barry mentioned that he's like, yeah, butterfly effect, I understand, and then he proceeds the movie not understanding the butterfly effect like at
Well,
all.
Well,
so
yeah.
it's
That's
a
a
problem
Mongo
one
kind
way
of
or the other. On one way, Ben Affleck believes, or rather, Batman believes he understands the issue, which makes him a complete fool, or he doesn't believe that Barry understands, in which case he should be fucking following him. And you know what?
Yeah.
It would have been an excuse for another action scene to have Barry commit to the whole multiversal traveling thing. He's gonna do it, and then Batman comes to stop him, and then they have to like do a thing, you know? Because I think it's retarded that Batman's like,
Like a
oh,
Spider-Man, Doctor
you're intending to
Strange
save my
kinda-
parents and your mum, and you believe you can do this with no consequences? Well, you shouldn't. Bye. Like, he's gonna do it, dude. He's gonna do it. He's obviously gonna do it.
And what's interesting is that there should be that. So there's a couple like little layers here, right? In terms of the sort of things that maybe a smarter, more intelligent, deep thinking writer might have gone with. If you're Bruce Wayne and you really believe that if this guy, this kid essentially, it has the power to time travel, cross universes, do stuff like that, that means that you would be living in like existential terror, that you might just stop existing one moment,
Right.
and a different version of like everything in reality is constantly like it's like you essentially have someone who's a reset button for the universe, and they can press it at any moment, and you just have to live knowing that that's something that they could just do whenever they want to. And that must be a really weighty thing to have on your mind. But there's also, when it comes to the element of being a time traveler, there's this idea that if you can, as was established in the Zack Snyder, the Snyder cut of Justice League, right? If you can constantly reset anytime you want without consequences, then it devalues everything.
Yep.
No event, no person, no accomplishment, nothing has any value. Every conversation that you have with someone, everything that you do, everything that happens to you, you can just reset it. People aren't even people. There's not even like a person there, because if something bad happens to you that you don't want, or if you have a conversation with someone and it doesn't go your way, it's fine. Just reset it. Nothing has any finality. Nothing has any value to it.
I mean, think about this, Rags. From what we discover in this movie, it's not set in stone that Darkseid successfully invades and kills like all of the Justice League, but it is set in stone that the Flash's mum dies. Like,
it's one of these like,
why?
who's writing this shit?
Who decides that shit?
Yeah, it's like, why is this?
George.
Why is this a thing that has to happen? Why is this a canon of it? Or why is this a thing that just happens to be? Like, seriously, is there like some deity, some agent that's making it to where it has to be this way? Because there's no logical or intuitive link between these things happening, right? How come the universe resets if the Flash's mom lives. Like what?
Mhm.
Like why is that? What's the link? What? How does one lead
Well, you know
to
what?
the other?
We'll go even heavier on that once we get the person to explain all the mechanics when we get there, the
Oh, yeah.
exposition scene.
Yeah, sure.
Because we're not. Well, we're a little far away, I guess. So yeah, Iris just pops up and she's like, "I want to hang." And there's a couple jokes. One of them is she's like, "Wow, you have fancy friends," and he says it was an Uber executive Uber, because obviously it was fucking super expensive thing. It's like, that's a 50-50 joke. And then she says, "I'm not here as a reporter. Can we talk?" Which is the quickest way to trust a reporter,
no.
I'm sure.
So here's the
Okay, we
thing,
just need
go if you're a reporter, it's just like it's like if you're a game journalist, just fucking stay away from me. It's like it doesn't matter. You're just like you're trying to get news from me. You're trying to get something. I just don't believe you, especially after the last thing that you said to me. You know, I just don't. You know, we're not gonna be friends. You're trying to weasel your way into learning
Into
about
a story,
things.
yeah, which sucks.
Yeah,
Imagine like
Go
when
away.
they're selecting difficulty, they say, "I'm not here as a game journalist."
I'm not here as a
They
game
choose normal
journalist.
mode.
I'm not here as a game journalist.
No, then they actually play the hard mode. It's like,
That's the
finally
only
can
way they
play the
could do
way
it.
I want.
Ah, finally. I can pretend I like video games. I can enjoy video games. Enough of this charade. Ah, I'm not even
Yeah.
getting paid to play this video game. I'm doing it because I enjoy it.
So
Woo!
grabs he like fast cleans up his room.
It turns into like a slapstick comedy for like 5 minutes, and
Yeah.
I
Well-
hated it, to be honest. Personally, I didn't find it funny at all. I was just like,
I
just,
I like.
I thought it was
I think
meh.
it's a. I thought it was. It's like it's like a lot of. Sometimes the jokes. There's a couple jokes in here that I was like, okay, that was good. And this is also one of those meh ones. Of course, the Flash is like, oh shit, a girl's coming over, and he uses his super Flash powers to clean up his place really, really, really quickly before he opens the door. I'm like, yeah, it's amusing, it's something, It's,
You can tell just by the way the shot was framed, because it was very jarring to me when they were standing in the doorway, and he's walking over, and there's this very clear cut in the middle of the frame. He was going to lean on the wall, and the closet was going to pop open,
yeah.
coming from a mile away.
Mm-hmm. He phases through the wall to grab beers, and as someone who's not that familiar with Flash's powers, I was like, "What the fuck?
What the
He can
fuck
go
are
through
you
walls?"
doing?
Yeah.
But that's how they
How do you
introduced
learn
that.
how to do
That's-
that?
Yeah, he figured that out at some point, and that's something he can do. It's gonna come up later in a couple of ways. And the beer pops when he opens it. It goes, which is another meme.
Yeah, I didn't mind that
Yeah.
one.
That's a pretty good joke. It's a pretty good joke.
Enjoyed that it
It-
didn't interrupt the scene. Like, it just happened, and they
Mhm.
brushed it off. They didn't dwell on it or
Well,
anything.
we sort of passed by another little subtle one where after he cleans up the room super fast and they walk into the room, he steadies the light fixture because it's kind of swaying a little bit, and he reaches up and he makes it still as they're having a conversation. Like, oh, that's nice little subtle. I say, oh, that's a little slightly amusing. Oh, look at you go. You're sort of making some. You're doing a humor. All right, look at you.
So anyway, they're talking.
Yeah.
She says, "I should have been more sensitive," and he says, "I could have been less sensitive." And she's like, "You lost so much, both parents, and technically through the system." And she's like, "You wanted to fix it, right? That's why you became a forensics person." And he says, "Yeah, fix it. If I could just go back and fix it, I could fix it." And I was sitting there like, that was literally your point of view with Bruce. What do you mean? Why are you saying this
Yeah,
like this is just
what
discovered?
changed?
What?
And
This
also,
was
you haven't thought about this since the first time you
I don't-
realized you could time travel. That wasn't like your first thing you thought about.
But like I don't buy it. That's exactly what he was saying earlier. It's like I could make it so our parents didn't die. It's like, oh, you mean like fix it? But for some reason in
Yeah.
this scene when she says fix it, he's like, wait a minute, fix it. Oh
Fix
my
it?
god, that's it. Euphoria.
genius.
You're what's the word? Eureka. That's it. Like we've discovered the truth. Fix it. That's just what I needed to hear. Now I will do the
This
multiverse.
is like
We did it.
this is like if Iris shows up late for the date and she says, "Oh, sorry, it took me so much time to travel over here." It's like, wait, time to travel?
oh,
Time travel? Wait a second. Wait there. And then he goes off and he.
If I could turn back time.
You should have just gone really clunky with it in this movie and had Iris be like, man, you know, I never told anybody this, but my mum almost died if I hadn't told her to get some soup. And, you know, just that sometimes you just can't go back in time and tell someone to, or drop a soup can, you know what I
thought
mean?
you were going. I thought you were going a different angle where she's like, man, sometimes sometimes I wonder if if I had a time machine, what I would do with it, and I would probably go back and save my mom from dying and my dad from being framed for
Didn't
her
she say that
murder.
though? Doesn't she actually
Hmm.
mention the desire to travel back in time?
Does she?
Does she?
I thought
Oh,
he...
if we could
I
only.
think she does.
I thought he said something like, if I could only go back, and then she's like, yeah, you know, we all wish that or whatever. But yeah, it's just, there's so many examples of how rough the writing is in terms of just there's just no subtlety at all, and it's kind of sad because like everything else is already going to be fucked because of like the multiversal rules, but can't even get like basic dialogue to sound even remotely real. It's just the goals of pushing the plot along is all the writing is. Yeah,
I
and
like also that he goes on this ramble where it's like, oh, I can do this and this and this, and just unlocks his supercomputer right in front of her and then leaves. It's like, oh, you probably don't want to do that.
his logic, by the way, is that if I get her that soup can, she won't send the dad off to go and get it, and thus he will be in the house and able to protect her from the guy who stabs, right?
Yes.
But what if the dad just got stabbed as well?
That
Yeah,
would
what if
be
the whole family got murdered?
hilarious.
As a
You'd be like,
result?
oh fuck, no.
Damn, I killed them both.
I just like, yeah, it's so weird that he didn't want to find out who did the stabbing and maybe just stop them as they enter the house. He just fucking punches them in the face.
Yeah, he just
Yeah.
waits outside the house, by there, and then once the guy shows up, yeah, he just punches him. He just clocks him in the face, saves his
Wouldn't he
mom.
consider that to be like too much interaction?
The consequence is the mum staying alive, is it not? That's the reason that everything fucks up. It's not like the moving the can was the reason everything changed necessarily. Because that's another problem, is that the idea they literally use the term butterfly effect and yet don't respect what that means. That if you go back in time and are present there at all, that means you've changed everything. Like you being there is a completely thing that shouldn't have happened. The idea that it's like, oh, moving a can versus punching a guy in the face, consequently the
They
punch is
should've-
way bigger, right? And it's like, not necessarily.
They should have gone with like ripples. Like, well, he's like changing something in time is like throwing a rock in a pond where everything you do makes a ripple. So make sure that if you go back in time, you just make tiny little ripples that don't go very far. It doesn't really change anything big. Just do little things. Do little things. The less you change, the safer you are. And this is like, nah, spaghetti.
Yeah, that's actually what they, as a comparison, that's what they do in the Flashpoint paradox. That's like the only rule they put up. It's like, yeah, if you change something, it changes things in front and back. That's all. There's no multiverse shenanigans going on. Just this is funny to see because they base a lot of it from there, and it's like, you had it right there. Why did you add all these bullshit things to those
Because
rules?
they needed Batman and Batman and
And
Batman and
I'm pretty
General
sure-
Zod
Um,
Batman.
Batfleck says like
Fleck.
even a change of a blade of grass could make like serious consequences difference. And then Barry says as he's leaving, like, I can go there and back without ever making much of a difference. It's just like you're just
Much of it,
avoiding. Like dialogue is easier when you don't have to actually address anything. You're just like, fuck it, Barry's
Yeah.
gonna do it anyway.
We don't want to have an
Batman would have
interesting.
stopped him.
We
Oh,
don't want to have
totally.
an interesting conversation. We just want Batman and Batman and Superman and Superman.
Batman would have appealed to be like, if you change something, then like you might make it to where that like I don't even exist. Like we don't
Well,
ever
you don't even
meet.
exist, right?
Or you don't even exist. Like the version of you like changes, and we don't know how that. Like this is all theoretical. It's never been done. You might like we don't know if it causes. So if we don't know how these time paradoxes might resolve if you cause yourself to not exist. And I mean, we like you can't do this. Here's reasons 1 through 89, and there's many more. I'm sure you just can't do it.
89.
But Bruce is
huh?
like, nah, you probably won't. You probably won't do it. It's fine. Whatever. I'm gonna go
Reasons-
drive away in my Mercedes Benz.
Reasons 1
Not gonna
through
put a
Batman
tracker on it or
89.
anything.
Batman 89.
So he does
Boom.
it, goes back, puts the can in the cart, and things change. I'm considering us having the big multiversal discussion now, involving the information we get later, instead of waiting
Sure.
until later, because foundationally it might be more straightforward, because then we don't have to keep revealing and going backward or whatever, like in terms of re-explaining everything. He does it, and he starts like moving forward, and he starts seeing these events where his mum is celebrating his birthday and hanging out with him as he's growing up, which of course didn't happen originally because she was dead. And he's like smiling, looking at it. And I think one of the first thoughts that we were having was like, oh, but you're not experiencing that. Someone else
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
Like,
You're
That's
giving
not
you're giving a
you.
different version of Barry a life where he lives with his mom, but like you aren't like
Yeah,
you're not going to
you-
experience any of that yourself.
if anything, like what you might conclude now is that you're an anomaly. You come from a deleted timeline. You're
Yep.
just existing in this bubble, and you're about to teleport yourself into a world where there's a different Barry. Like, that should probably be the first thought you have.
Because Barry is it's kind of a problem with the movie. Barry's an idiot in this movie, but they say he's super smart, and some of the things that he does kind of depend on him being super smart. But the way that he talks and the way that he thinks about things and what he does, especially regarding how he thinks time travel would work, make him seem really, really stupid.
And so, with how the rules work, is that you go back in time, you change anything, it'll fuck the whole timeline in terms of it pivots the whole thing, so everything's different. But some things are the same, because there are intersections.
There's still because of course, there's always going to be a city called whatever. There's always going to be a Batman, I
There's
guess.
always going to be a
or
lighthouse
super
and a
person.
girl.
Yeah, it's not like, oh, actually, the dominant species on Earth is highly evolved arthropods or something like that. No, it's that kind of thing. It's that kind of different, where it's different enough to where you don't notice it at first until someone says, "Oh, well, what about that stuff?" Like,
And so
"Whoa,
to
my universe is
try and iron this out a little bit, if we're using the information we have from the whole film now, just mechanics-wise, it's said that Barry doing this creates the multiverse.
Yes.
So, if that's true, then before he did that, there were no other universes?
Which would be the
would
same
assume so.
problem that Loki has, right? That every other Marvel timeline didn't exist until Loki.
But multiverses were made and were already elaborated on in Doctor Strange.
Right, well, yeah, but let's
Yeah.
not get tangled up in Marvel's
No,
rules.
Because
These ones are
in
more...
this- Because in the same way, there should have been a multiverse created when he time traveled in the Snyder Cut, right?
Well, just the idea that he would create the multiverse in and of itself was like, really? Like, it doesn't just exist sort of on its own?
Mm-hmm.
Or
That really
yeah, or-
shouldn't be how it works.
Or it's just like, or they're just like theoretical kind
Well,
of
so
multiverses, but
I'm trying to
there's
be
one
as
reality. But
kind to the film as possible, right? The pivot explanation comes in, and then Bruce says when you fuck around with it enough, it creates the multiverse. So, did Barry do it, or did the spooky purple Barry do it when he did the thing Bruce is kind of alluding to, where you go back and forward, 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 until it just goes... because I have so many issues no matter what the answer is. One of them, for example, is the implication that we have just timeline 1, and that's it. That's everything. That's all of it. Barry does his thing, and he creates Batman 89 universe?
Yeah.
Question mark?
Really dumb. It's awkward. It's really complicated to even make
And then
sense of it.
to go to
So-
that universe, or to be in that universe, and to speak to Batman himself, and Batman seems to be at peace with the idea that his is the universe as a result of a skewed Prime one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
That you have that, but then there is also, in the way that he explains it, almost makes it sound like Barry didn't create new timelines. He essentially catapulted himself into another timeline where there was like a crossover point. You know how like he does the explanation of, you know how like general time travel rule is, imagine there's a strand, this line represents time, you do something at X point, it branches off from X point into a new one, whereas he does the overlap of the spaghetti that goes, backwards and forwards in time. I kind of read that as, oh, so like Barry's changed the universe that he's in. He hasn't like
So does that
rewound
mean...
time so much as he's
There's
put
only
himself in
one-
a different timeline.
like there can only be one timeline at any given time, and it's just
No,
however
not
you mix
that,
it
but-
and match it.
No,
It just,
like
you just
legit.
scramble it.
No. I was thinking like actual like multiverse travel, that he's not changing timelines. He's essentially putting himself into existing different
different ones.
timelines.
So then,
where
did he
things
affect
happen.
his original timeline at all?
So the problem is, I
He
don't
could go back
know
there, theoretically.
because something that Barry says is like, I created a world with no metahumans. It's like, well, you didn't create it, right? Like that. It's not that you create, but that. To be fair, he says that before he meets Bruce Wayne. I think that the film plays fast and loose on purpose because it doesn't want to actually decide on what its rules are. Is it time travel? Is it multiverse travel? Is it a mixture of both? I have no idea.
I think it makes
don't
zero
know.
sense no matter what you choose. You kind of just have to
Yeah.
No matter.
talk about the different
Well,
potentials.
yeah, because to touch on that, something that Barry starts to realize throughout the film is, well, wait a minute, I only changed time at this point in time. Why is it that people, who were born before this happened weren't born, or things didn't play out in that way? And then Bruce is like, "Oh, time obviously isn't linear, right?" And it's like, okay,
Okay, if you say so.
the
Obviously.
consequences of the choices you make don't only span into the future, but they also span into the past, and that further confuses me because it's like, so you didn't go to a different multiverse, then you created a multiverse essentially by doing this, a multiverse where it not only deviates in the future but is significantly different in the past, which I don't really understand that either.
Well, and it sounds
Like,
like
I
this
don't-
is the original instance of it, but yet Bruce has the most clarity-induced take on all of this out of all the characters. Why?
Exactly.
He was so
But-
sure of his of
And he
his
does it
explanation.
immediately and calmly,
Yeah.
and he's at peace with the idea that his universe is a result of a different one being skewed, or that Barry jumped into his from his own one. Like, why is this so normal to him, and why does it feel like he's explained it before? What's his history
Yeah.
with the
Strange that it would be
multiverse?
normal to him when he presumably has like no history with the multiverse in
No.
which again this is meant to be a continuation of the Tim Burton films. I basically don't consider it. Like, I'm gonna be real, I don't look at those Tim Burton films and think, yeah, this is like the direct sequel to those stories. It just doesn't.
To be honest,
Yeah,
if you watch the
doesn't
two
really
of those and then you think of Snyderverse Zod arriving in it, it's just like, no.
Nah, it's just
No.
incompatible. It really is
No.
incompatible, isn't it?
No, because what you have here is because if this is supposed to be the continuation of those films, what is the Tim Burton verse? Oh, well, it's a mangled version of the DCEU that Barry created, and you have the two films there, and then he cleans up Gotham in between, and then Zod comes down and skull fucks the planet, and that's the end of the Tim Burton Batman universe. Like, you just can't
Tim
do
Burton
that.
probably enjoys skull fucking though.
True.
I think that it doesn't make a lot of sense. That's kind of my conclusion here.
I don't think it
Yeah.
makes sense at all. And the idea that
None.
it's something that Barry can directly interface with convenient, simple user controls and everything as well, I don't really understand that. The fact that the ability for him to travel backwards or forward in time is bound to his life events rather than anything possible, I don't get that either. That like the only places he can travel to seemingly are points in his life rather
Right.
than any place at any time. Because does the Speed Force recognize his own existence all the way back to when he was a kid, before he had the Speed Force, that could give him some kind of connection to those points in time, rather than just being able to move to any point in time and space ever? Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
But there's. I was also gonna on your point about the catapulting thing. Wouldn't he catapult himself the second he goes back, because that's already a different universe?
It has. Well, the problem is that like a lot of time travel stories don't want to deal with that. But like the fact that you said it before, the fact that you even exist there, you've displaced the air particles. That's going to change reality.
Yeah, those two
And you might be like,
universes
"Well, that's
can't
stupid." Like,
coexist. They have to
they
be
can't
different.
coexist. It is a fundamentally different. It was the same problem that fucking. Wait, no, we don't need to talk about.
Well, we
We don't have to
do,
talk about
because
Marvel,
this
like,
film
movies
has
do.
the exact same fucking line that Endgame does. He's like, I bet you learned a lot about time travel from movies. Well, they don't get it right. Like, what they tell you in those movies is bullshit. It's like, stop
Scott
Listen to
saying
my
that. It's
explanation.
so
Scott
annoying.
says Back to the Future is a bunch of bullshit. It's like Back to the Future makes more sense than you. Fuck off. Like, don't
Mhm.
shit on
Both of
things
you.
that are better than you. Like, in terms of storytelling. Because yeah, this is another one where it's like it's like, oh, we're clever because we're not going with the standard rules. It's like, have you ever thought why they're the standard rules? Have you ever thought that it might just be because they make a little more sense?
They're a
'Cause
little
if
less
he-
fucking confusing.
Because then
Well,
if he
it's easy to tell a
created that,
story with them.
if he did create that multiverse, that means he created the Wombo Flash version, and that kicks him out.
Oh,
but
well,
that
yeah,
can't
yeah.
but that can't exist because that didn't exist before.
Well, didn't
and they
Purple
fixed
Flash
it with-
say that he he enabled his own existence. He made Barry create him or something. That's something he
Yeah,
says.
it was the ultimate.
Yeah,
But
which
it's
just doesn't make any sense.
I mean, they
Well,
call it
so-
an endless paradox and fixed it with
It's a
that
closed
in their
loop
mind.
sort of
It's a
thing,
paradox,
but it
Lamau.
well,
contradicts
it's
how it's
something.
meant
It's
to.
something as well that's because we basically find out that this is true. Like the younger Barry that he meets in this alternate universe is not him. He's like a different. It's not him in the past.
Mhm.
He's a different person because when he dies, spoiler or whatever, that kills Dark Flash, but doesn't kill
Right.
normal Flash because he's from an alternate timeline. It's something that a lot of time travel films struggle with.
Mhm.
So X-Men Days of Future Past, when Wolverine goes back to the present, he like kills essentially the version of
Yes.
himself that existed in that timeline. He supplants his consciousness. There's time travel stories that have those kind of problems of dealing with like, if you essentially
Where did you
transplant that
go?
person
What
into the
happens to you?
consciousness that exists there. This film is different. It seems as though you essentially exist in a world where there is just another version of you. When you travel to a different timeline and change the past, there's a different version of you, which of course poses problems at the end of the movie, because at the end of the movie, there is Barry in this universe who has no memories or familiarity with anything that's happened in this universe. And it's like, well, so where's the Barry that was here? Where's the Barry who did know George Clooney, Batman, who exists
Right.
in this world? Where is
Yep.
he? He
So
disappeared.
we
Did he
get
delete?
a serious problem for that in the desert part, where like the big wasteland part. If we're told that Barry
Yes.
2 is traveling back in time over and over and over and over and over and over again, there should be like thousands of flashes.
There
Yeah.
should be.
Yeah.
There should be thousands
Because
of
in-
flashes.
In the desert scene, you see the two
Yeah, you
flashes
do.
in that time currently, and then they just walk away
Exactly.
from it, and it's like, oh wait, where'd they go?
Yeah, there should be 4
Well, it's,
flashes, when 1 flash would have been enough to wipe out the entire army.
Oh God!
This is, which, by the
Easily.
way,
When you
but,
said
like,
4 flashes, I thought you said something else for a second.
was a-
Jeez.
there was an episode of it was one of the Family Guy Road 2 episodes. I think it was Road to the Pilot
Multiverse?
that dealt. No, it wasn't that one. It was one where
Oh,
they
Road to the
travel
Pilot,
back in
yeah.
time to the pilot, and they deal with the problem of duplicate Stewart's
Yeah.
and Brian's, and then they have to try and deal with that.
Yes, Family Guy
Family
handled
Guy
this
made
better.
more of a serious attempt, more of a serious, meaningful
Late
attempt at
Family Guy
actually
handled
dealing
this
with time
better.
travel. Well, that's the reality of it. This film is about time travel and multiverse, and they don't know what their rules are. They don't know. I don't think that. I don't think
Well,
that
I
the
don't think they
director and
wanna
writer.
know.
Yeah,
I think
because
they're
it's
trying
it's
to.
challenging, to deal
Yeah.
with it if you actually have like concrete
no.
answers to these problems.
So it was just highlighted, that's true. Batman and Robin is canon to the Burton Batman. There are characters that connects it and histories, that's true. And Batman
Oh, you're
says in that
right.
movie, this is why Superman works alone. Superman exists in the Burton
oh
universe.
yeah.
Well, no, but the problem is that,
we don't know
that-
if Superman is an actual person or if he's just a character,
Hmm,
right?
hmm.
So
In the
I-
Burton verse, right?
Well, you mean like they're
think they're
referencing a
treating it as the
comic?
But it
sequel
would
to
be-
Batman Returns.
But wait a second. That means that it would be an insane coincidence. Maybe they just have a different character named Superman who only works alone. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But Burton's safe. He's fine.
In that universe,
Also, no,
Superman is
I
the
don't buy it because
janitor of the Justice League.
Keaton Batman is the first he's ever heard of Superman from Ezra Miller Flash, and wouldn't he at that point be like
It's
the
fine.
comic character
So
if
the
that were
problem
true?
is, I think in this film they've decided that Batman Forever and Batman and Robin aren't canon. They've decided that those aren't.
That's their
Oh,
mistake to make.
That
Cool.
is a
That's their
mistake to
mistake,
make.
you say?
That is their mistake.
Arnie's Mr.
I've had a
Freeze is
point.
alive and well in that universe, and he should have been in this.
He should have been.
No.
And then
Oh,
of
but
course
we get to that universe by the end,
Well-
because we get George Clooney at the end, don't you see?
and that's something to further elaborate on. Flash doesn't seem to give a shit that he deleted his best friend, seemingly did
Yeah.
delete Ben Affleck Batman from existence.
He doesn't.
That's
He doesn't
doesn't-
give a shit. His
bother
potential
him.
father figure, even if they would have gone that particular route, which they could have, but didn't.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Yep.
But we'll get there.
Cares about it for a little
Wow.
bit. At the very beginning,
Yeah.
he's like super concerned with not wanting to change anything and wanting to go back. But then he does like a complete 180 when he realizes that this younger Barry isn't going to get his powers. And
Oh, yeah, we're
thinks that
almost-
will have some effect on him.
We're almost there, because I have so many more questions as soon as he gets to talking to that Barry, and the conclusions,
Mhm.
should we just say Barry 1 and Barry 2? I think that's probably the easiest
That's
way
what
to
they
say
are.
it.
sure.
That's what they
Yeah.
are in my notes.
Yeah.
In my
I
notes,
call-
it's Barry 1 and Barry 2. Well, it's Barry and
called it-
Barry 2.
I called him Young Flash.
I go them
I've just been
Present
calling them
Barry,
Alt
Past
Barry.
Barry, and Monster Flash.
Old Barry.
So yeah, I wanted to punch the actor when he said, "Is that Barry? He's early. What universe is this?"
Oh,
Like,
Mm.
Thinky.
gross.
Okay.
You
And
make
then,
me
and then
feel
Barry
things that were
with
not
his
good.
mum is like, "How's your day been?" Or, "Well, your month, your last 18 years," which is weird because we have shared memories. Or do we make new memories now? Or I legit was like, "Oh God, is the writer having a seizure? Like they don't even know what their own rules are."
We can only hope,
Uh.
Mahler. We can only hope.
It sounded like they didn't know what their own rules are. They're just like, "Fuck it, I don't know. Do I have memory? Do I not?" Blah, 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 blah. It's like, yeah, that's good enough. Whatever, we can move on, I guess.
No.
Isn't this crazy?
All that movie did for me was I really wanted some spaghetti after. I really.
I never want to see. This made me the opposite. I never want spaghetti again.
No, spaghetti
kinda want
delicious
Parmesan,
though.
though.
Spaghetti.
Spaghetti is the lowest tier of pasta.
Still delicious though.
I like
It
me
is
some
yummy.
tortellini myself.
A tortellini.
So, new Barry, well, Barry 2 arrives, and Barry 1 is like, what? When it's just like, why would you have assumed anything different? Whatever. And he tackles him and gets up to his room with him, and he starts trying to explain this situation.
Oh, yeah. It's so stupid because he gets punched out by Wombo Flash. I think we mentioned that he gets punched out, and then instead of being like, "Oh, I'm probably
Oh,
not
right,
where
yeah.
I wanted yet," because I saw the 18th birthday cake thing on my HUD, my time
Yeah.
travel HUD, and he's like, "Oh, that's my house. I'm gonna go in." It's
That's
like,
also
no, 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 no.
annoying, the getting punched out by Purple Flash, because it's just like, why didn't you just dodge it? He's not even coming that fast. You can clearly see him.
Yeah.
Like,
And he doesn't even think about it after. He just was like, "Oh, that happened. Oh, that's my
And
house.
how
Let's go
does
in."
how does it work for like where he ends up? Because we talked about those not actually being his memories or his experiences.
true.
So when he gets punched
And-
out, why does he end up in?
And why can't he go back in immediately?
Head very
Well, he
hurt.
can,
Well,
but
the thing
he
is
doesn't.
that he can,
But
but
why?
he chooses not to because he needs to get his powers removed later on to create drama.
Yeah.
That's why.
What is the legitimate implication
Oh,
of
that-
why? Is he curious?
I don't think no. There's no real argument. I think it just has to be that he is there
Yeah.
now and he wants to see what's happening, and he gets so
Yeah,
caught up
'cause-
in it that he doesn't. Because one of the problems there is like, oh, I need to make sure that Barry 2 gets struck by lightning so that I keep my powers. Is something that he comes to conclude, which is a strange conclusion to form. But also, like, if that was something that wasn't going to happen anyway, you would have already lost your powers, right? Because, like, if time is, it's like in Back to the Future, it's not like Marty needs to go back to 1985 and then he gets deleted, right? Like, if the events are set in motion, that's it. He's done. And it would be the same here, right? If the events are set in motion that he loses his powers, he would have lost them already. Like, it's a strange conclusion to form.
It is fascinating to think, because some people have said he needed food for energy, he got to recharge the pod. It's like, those are things that he could solve easily. He doesn't have to do what he does. But let's just pretend that Purple Flash missed, or that he didn't punch him out, and he actually got to where he was going, which was just present day, but having changed the soup thing. He'd arrive on Krypton, wouldn't he?
He would. He would arrive on the terraformed Earth. That would be New Krypton
Yeah,
at that
that's
point.
right. If he had got punched out,
And that would be
later,
so
if he-
fucking
Oh, I
funny,
understand.
because he'd be
Yeah.
like, so my mum having soup means Zod wins. Okay, that
Yeah.
makes sense.
is it-
Congratulations.
Because I guess my so it's by design that Evil Flash punches him at that moment and specifically sends him here.
Yes.
Yeah, it was him.
Yeah, he was
Barry.
trying to create himself.
Yeah, so that he could go back in time and everything.
I'm not even gonna ask how he was
It's
able
so
to
stupid.
do that,
Which-
but
That's what I
It
was
hurts.
trying to point out earlier, but it's just so dumb that it's hard to explain.
You know,
Odd
every
suit. Little-
fucking conversation I've had about the time travel in this film, every single person has a radically different interpretation. There is no one who has come to the same conclusion. It's
magic
some of the
of
most
cinema.
garbled exposition I've ever seen.
It's so fucked up. It's possibly
Would
one of the
probably
worst
be-
ones.
Yeah,
Like,
they'd
there's
probably be
just-
super happy with that.
So all over the place, and they kind of in universe say it'll get all over the place, as if that makes it better. It's like, okay,
Well, yeah, we know it's not going to really pan out and make much sense. Cool. So you didn't even fucking try, did you?
Nope.
You just you gave up before you even started in terms of trying to have it make sense. Though here's a question: with all of that out of the way, which film has worse multiverse like mechanics, this or Doctor Strange?
Multiverse mechanics. The Doctor Strange's multiverse mechanics, incursions are the main
Incursions?
issue.
Yeah.
But at least
I can somewhat
incursions,
understand it.
like, I can't believe I'm saying this. Incursions, like, are more nuts and bolts. Like, they're actual rules, and the only thing about them is that they're always really convenient. They never happen when they should. But, you know, with how they work, it's like, well, you know, if I go into a universe where I don't belong, I'm constantly emitting an aura of, ooh, we might have an incursion at a 0.01% chance. Ooh, could be any time now. Roll the dice every time. So, you know...
But what if you take those multiverse rules and combine them with the TVA stuff and everything to do with the sacred timeline and how that works?
Oh, okay, that's where it's gonna get really hard to...
That's when it... Yeah, ain't it?
This one still might be worse, because this one, it feels like it's got, like, every time travel system in it all gobbled up, so that you can't make any sense of
Yeah.
anything.
Yeah,
Little
I
time
wasn't
travel
entirely
smoothie.
sure like what the correlation or what the movie wanted the correlation to be between time traveling and multiverse stuff.
Time traveling creates the multiverse or something, kind of how we discussed, I think,
We're
but
seeing
not
the
before,
problem
but it
here.
does this time, but it didn't the other time.
Because with the MCU, I can understand what they're trying to do. They're doing with the multiverse theory of time travel, which I heard about years ago. So I kind of got what they were going for. So maybe that's a bias on me.
remember, the ancient one says that removing time stones from a timeline is the shit that creates timelines.
Yes.
Except that's not
Mm.
true. That ain't.
Yeah.
That's not true. Loki says that that's not true, and the Endgame insists that if you basically put the time stones back, you remove all of the impact that you had on that universe, including all of the shit that those guys did when they went back to New York in 2012 that absolutely affects it. Like the fact that the Tesseract is no longer a Tesseract. It is a like that doesn't work
It's a
at
gem.
all. And it's now a little gem, which means that everything changes because the Tesseract was always a cube in the main MCU timeline. But apparently it's
cube.
reconciled into one timeline. So when you take the I find it fun to compare because you really are trying to figure out like which one makes the least sense. Like the least sense.
And they're
Yeah,
both
it's not about
fighting
which
real
one
hard to get that trophy.
They are fighting very
I
hard.
think it's a
They
competitive. Yeah.
definitely are. They definitely are.
Really
I will
strong.
still say the DCEU edges it out for nonsensicality, just because there's no. I feel like with the MCU, there's a framework that's garbled, but I can see it if I squint. What it is,
Nah,
I can't
I
see
don't-
it with
I-
the DCEU.
I can't see
because
it here. I can't see it with my MCU either, though. If I'm being honest.
Also, Ezra Miller's annoying. Barry 2 is even more annoying.
Barry 2 is pretty.
He's
insufferable.
bro. He's
yeah.
Which is
Yeah,
was mean of them to do. It's like, you didn't have to, but you made it that way, didn't
Yeah.
you?
He had two
also-
chances, but failed them
I mean,
both.
since like everything is so fragile with changing timelines and stuff, I wrote down a question why Bruce Wayne seemed to be the only person who appeared differently, and Barry was the same. His parents were the same. God was the same.
Yeah, well, they get to choose whatever they want. They could literally have everything be the same except that bunny over there is now a squirrel, and they could be like, "Yep, that's it. Shut up."
Kind of the
So
same
then
thing
it's just
with
like-
Marvel, right? You know that Peter
can always
Parker's
just
look
choose
different,
whatever they
Doctor
want,
Strange
yeah.
always look the same. You know, that kind of issue.
Because I agree with you. There's so much that's different. We don't have a Wonder Woman, an Aquaman, a Cyborg, or a Superman, or a normal, like the same Batman that we had. Yet everything else seems the same. It's like, okay,
everything pertinent to the to
that
this
soup,
movie's-
man, that soup made so much difference in a bad way.
Oh,
Imagine,
I think
you know,
twice
he
next
puts the
time I
soup
get
in
some
there, and we get double the superheroes, and everything's just great.
soup.
And then someone's like, "See, Barry, you shouldn't try to fix things." He'd be like, "Why not?" I don't know. It looks like it's okay.
Next time, I want to put 3 soups in that cart. Let's see what happens.
Whoa.
Just everything
No,
explodes.
Larry. Too
So,
much soup.
So much
a
soup.
storm begins to arrive, and Barry 1 is like, "Whoa, that's how I got my powers. If you don't get them, then I don't get them, maybe, and then I don't get to go back in time, and then I don't know what happens. This was once again another line where I was like, the writers have no idea what's going on. They
Yes.
haven't. When he said, "If you don't get your powers, then I don't get mine," maybe I was like, "Whoa," because that
then the
makes
idea
no
of, like, well,
sense at all.
Yeah,
I
it's
can't go
just-
back in time. It's like, can you not right now just go back in time? Right
Oh, you
now.
can.
Right
Yeah,
this
let's do it.
second.
Well, yeah,
He
and
could've
and
this
how do
whole
you
time.
know that Barry 2 is supposed to get powers in this timeline? What how does this work? Like, what does that Barry have to do with you necessarily? He's clearly not you. This is all new. None of this ever happened to you. It's like, but he's like still in the world of, yeah, it did. I don't have any of those memories, but they will become me, I guess, maybe.
Yeah,
Like,
but
he
why
flipped
be
so
you when
quickly
you can be new?
from being so opposed to changing anything immediately to, oh, I have to make sure that everything goes just as it did.
Like, shouldn't he have just, when he saw him arriving, when he saw Barry 2 coming, he should have been like, oh fuck, and then just ran away, like fully, and been like, oh, I'm going outside, and I'll be right in just a sec from now. My hair's gonna be all unfrazzled. Fuck it, whatever. Bye. You know what I mean? Like,
They'll just chalk it up to them remembering wrong.
because the fact that Barry 2 is like, oh, I'm supposed to be in that facility and that's where I'll get the powers, but I didn't have any intention of going there at all. It's not like him talking to Barry 2 at that time disrupted that. He was never going there anyway. So I just don't understand. I don't know what the fuck's going through Barry's head, and I don't know how he just concludes like, you've got to get your powers, otherwise I don't get by. You're like, you made that up.
What I would say is, I think the only way to read that is if he believes that this version of Barry leads to him, like that he is an extension of that.
But I just went over how he can't possibly
he-
conclude that.
Yeah, but he can't because
Well,
since he has powers and this young Barry doesn't have powers and has no intention on being there when he gets his powers.
Yeah, he's half an hour
Shouldn't he-
away
No,
from
no,
when
no,
it's supposed to happen. He had no intention of going there.
He can't, but he does.
He conclude that like he
what
shouldn't
he
exist
thinks.
anymore.
I think that's his belief essentially. Is he thinks like, well, if it doesn't get struck by lightning, that makes me a paradox or something, and I'll get deleted. But again, it's like you said, right? There's really like no reason to believe that at all.
It's just, it feels like there's just the characters aren't actually there. It's just the writers being like, all right, we got to do this to get here next. Like, okay.
The reason why they're doing it is because they want to get rid of Barry 1's powers and give Barry 2 powers for memes and for plot. To keep him trapped in that universe.
Well, yeah, and to skip to that
Didn't
moment,
they just have him have powers already?
he doesn't explain. This happens like 3 times in the film. Barry 1 does not explain shit all to Barry 2 before something significant happens. So, for example,
Yes, it's so annoying.
I want you to get your powers. Okay, cool. And Barry 2 never asks what that entails, and Barry 1 never explains what that is until the moment. And then, what? Barry 1's surprised that Barry 2 flips out? You want me to sit here while I get struck by lightning and doused in, like, science chemical shit? Okay, no. Like any normal person would react. Yeah, instead of, maybe you should have warned him ahead of time because it all goes wrong. He gets zapped and loses his powers while Barry 2 gains powers, which is like,
There's
okay.
never that scene where they sit down and Barry 1 explains Barry 2 all the ins and outs. And that would have been funny. It would have been funny to have that scene.
You could have made some jokes there, yeah.
A lot of comedic things could have been done. But alas, done they were
I
not.
am so phobic of that scene, like in every context, just characters explaining very basic things or thinking about very basic things.
Mystery and tension, right? But they don't know how to do it without just keeping information from the audience, I guess, and thus from the characters in universe too. It's I don't know, just a sign of incompetence every time it comes
They
across.
just don't give a shit.
Also, they tried like a joke of Barry 1's tooth breaks and falls into Barry 2's mouth. Barry 1's tooth breaks and goes into 2's mouth, yeah, and then falls into
That
the
was strange.
I don't know. I
Very strange.
was just like, that was just kind of strange. Yeah, it's just not.
And then he glues it back on with like glue.
And then
and it
falls
just
out
doesn't.
into the
It never
movie.
comes up again in the
Mhm.
Oh
story.
no, it falls out at the very end of the
Well,
movie.
right at the end, yeah.
Last
That's
shot.
the big
I
payoff.
didn't.
It's
Oh, I
a
didn't.
very funny
When he
payoff.
gets like punched in the face.
Oh,
Um,
okay. Forget.
he doesn't notice his powers are gone until he's like all the way downstairs trying to escape. I thought that was really
When you-
strange.
You would
Mhm.
think that he
Same.
would know with the connection to the
Like, you'd
speed
feel
force
different.
that he'd
Yeah.
know that that's gone.
He'd feel sluggish.
You'd think so, but no.
But isn't it funny how he ran in a circle and was like, "I'm slow," and it looked very
Listen, I will
awkward?
take a piece of that as they were making fun of the retarded Flash run that Snyder invented, which I think is funny. If that's what that is, like, I
Well, it
approve.
is interesting to think about stuff like that, right? And the fact that his costume makes the lightning yellow like it is in the comics.
Yeah.
because
Yep.
it was blue for some reason.
Blue is cool, and it's a
Um,
very adult color, and it's very cool.
So they go back to their apartment. Again, I'm kind of skipping a couple things, but if you guys really want to mention anything else, you're welcome to.
No, I'm good.
Stupid Barry.
Uh,
I don't care.
Well,
I don't
let
care.
me see.
No, you
let
can
me
Oh,
you,
check
you,
my-
you read it
Are you
while I
sure?
keep talking, see, and
could-
then you can cut in if you have anything. You don't have to do the part.
You don't have to
read out
announce
all
that
the
you're reading it.
Well,
what I mean? Make it
well, I didn't want
smooth.
to surprise you. I wanted you to be prepared for it.
Yeah, but the problem is, like, it means that if you find nothing, we just can't talk about anything for a little bit.
All right, that's fair enough. Good.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
actually
I just
have,
give up, and we could just assume that there was nothing there.
Oh, I actually have something that happens before the lightning bolt because I found it very strange that they're making a big deal about the fact that he has a date with Iris, and that he's going to fuck up the date if he goes to get the lightning strike. But all I could think was, you know, people get held up. Maybe just call her up and say, "Hey, something came up. Could we just push it back an hour?" And that would be fine. But
Probably even
neither
10
of them-
minutes.
10 minutes, yeah. Just give a little bit of leeway. It's okay. It is courtesy.
Yeah.
You're just doing, you know, you don't have to blow her off just to get powers, you know. In fact, it'll make it very easy to get to her after you get powers. Just saying.
But well, and you could almost, instead of calling him Barry 2, just call him Stupid Barry at this point, because he nearly destroys the city by experimenting with his powers.
Mhm.
Instead of
Yep.
waiting a second and listening to the person who had the powers help him.
Yeah, and you can tell the movie's like, yeah, but he's like a younger, dumber Barry, and it's like nobody's that fucking dumb with it given like essentially powers to do absolutely anything in terms of speed, and there's a guy right next to him who is him from the future who could tell him everything he could possibly need to know, but instead he's just like and then nearly kills many people. I actually was I was like, are they actually going to have him kill someone? Is this going to be why this is like the evil Flash or something? The power hungry? But no, they don't show anyone explicitly die, but he comes fucking close.
He comes
Actually,
very close.
Not a stretch to think someone dies.
There's a bunch of car crashes, so, you know.
Yeah, just roll the
Fire,
dice on each one of those.
explosions.
And he like
Add 'em up.
fucks with the
Everyone call me.
grid. Like a whole bunch of the electricity goes down in a bunch of buildings. Ugh.
Well,
Causes
Yeah, he
fires
makes like
and
this
stuff.
little staticky, shocky thing, and it travels along the like floor or something, and it hits a pole, something like that. I don't know.
He goes
know.
back and he's super hungry, and then there's just this weirdest fuck interaction. This is what I mean about like there's some jokes you're like, and then there's some jokes he's like, why did you write that? He opens the fridge and pulls out broccoli, and then Barry 1 is like, that's rotten. And Barry 2 starts eating it, and he's like, oh, it's like eating for the first time. Here, try this. And he puts it into Barry 1's mouth, who then eats it, and then goes,
Who
ugh.
accepts the gift?
It's like,
like,
you just pointed out it was rotten. Why are you eating it? What? Why?
Can't say
Like,
no to himself.
and then
thought it
you know,
was
Get
Barry
it out of my
2.
mouth.
you
It
know
was
that
Barry
the
2
writers would be
pointed
like,
out
it's funny.
that it was rotten.
It's funny though. Oh.
Nothing is fun.
Pretty
Well,
funny.
Mhm.
Barry
Pretty
2
funny
opened up
Flash.
the fridge and thought it was rotten. Like Barry 1 didn't hear him or something.
Oh, I think. Well, what I'm saying is Barry 1 points out that it's rotten. Barry 2 says eat it, and then Barry 1 does, and then goes ew and spits it out.
It
I think at some
eventually
point I was
spits
just-
it out.
It was-
Takes a
I
sweet
couldn't
time.
keep track of which Barry was
No, I don't
doing
blame
what.
you.
I was gonna say the dumb one was like, oh, but no,
Oh,
never
damn
mind.
it.
So then,
God damn it.
I think you get Barry 1 gives Barry 2 his suit ring, and then their plan, as far as I remember, is just like they need to get like he says, if I can get you to do the crazy time travel shit, then maybe you can get me to the future. I think that's Barry's new plan, because this is insane. But they get interrupted because Zod is invading.
Oh my
Mhm.
goodness, how inconvenient! But at the
how
same time, sort of
terribly
planned.
inconvenient.
Is it?
I guess it's
Yeah.
or
planned
is
that
it?
this is
Yeah.
the day. It's
Purple
specifically
Flash-
this day.
Purple Flash organized all of this. It makes complete sense. He was like, this is the perfect time to punch you out of the sphere of multiversal flames.
Yeah.
He knows how to knock that Barry guy to the specific day that he needs.
I thought it was funny when he was like, "Oh my god, you were there on the day?" And he was like, "Yeah, I made like a proto suit and tried to help people, but I couldn't do a lot." And I was getting the same vibe of like, how many times the Snyderverse had to go back to that day and try and be like, no, there were people trying to save humans. Like there was an attempt to reduce the collateral damage. I swear, it's like the Order
Barry saved,
66
like,
of
one
the
child.
Snyderverse, where they just keep going back and changing shit. Because it's like, listen, okay, I know it looks bad, but
I
yeah,
know it looks bad,
considered.
but one day this will
Also-
all make sense.
We're
Yeah,
not
well,
in, I guess, there yet, but what did you think of that scene?
so were he saving the kid?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's fine.
It's all right. He's
Yeah.
trying, and it is. He's a scared guy. That's what when we meet him in Justice League. He's pretty upset, pretty scared, pretty timid. And of course, if I was in that situation, I'd be shitting my pants, powers or not. But he at least does something. He does save a girl, and it's fine. It's something.
Comparing that
Something.
to like the opening when he was in a hospital or at the hospital. I
Yeah,
was-
yeah, definitely. The tone.
Oh,
I
yeah.
you could see that he actually really, really cared. He really wanted to help. He wanted to do something.
Yeah. Phenomenal timing, though. He becomes the Flash the night before an invasion. That is.
So was the timeline the same?
Yeah.
Oh, it was because he recognized
Yeah.
the date.
And yet
Yeah.
it's
Mhm.
also fundamentally different, like significantly so.
Everything else is
Stop
different.
it! You're
Which
ruining
means
it.
that
Apparently it's
in
so-
order to know that's the day to send him back, it would have meant that Evil Flash would have had to have had the memories of a version of the Flash that hadn't existed yet.
Ah! God damn it!
So,
But if you
it's so
don't think
changed that-
about it, it's not a problem.
I thought it was
It's so
funny
changed that
that
even actors are different in like leading roles in movies.
everything is
point of that as
different, and yet
well.
everything
It's
is the
like,
same.
Okay. Yeah.
Barry 1 says, if I can find the Justice League, I can prevent this whole thing from happening. And I was just sitting there thinking, like, have you learned nothing from all
Nope.
of this? You're suggesting, like, oh, we can stop Zod if I just keep fucking with this timeline that I have now jumped into. I don't understand. Like, why does he think that he should be doing anything at all? Surely it's only going to make things either better or worse, depending. Well, worse, definitively, because it only seems to do that. But whatever.
If he thinks that that's like a viable solution, shouldn't he also think that, or shouldn't he more so think that time traveling again would solve it? And then so shouldn't his top priority being getting his powers back?
You'd think. You really would
Especially
think.
since later on in the film they just conclude that it's the kind of thing that you could get back with like a scientific experiment rather than, oh, you're just screwed, like you can't replicate it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they find out that Victor Stone is not currently Cyborg. There's no word on Wonder Woman at all. Aquaman is
Nope.
not born. His dad, who it was neat seeing Boba Fett.
That was kind of amusing. that scene.
Fett.
That conversation wasn't too bad. He's like, "Is Arthur around?" And he says, "You want to speak to my dog?" And he's like, "No." Is your wife the Queen of Atlantis? And then the camera just pans over, and there's this lady. He's like,
Well,
no.
she's a whale.
Some chick on the
Well, yeah,
couch.
and then Barry, you could hear him say on the phone, maybe is she like a fish-like woman that washed into your life? And he just this very funny asshole and then hangs up. I thought that was funny.
It's not.
Yeah, it was alright.
It's not bad. It's not bad.
Yeah, and he says like I completely destroyed history, and it's like yeah, a little bit apparently. I don't know. This universe got really unlucky with its dice roll on heroes, huh? Just Batman.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, no metahumans, as he said.
So yeah, we can pretty much skip all the way over to meeting Bruce
Which,
now.
why would he even say that? Actually, there aren't many because like Wonder Woman isn't a metahuman.
Yeah.
Does he know that?
um,
I can't remember what everyone knows.
I mean, he has to, right? Like he knows that she's like from Themyscira. Like that's not metahumans.
He
Yeah.
probably would know. I know Bruce
Flash
knows.
Flash is a metahuman, but Superman's not a metahuman. He's a Kryptonian. Aquaman is an Atlantean. I don't know that counts as a metahuman. Like, I
Well,
thought
wait,
metahuman
Bringing,
meant,
I happen to have it on very good authority that Zeus is a Kryptonian, and therefore
oh,
Wonder Woman is part Kryptonian as well. Ugh, that's horrible.
I want I want to kill myself. Anyway.
Never ever let that be canon.
Wait,
Why
you're gonna
did-
have to
no,
jog. You're gonna have to jog my memory. How is Zeus a Kryptonian?
Word of God from Zack Snyder.
someone in the chat's made a good point. It are the Themyscira, does that exist in this universe?
I don't know. No.
Nobody
No idea.
Because
knows.
if there's no Wonder Woman, it means that there might be no Themyscira, right? Do they not care? I mean, of course, it was a problem right afterward. I guess they didn't care about Zod.
Well, they would when
What
their whole
about-
fucking island gets
Oh, and-
obliterated.
And of course, as well, because someone's pointed out Justice Society, they exist in the DC, so there's no Black
No,
Adam.
Justice Society do not exist in the... Whatever you don't see doesn't exist in this strand.
Absolutely nothing. So I guess there are no metahumans, and maybe he knows what they are. But I was just thinking, damn, the Justice League. I don't think it has any. Victor isn't a metahuman, right? Does he count as a metahuman because of the cyborg parts? Well, I thought metahuman meant like Flash. Essentially, you're a person who has acquired powers.
To be honest,
somehow.
they kind of expand the definition of metahuman over time, and I think it varies depending on who's saying it. Sometimes it's a very specific thing, with a very specific origin, and sometimes it just means, oh yeah, you're a superhuman. That's
right.
It depends.
That's something that they
who's saying
better
it.
have a clearer idea of in the DCU, because otherwise it's going to
Yeah,
get confusing for people.
Answer Rag's question though, there was a Snyder Con thing relatively recently, and he talked about some of his future plans and how he was going to reveal that Zeus was a Kryptonian in future films.
So
that's so
Kryptonians, some
gross.
Kryptonians can wield lightning, I guess.
It's so bad, and it was cool to see the Snyder fan base be like, "That's great. That's actually great. Actually, that's so cool."
So amazing.
We like
oh my
that.
Gosh,
That's
I
a
can't
fun
believe
idea that we like.
We were robbed.
Well, speaking of all of that, I wonder how this new timeline is supposedly handling Darkseid and his original conquest.
Don't even.
You don't
think
see it.
about
It doesn't
Don't even
exist.
think about
You don't
The
see
spirit
it.
doesn't
It
exist.
doesn't exist.
Don't
Is
even think about it.
Granny Goodness or whatever her name is in this universe?
Pretty good.
hope
Is
so.
Kamala
I hope
Harris?
so.
What was her name? Not Kamala Harris. Who was the other one?
The
one who lied about being Native American.
Elizabeth Warren. That's who you're thinking of. Yeah.
Elizabeth Warren. Yeah, she looks.
She looks like
Warren.
Granny Goodness.
What did Snyder mean by this?
So anyway, we're all the way over to Bruce. That's where I'm going next. If anybody wanted to go anywhere else, be sure to let me know.
No, I
Want to
don't.
go?
Well, I
over the
could
bridge?
check my notes.
You do that and let me know
Yeah,
when you
but
find something.
Rags,
Anyway,
Rags, what is that indignant tone? What is that? There was never a point against not reading the notes. It was just you don't need to announce it. You can just read them and then see.
Wait,
Have you
because
got
if I
anything?
did, then Fringy would start saying a bunch of stuff and distract us instead of carrying on.
Oh my god! All right, moving on.
racism alive and well in this particular
Yeah,
strand.
clearly. Jesus.
So-
moving on.
I don't understand what the fuck's going on here. They arrive by taxi, and so picture yourself, you're Bruce, you're a hobo for some reason, you're making your food, you're also painting, I think he
There's
was?
a reason.
Huh?
Yeah, there's a reason. I think.
But what? I haven't even gotten to what my problem is yet.
Oh, then I'll put a pin in it. And
Alright,
we'll
so
proceed.
you're Bruce, you're doing all that, and you're a hobo, and then you look out the window and you spot a taxi with two Ezra Millers coming out of it. So you panic.
Oh,
God,
he
get the
lives.
guns.
He has a place to live.
You panic
is
and
where
you
you
run
go
into
into
your
lockdown
cupboard,
mode.
hoping they'll come into your kitchen so you can surprise attack and hopefully kill them. Why? Why any of that? Why instead wouldn't he
'cause you
just be
thought
like
Ezra
at the
Miller.
door, being like, "What do you want?
I don't know.
What
But I
the
was
fuck
convinced
was
they're
all
gonna-
of that?"
I was convinced they're gonna show me the dude here in a second when he's gonna stop fighting.
So
The Batcave really tied the mansion together.
Yeah.
I just thought that was absolutely insane and not a good start to seeing my best Batman boy returned to the screen. That for some reason he just wants to kill Ezra Miller. I mean, I guess this, I can see why he'd be defensive, but I just, I thought that
I
was
kind of
all
want to
very
kill
strange.
Ezra Miller now too, so it's understandable.
That was bizarre and insane, and I also didn't want to see him hobo style, but it's really low on the list of issues, I'd say,
Mm-hmm.
with this version of Keaton Batman.
He is a bit unkempt.
So yeah, that's my comment for that whole intro. I don't know what else to say. I just find it insane that that
Alright.
was what he was doing.
Yeah,
He even throws a
uh,
bottle at Barry's head, like full on,
Yeah.
and that shit would hurt. And Barry is just up and going
yeah.
soon after. He's mostly fine. And that's human Barry, by the way, like not powered up in any way. I don't even, because you can heal when you have the Speed Force, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, he don't
They
have
show it
that,
pretty
so he ain't
explicitly.
using that shit.
Actually, that's a good point. They show because remember in the lightning strike scene, they show like past Barry healing up from the lightning hole in his chest, but the present Barry should have that same lightning hole in his chest, but he shouldn't have the healing powers to heal up the lightning hole.
You are actually correct. Yeah, he should have taken serious damage from that, but fucking that would get in the way.
Good point. Yeah.
Oh no.
So
Would that really be all it takes to like? I didn't think about this, but like the exact same thing to happen twice. Would that just
yeah, we
go
kind of
away
didn't
the
go over
effects?
the. Why is it that that happens instead of doubling up his powers? Why does that happen instead of doing
Right.
nothing at all? Why does it do that? And I think that's just a
No.
moment of the writers saying, "Fuck you, we get to decide what it does." It's like, okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess that's
Okay.
true.
Yeah, I don't really have an explanation for that. It's just like that happened now.
Nobody does.
Moving on.
So the first thing Bruce says on the topic of time travel is, "Time isn't linear, right?" And you're like, "Uh-oh."
Uh-oh.
You are not prepared to
Where are we
handle
going?
a
As you
non-linear
already pointed out
timeline.
earlier, like he's like checking the spaghetti, right? And it's like, well, actually, time is not linear.
Well,
He wasn't even looking at what Barry was pointing at. Like you get like a spoon, a wooden one, like a straight one. It's like it went from
Time
here
is
to
like a
there, and he didn't even
spoon.
see that. So-
it is genuinely fucking nuts that they basically drop this on him, and he can explain it better than they can. Like,
yeah.
why? It just says, you probably saw a movie that said if you change the past, you create a branch. Time doesn't work like that. When you go back to the past, you create a fulcrum, and you create a whole new strand of spaghetti. It's retrocausal. It goes both ways, many ways. It's legit like, what the fuck are you saying, old man? Why could this... How could this possibly be... What? But, yeah, it all makes sense to him, and he's totally chill with it. So there you go. We kind of
Yeah.
gone over the time travel-y stuff, so we don't have to spend much time on it, but it's insane. And I suppose it's kind of funny, too, because we all know what it's all for, was just to have Michael Keaton Batman here. Why?
Oh yeah.
And at some point, you just want to be like, maybe you should just have him here. You don't even have to explain it anymore. You guys are really bad at explaining things, so just don't.
So a couple of people in chat's like, but he's
Just have him-
Batman. Yeah, but the way he explains it to him is like, yeah, I've done this before. Like
I feel
I
like-
know exactly what's going on.
I feel like if this
It's
is
like
the first of the creation of the multiverse and no one else has done it before, other than these three Flashes, or technically two, but you know what I mean. Then Bruce Wayne Batman 89 guy should probably have zero information on it. If that, maybe it should be negative information. You should have maybe he watched Endgame and he was like, "Wow, that's really bad time travel. I bet it's actually this," and then that's how he learned it.
Yeah, because it doesn't sound like he's theorizing. He's like, no, that's how it works.
I think he says like time is linear. Obviously, like he says it in that. No, it's not linear.
He says it isn't
obviously.
linear. Yeah.
Yeah, like as if it's just a thing that he knows, not that he's speculating.
hmm
As that. Isn't it interesting though how much time is dedicated to like scenes trying to explain it
Mhm.
that don't explain it like at all?
It's just,
Yeah,
it is very similar to Endgame, I think, that the arrogance with which they explain it, and it's just bullshit.
Yeah, it's pretty annoying.
I've never seen a film with so much exposition, and this goes to Barry's powers as well, because they go over his powers like a lot as well when they're trying to teach past Flash how the powers work. But both the time travel and the powers, they spend so much time trying to explain it, and then they proceed to completely contradict it later on in the film, or even earlier in the film. I've never seen so much explanation for stuff that doesn't actually happen.
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
And he also says, so you guys are the reason this Zod character is about to destroy the world, and there's some Superman guy with like laser eyes and can fly who can stop him. I was so confused by this. I was like, wait, it's Barry 1's fault that Zod is here now? I thought that was a part of the just the canon of this universe anyway. Like, this would be happening no matter what.
Apparently not. I don't.
How
Well,
it's
it's his
not-
fault that Clark got skull fucked by Zod.
Okay.
Kara is now the Matrix.
But is it just that this universe always existed as it did, and that Barry is here because he's been fucking around and jumping multiverses? Or did he create this universe entirely? Which, by the way, what does that mean for you existentially? Like, if you're Batman, he's like, yeah, I guess you created me because you were fucking around. That's interesting. My whole life is just, at your whims, I guess.
Just like fucking chill about it.
Please
Hey,
don't leave. I don't want to not
Don't leave.
exist.
Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, oh, we're trying to fix it. It's like, fix me existing? Fix?
Yeah.
Like, okay.
But of course, our boy Keaton Batman is on board with helping them, right? Like he's
Well, they
like, yeah,
say, he's Batman, and so, can he help? And he's like, I'm not Batman anymore. Gotham is one of the safest cities in the world. Like,
Oh,
okay.
good job, Batman. Good on you,
That's
man.
how good of a job he did, Mahler. That's
Fucking
the
great.
reason, is because Batman was so good that he succeeded.
I mean,
Isn't
I'm
that
not,
great?
like, fully against the idea that Batman may one day retire or whatever. That's not the issue. It's
Yeah.
'cause we're gonna
Of
get to
course,
the
he's
issue.
Of course, he's very invested to protect the city and the whole world because he did such a great job.
Well, so
bringing
the
it,
logic
to peace.
is Superman beats Zod, so we need Superman. Superman's got to be on Earth somewhere. He just hasn't
Mhm.
been found. Maybe he's in prison, whatever. We need the world's greatest detective, i.e. Batman, to help us find Superman and save the world. And, like, they have a musical cue, and the camera's on Keaton, and he just goes, pass.
Pass. I was like, what?
And legit,
Okay.
I've talked with several
Okay.
people who really like this film, and the best they've got for this is he refuses the call to adventure. That's like the hero's journey sort of thing. That's what they always do, and then they accept.
But then the next
Oh.
question is, but why though?
Appeal to
But why, though?
structure. Do better.
Like-
Why?
Well, okay, so why? Okay, so Barry believes that everything's going to play out as it did in his timeline. So why is he trying to find Superman if he knows that Superman's going to appear at some point anyway?
I think
Why is he
believes
convinced?
they need to save Superman or enable Superman. It's kind of weird. It's like they know he's trapped somewhere or something. But
Right,
like,
so he
but
doesn't
you're
have
right.
any
They
reason
shouldn't
to
know
believe
that. They
though.
should.
Yeah.
If anything, they should assume like, we don't have a Superman. Like, obviously.
in our
'cause-
in the universe where we won, we had a Superman. So,
yeah, we're in trouble because
what
Superman
I'm
is way
saying
more
is-
powerful than all of us put together.
At this point in Man of Steel, nobody knew who
That's
Superman
true.
was.
So
Yeah.
then I guess his logic is that it must be the same and that he must be out there. We just got to find him. It's quite a
I
hope.
guess so.
You might want to get a plan B,
That's important.
considering how the Strand shit works. That's what I mean. He's like, Victor Stone and Diane Prince and stuff. It's like, there's no reason not to assume that you just don't have a Clark Kent. And obviously the reality is they don't actually have one. He's dead at this point. So, yeah, Batman doesn't want to get involved. Like, okay, that's cool.
that's part of Batman's character. He doesn't want to make the world a better place. He doesn't want to use his, wealth and his expertise to.
Well, he saved
save
Gotham.
people.
Isn't that enough? Does he have to
I mean,
save
yeah,
the
I mean-
world too?
Yeah, he doesn't have an obligation to the whole world. Isn't one entire city? He almost single-handedly, he probably just saved Gotham. Isn't that enough? Why do you keep asking?
It's ridiculous
More
that they
and
would
more and
expect
more.
more and more of him. Yeah, let him paint and eat pasta.
When will people learn? It's
Thought you were
just
gonna say
me,
eat
me,
paste.
me,
When will
me,
they
me.
learn? When will they
Me, 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 me.
This
So-
is especially weird considering what he says later when he dies. It was weird that, and I know we
Whoa.
kind of discussed that already, but it was weird to make that the decision why he isn't Batman anymore, because Gotham is safe now.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, the idea of a Batman retiring, I'm not like against it fully, but it seems a really weird choice that like he comes across as though Gotham is just the only place he could help, and it's done being helped. It's like, it is. There's just nothing else to do. Okay, that feels a little odd. It kind of reminds me of Dark Knight Rises, where Christian Bale like becomes crippled because he doesn't move much anymore because there's no crime to solve, or whatever that was. He got leg braces to fix it though.
Reminds you of Crisis on Infinite Earths, where that Batman.
Oh,
turns
exoskeleton
in-
mech
yeah, exoskeleton man, and he's like, I just fucking killed them all.
Good stuff.
Now I'm here with my manservant.
So, Barry 1 is like, alright, Barry 2, we're gonna break into the Batcave and use his technology to find Clark. Like, good luck with that. Obviously, it'll be booby-trapped to hell and back with hyper-security because it's Bruce. Obviously not, though. They just break in and it's fine. And he's watching them fuck around with whatever they want on cameras. I thought that was really odd. He's just kind of like,
Yeah.
wonder what they get up
Yeah,
to.
you go nuts. Have fun.
Yeah,
More security on the Batsuit closet than there is for the Batcave.
Yes, and you get like Batman theme and the whole cave and all of his gizmos and gadgets, the Batmobile, and it's the first big instance I think of the film being like, You're like, yeah, I know.
There they are.
I
Yep.
too recognize this. Yes. Move on.
And
I remember.
I think Barry just
ATST.
says Bruce has a backdoor into NASA. I'm searching for unidentified flying objects that landed within the last 20 years or something. I just remember thinking to myself, like, what a useless set of results you'll get.
Also, that's just a thing you could do, I guess.
Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Backdoor.
Yeah, whatever. I guess computers are designed to be usable, I suppose. It's got a really helpful and easy to understand UI.
And
You would
then
never have a
the film
password
remembered
on
it's
a
still got
Batcomputer.
character stuff to do. So
Oh, damn it.
Barry 1 is like, stop messing around, Barry 2. And then Barry 2 goes, okay, Mom. And then he goes, shut up! You mess around! You don't take anything seriously! You have no idea! You have no idea! And the other one's like, why are you so mad? And he's like, you
Yeah,
used
this-
monkey as a dartboard! Mom bought us that monkey. I thought this was so bad. It's like,
It's so unearned.
oh my god, you guys just
It comes
fucking...
out of
nowhere, yeah.
It came out of
Like,
fucking
It's just
nowhere,
like,
yeah.
you said the word mom.
it's
That
like,
reminds me
yeah,
of Multiverse of Madness, and no, it does that to me.
Seriously...
I don't know. I
Go ahead.
kind of really liked this part, but it's probably because I wanted to yell at that Barry too. So I
That's so.
Finally, a connection to this character.
I think-
do want to yell at Barry too.
That this is a scene that comes from like it could probably be a good moment in a film that actually builds it up. I feel like this just happens out of fucking nowhere. We haven't really. We needed to do more work of developing them two's relationship, being that Barry
Yeah.
1 is getting increasingly stressed out, knowing that everything is falling apart, and that even if all of this was to work, he still doesn't know that he's allowed to keep his mum, alive and safe. Meanwhile, Barry 2 is like, wistfully just like, whoa, I have powers, this is great, I love this, it's so much fun. And he's like, you have no idea the pressure I'm going through, sort of thing. That's all a valid, relationship conflict they can have, but holy fuck, where was, like, the stepping stones, man? You just, like, hit the fucking big red button suddenly, and you're like, we're doing this now, shouty time. It's just like, whoa, okay. I don't feel like it was developed well at all. It just comes out of fucking nowhere like a truck. I was blown away by it. I was like, holy fuck, okay.
Trucks
Would you say it was
trucks are known
developed
for
in a
coming out of
flash?
nowhere.
Oh, in movies all the time. It's just
Well,
characters will
only-
look left, there's nothing, look right, there's nothing, look left again, and
And then
truck just
as
takes
it
them over.
hits them, you hear the horn.
Yes.
Yeah. Trucks are known for
Brrr.
traveling as fast as the speed of sound, so that they're like racing the waves of their own horn.
Barry 1 and Barry 2 are people. Barry 3 is actually a big truck.
Oh.
Goes real fast.
That's
Very
a joke in Unity as well. The yelling at the other to force drama.
Yeah,
Community.
I think that the drama is to be farmed. I just don't think they did a very good job of it, and then they just randomly banked on it. They were like, we may as well put this
Right,
here because
yeah.
we got limited time. Everything's so disjointed. So yeah,
And then he doesn't, and then he ends up not telling him. Well,
Yeah.
because he didn't tell him about the original timeline where his mother died,
Mm-hmm.
as if that was going to make a difference.
Yeah, I wasn't sure
And he
about
finds out anyway.
what the reason is to keep that away from him, because everything is so absurd anyway. You could probably have told him anything. Like, I come from a universe where everyone dies.
Right.
Like the idea that it's like, if I tell him my mum died in my universe, then that will what? What would that do? I don't know. I'm pretty sure Barry 2 would do what he does, which is just like, that's sad.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
That's sad.
It feels like a
I
payoff they
mean-
generated because they didn't know what else to do. Like, they treat it as a payoff that Barry 2 says to Barry 1 is like, I know, I knew, because he like eavesdrops on him, right? At one point in the film.
Yeah.
I just, I didn't
Yeah.
see anything coming out of that. I was just like, okay, that's
It's for some
that.
reason sitting under the command center, I guess, having some bananas.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, what the fuck?
Banana boat.
Barry 1 picks up a pen and notices that it's, I think, a gift from Alfred or something, and he says, I know you're
Mhm.
listening to Bruce, and he says, certain things always intersect. You had an Alfred, my Bruce had an Alfred. Some things are just drawn together. How do you explain that, except maybe fate?
Ugh.
And I was just like,
Sure.
ew, what? The
Whoa.
Bruce and Alfred are fated to be together. Like, I don't like this. To me, it's the meta is absolutely
And the
bleeding
first
the
times
fuck
our
in.
eyes met,
Yeah.
I knew he was
'Cause-
fated to be my butler.
Feels
You know
like
that
a
fans would say that. You can't have a fucking Batman without an Alfred, and it's like, well, I know what you
I mean,
mean.
somewhere out there in the multiverse, there's
Well, but
got to be one.
It's not
Yeah.
just that there's some way that's got to have happened, but it's like there's a story to tell with something like that. You should never just like lock off the idea because it just sounds so alien to you. And that's what's bled into this now. It's like, of course, Batman always has to have an Alfred. And it's like, your fucking universe doesn't have an Aquaman. Is Aquaman just not... Like, Alfred is more canon than Aquaman is, I guess?
Yes.
Like, why? The
It's
cosmic
set in
Alfred.
stone.
Yeah, and this, by the way, him saying that alone, that's what convinces Batman to join them.
Yeah.
I don't know
Really
why.
quick.
I don't know what...
I don't get it either.
It was a very convincing pen.
What was
What
it?
was
that-
it the
There's no correlation.
sorry about your
between-
parents, I'm just trying to save mine. I
Well-
think that's what they were trying to do.
What does that have to do with...
Ah.
You already knew that. Like,
I
You
know.
can't fight
know.
fate. Might as well help save the
motherfucker,
world.
what information does Bruce have already? Oh, that they're just trying to save the world?
Yeah.
The world? Like, what?
Yeah, but his parents though.
Oh, okay.
So does this conversation, because I was thinking about this, because as of now, Bruce thinks that they're working to stop Zod. Then Barry says that should clue Bruce in on that he's actually intending to travel back in time or to manipulate the timeline again, which would, I think what this movie is trying to say, which would like destroy this timeline.
Well, that was the
Shouldn't this
question
Bruce-
when earlier when I was talking about how we use the word fix. It's like, what does it mean to fix this? Does it kill Keaton to fix this? What does that
Right.
do? Or is this universe always here? And as Fringy theorized a bit earlier, like, did he hop over to this one by accident? In which, you know what I mean? Like, but no matter what it is, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And you don't know what Keaton thinks of this world, and you don't know if that plays into his motivations either. But ultimately, what does it matter? Zod is about to terraform the whole planet. You gotta do something,
No.
right? And he's like, nah,
Yeah, like,
pass.
how can you just sort of be passive about something that threatens you personally, even beyond the desire to help the planet that you live on and all the people who are a part of it?
Yeah, but Gotham is the safest city on Earth, and Gotham will become
Wow.
a chunk that blows off from the Earth, and that will be the thing that
The safe
happens.
haven.
And that's why he doesn't want to save planet Earth, because Gotham will become a little asteroid that everyone lives on. Think about it.
So, they conclude. I didn't catch how they figured this out. I don't know if anyone else did. They're like, Clark is being held by a mercenary group in Russia. How did they figure that? Anyone?
I think it's just the help. It's convenient Batman knowledge.
Did they just Google it? Clark Kent, hidden where? And then it says mercenary group Russia.
Journalism in this universe
Yeah.
is really good.
Isn't it the way it goes? He falls asleep, wakes up, and then the file is just there.
That's what I got confused. I was like,
You got mail.
did something
I think what they're
happen?
implying is that Bruce just did the work while they were asleep.
Oh,
and they
okay.
just put some coffee in there.
It's
so
good that
just
they
did it off
wouldn't show us
screen.
the specifics, because I don't know how the fuck he was going to discover that information.
We need
Yeah.
this thing to happen in the movie.
Yeah, he says,
Quick-
I'll help you get Superman, but then you're on your own. And it's such a like, but why?
Yeah,
But
I'll help you
why?
go to Russia, and after that, I think I've done enough for the world.
I'm happy to solve the first problem, but the whole world ending part, that's a you thing. That's not a me
Yeah.
thing.
You know, because
It's
that's
weird
Batman.
because at this point you'd feel like his motivations should be.
There's no I don't think there's any benefit to the story for this too, because a lot of people would say that like it's a matter of he's got to like be convinced into something. It's like, why wouldn't he just be a go-getter for this? Like he gives no reason. I think I said on FNT, if he could give me something, like he believes he's in a mental state / retirement mode that he's going to make the situation worse, he's going to be unreliable as a team member, he doesn't believe in himself right now. As much as it's cliche as fuck to bring in an almost like legacy superhero and make them shit, or a legacy action hero make them shit, you can have that be his state of mind for just like 5 minutes, and then you can see how idiotic the two Flashes are, and they can be like, listen, we're trying to save the world. We could really use your help. And he realizes, like, oh yeah, I should be with him. Something like that. But instead, they give us nothing. He just says no. Nothing at all. I have no idea why he doesn't want to save the world.
He's tired, he's just tired.
They didn't
that
give
day.
us that, Friggy. If they had said, you know what, I'm really tired, I need to go sleepies, I'd have been like, well, that's something. But they didn't even
Look,
give
he's
us
got
that.
a bad back.
No.
He's got a bad back and a bad knee and a bad brain that doesn't do anymore.
My whole point is that if they'd given us a reason,
Well,
that would
he
have been
knew
better than
how
nothing.
he knew how time worked,
And
so
that's
he's
all
got
it
a
knows
pretty
how to
good
do.
brain. He knows how all the time rules work.
The
But he doesn't
world
know
had
how
its
to feed
chance.
himself.
The world had its chance. The DCEU had its chance.
So
He's got irritable bat syndrome. What?
Irritable
I assume that's what they mean by IBS.
So the mission begins,
good.
and they're launching from Batman's bat plane, bat wing, and
It's
it
gassed
goes
up and ready to go.
goes in front of the moon, and the theme plays, and he's flying down. And again, I was just like, doesn't belong to you.
Yeah, like this isn't yours. This
You
is from
took
some
this,
other better thing.
You are reaping that which you did not sow, you bastard.
And how I feel about this is not your doing; it's the doing of Tim Burton and his team from years ago.
Yeah, you
how
don't get
dare
credit for
you.
this. Like,
Does
I'm
the
not going to
mus-
give you credit for this. You're just going to
Does the
remind me
theme-
of better movies.
The theme is so awesome. It's just like, oh, that's great, and then you're like, oh, but this is a Flash movie. Fuck. Oh.
Fucking just
You're making it
must not
stanky.
pump fist.
Barry 2 just does his electrical flames and gets all the way up there. Barry 1 has to, get help from Batman, and he attaches the grapple, and then he, like, climbs onto Batman, and he just sort of, Batman stares at Barry 1, being like, what the fuck are you doing? Which I thought was kind of fun. Especially the payoff of him just grabbing him, and then once they're up there, he throws him to the floor. It's like, yeah, Batman can humiliate the Flash all day, every day. That's fine with me.
Do it again.
More
Spit on
specifically,
him.
humiliate Ezra Miller, but yeah.
It was that got that mild, that the kind of chuckle out of me when he had the bat grappling hook, and Miller was put his leg up on him. It was a little funny.
I mean, that's what this film has. Every once in a while, you're like,
Yeah, it gives you some chuckles here and there. You're like, all right.
Then there's a joke where they accidentally make a bunch of noises and alert everybody, but one of them is a shovel slowly falling over, and Barry is right next to it to the point where if a normal human saw it happening, they could grab it, but he has super speed. And
I think we had enough time to, like, say out loud, like, Barry, grab the shovel.
Yeah, which is already
Like, it
way
was
more
just-
time than he needs.
By the way,
The
they
Flash.
also climbed down down like a big hatch, and when they arrive at the bottom, there's just a circle of windows with people in them.
Yeah, it
so
looks a
some
bit
of them would
weird,
have
but-
seen them anyway. I don't know what the fuck that was.
No, they were busy working.
Oh, okay.
But
Yeah, they were
luckily
doing
there was
science.
a shovel there with that they could bump into and knock over.
Yeah, this is where the guards like shoot at them, and Barry 2 moves Barry 1, and then Barry 1 like fucking vomits torrents of green goo, which is obviously just for the funnies, quote unquote. But I was like baffled. I was like, where the fuck was this?
What
with
are
all the
you
other
throwing
people?
up?
That
Green,
too.
What did you eat?
Yeah, it was
It's like
weird.
an Exorcist reference. What the fuck is going on here?
Maybe.
And
I was waiting
thinking at
for
the
an
time,
explanation to that, and then never happened.
You're still in the cinema to this day, waiting.
Waiting.
oh god. Like, and I was also just thinking, like, wait, is that literally the only consequence of moving someone? Is that they'll just throw up at the end of the run? Is that what?
I've
what's
been
Do it
really
to all the
awkward if
babies.
he,
It'll
like,
be fine.
Blew up.
Babies throw
if
up
he just
randomly
died.
anyway.
Yeah, there you go. It'll
Yeah.
work out.
Mm.
It was the broccoli. Ugh. So
Oh,
Batman.
he ate a lot more than I thought he did. I thought he spat it out. It expanded. It swole in his stomach.
Batman action scene, and for the most part, I liked it. It was batarangs, grappling
Yeah,
hooks,
it was-
bouncing off
Yeah, it was
walls, and using people against each other in his tech, and he's like good at it. And I was like,
Yeah.
Kind of the
Yay.
neatest. Yeah, it was actually kind of neat to watch. Yeah.
it's probably
Yeah,
it's like there's 3 parts in the film, and they're all like Batman related that are like worth seeing. Shad made this point, and I kind of agree. Just wait for all the HD clips to be on YouTube and then watch them. You don't need to see the film.
Yep.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It ain't worth sitting through all that Flash movie to get to a couple cool Batman scenes.
And so yeah, they make it to the next level in the game, and they gotta unlock a puzzle. It's a combination puzzle, and Batman is trying to hack it, and then Barry 2 just goes and he's like, I tried all combinations, and then the door opens. Of course, like,
Okay.
wow, you're really lucky
Good thing
that it doesn't
wasn't
lock
like
you
one of those
out.
ones- Exactly.
Also, they
But-
beat all 8 guards for this part right now, so there's no one else. They've got
Yeah,
time
there's
for a little
that.
bit.
There's just the clearance is just a code. There's nothing else to it. And
Yeah.
then, of course, that he can type it all in like a split second, and the computer processes all of that instantly. It doesn't have like any kind of, you
Yeah.
type 1, 2, 3, 4, enter, and then it goes like processing, and then next try. Even something as quickly as like a split second, you'd be like, well, that would take Barry forever still.
I mean, if it was half a second in order to try all combinations, that could be like depending on how many digits, like 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 different combinations.
So yeah, that was just that. I think that was just the writers being like, we got to make it a little harder than just an open door. Make it a combination that the Flash can do instantly because he runs fast. Like, okay,
Or
And
we could
apparently
just
you
had
get limitless
Batman.
tries.
You know,
Batman could have just hacked it. It would have been better.
Batman could have. He could have said, "Hey, I gotta hack this door. Can you distract the bad guys and everything to keep them off me while I do that?" And
yeah, then there's a little
Flash could have
bar
done
at
some
the top of your
stuff.
screen that's loading while bad guys spawn, and you got to take them all out as a Flash while the
Yeah,
bar's
hacking
loading.
progress.
And if one of the bad guys runs up to Batman, he goes, and then it shows the bar go red, and it's starting to go down.
Yeah, flashes. Yeah.
So yeah, they could have made an easy sequence out of that, ready for the video game, but no.
Keep the
Also,
bugs off of
some-
Haxie.
From the Flash's perspective, was he like sitting there for an hour or 2 hours, or
I get. Well, if he typed in every combination, yeah, and he would have. That would have been. I didn't even think
That
about
would have
that.
been insane. That actually,
Mhm.
yeah, from the Flash's perspective. I
Yeah.
mean, if it took him, so he'd have to do like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 1. No, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 2. 0, 0, 0, and you have to do that for every
Well-
single one until eventually he hit it.
And this would also
Shouldn't he have,
assume
like-
that the computer is fast enough to keep up with him too.
Yeah, like it can
And that you
process
get
it, which it
unlimited
wouldn't because the
tries.
computer would be in slow motion.
Yeah,
Mhm.
none
Well,
of it works.
yeah, there you go. The computer would have been in slow motion. It doesn't make sense.
Awesome.
Well, yeah, because when he hits
Yeah.
a key, wouldn't it like go in and then it wouldn't come out for ages? You know what I mean? Like up and
Yeah,
down.
it would be left
Yeah.
there where he left it. That's
Yeah.
true. This
It's
works if it's like a
impossible, guys.
mechanical puzzle, like a Rubik's Cube you could solve instantly. Because it's just all purely mechanical. It doesn't rely on, like a thing to do
combination
itself.
lock?
Yeah, or if it's like opening a safe, something
I
like
will
that,
say, though,
where you can just do it.
I
But not a
assume
computer.
it would work, but I was just thinking like, because if you took a Rubik's Cube and moved all of its sides really quickly to the perspective of Barry, and then like 1,000 ways, and then that all plays out in like a split second, would that do something? Would that have an effect of some kind? You know what I mean?
Say that one more time.
So you have the Rubik's Cube, and let's say you spin one of the sides 1,000 times at the speed of a normal person in Barry's world, but that's all done within a split second in the real world. When that plays out, would it not like spin really fucking fast to the point of maybe even causing enough friction to set fire, sort of thing?
Maybe.
I assume
could,
even
I
if it's
suppose.
mechanical, that might happen.
Hmm.
Yeah, the cube would get really hot, a couple people are saying. I'd assume so.
Well, it's something that he talks about, right? When
Well,
it
the
comes
friction
to
with the
speed
clothes and
force
stuff.
going really fast. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, they open the security thing, and Kara's in there instead of Clark. And again, just because they just want to piss me off, I guess, Batman sees this and goes, "That's not him. Let's go."
Let's go.
What?
I was
yeah,
like,
what is that?
Dude, what the
What
fuck?
is
Dude.
that?
It's clearly a woman that's been trapped in this like horrible place, probably been tortured. It's like, could you at least entertain the idea that she's innocent and needs your help?
Yeah.
Like, maybe?
No.
What baffling shit. Like, I don't know why they wrote him this way. I don't get it.
Yeah, she's not in Gotham City, so that's beyond his jurisdiction.
Out of
She
my
holds up
yeah,
like an
yeah.
ID, and she's a Gotham citizen. He goes, "Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't realize."
But he's like, I don't help women.
Oh no.
They need to learn to help themselves. Damn it.
Yeah, I'm a teach I'm a teach a fish kind of guy. Teach the fish kind of guy.
So they start walking down a hallway, and they bump into a random scientist, and they all just stare at each other. And then Batman does a sort of like a psych out moment, like he
Like
like
he's trying to scare
simulating
the
going to run for him,
something,
like
yeah.
scaring him. And he does it once. The scientist does nothing. He does it again. Then the scientist like drops his drink and goes for his gun. I thought it was funny as an interaction.
I think that was pretty funny. I love the idea that there's just a scientist there doing his daily stuff, and he sees these gaggle of weirdos
Yeah.
looking at him.
Well,
I thought
and
it was
then
pretty funny.
it's kind of funny on Batman's part to be like, I can't be asked to fight this guy, so I'll just scare him. And then it doesn't work to be like, bruh. And he's just like, huh? He's just so confused. So yeah.
Mm.
The Flash says, "Don't worry, I'll take care of him." Hits him, and then he starts screaming because he's been shot. And I was really confused because I was like, "How did the scientist shoot you?" And it's like, "No, he got shot because someone's behind him shooting a gun with a bunch of other guys."
Yeah,
I
which
was
they
like, "Where the
didn't
fuck did they
see.
come from?"
No reason.
How did you
yeah.
not see him with your eyeballs?
How did we not see them?
Well, so this is the
Came from
thing.
walls.
Barry 2 has to have not seen or heard them because he could obviously react well before they could do anything. And then, of course, you have to have Bruce and Barry 1 not see all those people when they're looking right at them. Because then they'd warn Barry 2. So it's just like, what the fuck?
They weren't in the shot, so they don't exist.
Very
Ah,
true.
see?
They
There you
weren't
go.
in the
Ripperoo.
shot, so
Don't see it, they
Ripperoo.
don't
something to
exist.
think about. Something to think about.
There's a lot of things.
And yeah, throughout the rest of this section of the movie, Barry 2, is that what we call him now? Barry 2, the
Yeah.
young Barry. He's like out of commission because for some reason he doesn't heal instantly.
Well, yeah, or Barry 1 didn't teach him how to do that yet, which is driving me nuts. Like, because he says, like, don't worry, you'll heal. It's like, you haven't
Yeah.
told him about that? That sounds like a pretty obvious fucking thing to tell him about.
He heals from the lightning.
Well,
Yeah.
It seems like it's an automatic thing.
he seems to not know about that, though. Why wouldn't Barry 1 have explained it to him? You know what I mean?
Because we don't
What,
have that
what I'm saying is
scene.
it doesn't seem like something that he has to train to do. It seems like something that was just automatic, which is confusing because it's not healing the bullet wound.
I assumed it was something he could sort of control, like Barry, when he's wounded, he can activate whatever power, and then it will heal it up. And so if it's mechanically working that way, then why wouldn't he? First of all, not just that, but also tell him that he's absolutely vulnerable to being shot, which is something else that he doesn't understand. Which is like, what have you told him? Like anything? It seems like some of the basic shit, you know? It's like, you can run real fast. Don't run people too fast because they'll vomit cartoon goo for ages. You can phase through walls. He does, we see him teaching him those two things, and that's it. And it's like, might want to let him know his strength abilities or whether or not he can be wounded. But then, of course, why didn't Barry 2 ask any of these questions? Neither of them feel very human. I feel like I would be asking or answering all of these things. But
Well, yeah, Barry 2 would be like, "Whoa, you got powers? Tell me all the things you could do. I want to know about all of them." Because he's
Yeah.
so excited to get powers, you should ask what the powers are. Because
So-
probably what he'd do.
then, if I can try and
Go ahead.
think of a cup, and then above the cup is a ball that fits the cup perfectly. That's where Kara was being stored. So they've
Right.
gone down now below that ball into the cup, where there is a drain that they're trying to blast open, and all the soldiers are following them. And all the soldiers decide that instead of, let's just say, dropping a few grenades down there, or I'm pretty sure they can just shoot at them, they want to break the ball above them so that that falls down and crushes them. That's their big plan. And
It's
gonna.
really weird.
I just
Well,
don't.
it's also weird because they have two levers they can use to get rid of cables, but only partly because that
Yeah.
doesn't
I remember.
disconnect everything, and then they have to shoot the last one with a grenade. And I was like, what?
Yeah, it's bizarre because it's just like, so if you just had a button that let it go, that would be it.
Yeah, just one button to let it all go. For whatever reason, you need that. Anyway.
And then, of course,
I don't even get
They
it.
do eventually drop it, and it only covers their escape. It doesn't do anything to them. It just makes it so they can't follow them directly anyway.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, well, nice. Good job.
Good job. We did it.
Then they get to the top, and they're attacked, but it's okay because Supergirl now has been hit with the sun, so she's powered up and she can beat everybody up.
Yeah.
A worthy note of fun in this scene is that Barry 1 tries to run across the battlefield while Batman's fighting people, and Batman punches him in the face just in the middle of battling. I thought that was cool. I enjoyed that.
You think it was an accident, or was that a thing for him to save him from some shot or whatever?
No, I assume that was a genuine accident. You just don't see that enough in these sorts of movies. I think that
Okay.
should be in them more, because Batman's fucking fighting for his life. The idea that if you're going to run past him as a friendly, like, there's a good chance he's
Might
going to
get the
fucking
punch,
hit you.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I do
I
like
do.
that.
I do
Yeah.
also enjoy that.
Yeah, I mean, they get out of there, the Batwing takes them away, and it was something that I thought was kind of neat, if I'm interpreting it the right way. We get a shot of, like, Batman's cowl is on the floor, and there's bits of blood and bits of his armor, and he's sort of giving himself a bit of, like, he's sewing up a wound, and he looks in the mirror,
Right.
and he smiles.
Yeah, he's like, yeah.
And, of course, I get the implication that they're saying, like, you know, he's happy to be back, sort of thing.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well. That's what I got.
Which, you know,
Can
I've
we
always...
just have only Keaton Batman? Can we just get rid of the rest?
I'm fine with Affleck Batman. I'm fine with Pattinson Batman. I'm trying to think of which Batman I don't want to see, and it's like, well, I'm kind of fine with a lot of them. I don't hate any of them. It's not like Joker where we have Jared Leto. We don't have Jared Leto
Yeah.
Batman, luckily. But don't
If
tempt
we
him.
don't have Jared Leto, who's gonna give me a reach around?
No, no. That fucking dialogue, man. So yeah, Kara explains that she was an infant. No, Kal-El was an infant when he left. She was sent to protect him. Their pods got separated, and Zod must have tracked her signal. It's kind of an alt universe situation because we eventually get from Zod that Kal-El's ship was intercepted by Zod
Mm-hmm.
before he even reached Earth. While she, I guess, did she crash land in Russia and then they captured her? Was the
I guess so. Yeah.
Because that's what they do in Flashpoint Paradox as well, right? Is it something like that? He gets captured, Superman?
Yeah, but he's not in Russia or anything. But he gets captured and kept under lock by the U.S. government, and they get him out
Right.
of there.
Oh yeah, does he crash in Metropolis in that, and that's why the police find
Right.
him?
Yeah. He crashes
Right.
in Metropolis. There's like a huge crater in Metropolis they go to.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, so I thought this part was really weird. I guess I missed something, but he says, Barry 2 says, "You're solar powered, good for you. Oh, and we'll take this too." And he picks up her Superman suit. I was like, where the fuck did that come from?
Oh, that was in the cell with her for some reason. I don't know why.
So
but-
that was my theory, and then I was just gonna have the follow-up question of why the fuck is his Superman suit in her cell
Yeah.
with her?
And why doesn't she wear it? It looks more comfy than his fucking lab coat she's wearing or whatever it was.
Yeah,
Not a
I
lab
don't
coat.
think she gets to choose her attire in her
Well, then, but
prison.
it's just
Yeah.
in there. She could just put it on if she wants. I don't
Yeah,
know.
just line
That's
in
just
Well, she doesn't want to change while they're watching.
fine.
It's also weird because Barry should probably make the connection. Oh wait, this is like a Kryptonian suit, so this is probably like a Kryptonian they captured here. So she would definitely gonna need her. And when Batman says like, "Oh, it's not him, let's go," it's like, no, that's time stuff.
Yeah, that's right. That's
universe
like
stuff.
that's like 2 layers of retarded, isn't it? Like,
Yeah,
it's like she might be very powerful and useful. Also, she could just be innocent. Like, she could just be
Yeah.
a person.
Boom, 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 boom.
Yeah, and so Barry 2 says, you know, to Kara, like, "Are you back to full strength?" And then she, like, blows up a gargoyle. It's just like, okay,
yeah.
you didn't need to do
She's-
that.
She spits on it. It's like you're back on power, and she spits on it and explodes, and you're like a sonic boom. I think.
Yeah,
I
and
was
you just
like,
you want Bruce to
okay.
be there being like, "Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's neat." Yeah. I
I'm
didn't need
also
that.
glad you're here at my manor and destroying it. Thank you.
Yeah.
You know, I wanted to join you for this fight, but fuck you guys. Get out of here. Maybe this world does need to end, you pricks.
So Barry
you
once
see, man.
talks about how he needs to recreate the accident that gave him his powers so he can help fight Zod. And then Bruce is like, "Yeah, or it'll kill you. And besides, why would you want to fight to save this universe?" I thought that was such a bizarre question, because I immediately think to myself, like, well, because he cares about innocent people getting killed, I guess.
Yeah.
And then Barry once says, "Well, because this is the universe where my mum is alive." And I was just like, fucking hell, man.
Barry.
No, this should be because they
Barry.
need help. I want to help you.
'Cause I'm a good
Yeah.
person.
Barry, maybe you could
stuff like that.
just helping people. And by the way, he gets this right later, because Kara
It's true,
asks
he
him
does.
why he decided to save her, and then he says, "Because you were someone who needed help." It's like that's
Because-
what that's
Yeah,
the,
that's yeah. Good job.
that was the thing you were supposed to say, you moron.
You did the hero thing. Good job. God.
Yeah, so Batman's like, "You can electrocute yourself then?" He's like, "Yeah," and he's like, "Want some help?" I don't know what the fuck's going on. I feel like Bruce Wayne Batman would be like, "Listen, I know that you think you get your powers if you're electrocuted, but I think it's way more likely you're just gonna die. And I
Mhm.
think it's better if you don't die. And ultimately you might need to, become a new you. Like, your powers don't define you. That sort of thing. I feel like that's where Batman would go. I don't think Batman would be like, well, fuck it, right? Whatever. If you die, you die.
True.
Which is
It's
like,
actually
oh.
funny.
I guess-
because Oh, go ahead.
Well, I guess I just read that as like, do you want help figuring out how to do that?
Well, he's the one that throws the switch.
Yeah.
Right, and then right before that, he's like,
He
"Oh, I
says
also
it's
think this is
insane,
insane."
but he still does it. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Right.
doesn't. I don't think that's enough for me. I get that the film is like, see, he thinks it's crazy. And it's like, yeah, but then he wouldn't do it. Like, you can't,
Yeah.
like, that's like half
Yeah,
of.
it's definitely weird about them.
You went halfway with it. Because I really want people to understand what I'm trying to say here. It's like, I think his point of view is this kid is so lost, he's about to kill himself. I should stop this from happening. And, you'd be like, well, no, because that's how Flash does get his powers or whatever. It's like, yeah, but Bruce doesn't fucking believe that shit right now.
Doesn't believe that. I don't even know if I believe it.
No. To be
So-
honest, dude, with everything we've seen, I don't know that that'll work. I don't
I don't
know.
even know. It just sort of
Yeah.
happens, I guess.
Yeah.
That's just how it works. Okay.
It was interesting to see the comparison in Flashpoint Paradox, because in this one, it's not Bruce Wayne, it's Thomas Wayne. And he went like
Dad.
the
Yeah.
super insano mode. He uses guns and kills people. Like, he has no problem with it. And he's like, I don't
And
know,
his
this
mom's
fucking
the
guy. I'm just
Joker.
gonna electrocute him. That's fine.
So someone said it already worked in the movie. First of all, Bruce didn't see any of that. And secondly, that's what I meant by even me having seen it work. I don't know that you can recreate that with any blast of lightning. I don't know. I know
Seems
people who've
so
been hit by
specific.
lightning who just fucking died.
Yeah. Well, it's also
So-
the chemicals on top, right?
Well, yeah, did
But
they...
Yeah.
But they fucked this
how do
up as well.
That sounds like something that would be almost impossible to get right as well. Like, to know
Yeah.
what composition, how much of it, and you could recreate it perfectly. It's like, why would you take that risk when you're very likely just going to either kill or cripple yourself permanently?
Yeah. He just puts those chemicals on the side and he just goes for it. Go lucky, I guess.
Yeah.
Flash's like the way Flash gets his powers, it feels like they really didn't care.
Yeah, they needed to
simplified.
knock him out of having powers for that whole sequence of the movie, but you kind of, I don't know, it strikes me as being like, you could have just let him keep them.
Yeah, not a lot would have
Yeah.
changed.
I guess you wouldn't have this sequence, but, I mean, this sequence gets funnier anyway, because it doesn't work. He gets zapped, he's covered in blood, and, like, he's smoking, and he's like, eh. And then he's like, do it again. And Batman's like, it's fried. I can't do it again. So, and before anything else happens, in that moment, if you're Bruce, you're like, I just electrocuted a kid to the point where he's nearly dead. Who knows what permanent damage I've done. Probably shouldn't have gone along with this, but hey, whatever, fuck it. And then Kara comes along, and she's like, don't you worry, I'll grab you and fly you up into the storm directly and get you electrocuted. And Bruce is like, there you go.
There's no OSHA on Krypton.
By the way, really funny, because she fucks off after she has a conversation with Barry too,
Yeah.
on top of the thing. And she goes to the place where Zod landed and sees like getting all these soldiers getting fucked up.
Mm-hmm.
And Zod notices her. She's like, no. And he looks at them, at
Yeah.
her. We cut away, and then she just comes back to the manor.
Yep.
And Zod doesn't follow her. It's like,
Nope.
that's the reason you're here.
Yeah,
you want
that's
her.
that's huge. She has the genetic code to unlock the embryos.
Yeah.
Wait, what? A poorly written Zod in every universe?
No.
No.
It's
Hey,
like
man,
this.
Terrence
It's like
Stamp,
this.
probably.
The scene when she sees him was supposed to be after the electrocution scene. Like, it feels like it's misplaced.
Yeah, like it got edited out of order.
Yeah.
Is there a? I guess. Pardon me if we covered it. Is there a reason why the Flash doesn't want to get electrocuted for his powers before they go to Russia?
No, I think it just comes with a
Reasons and
bit.
That's-
things and stuff.
That's what I was
Okay.
asking earlier. Is why wasn't
Okay.
that his like top priority?
I don't think he
I
even
need to
considered
catch
it
my
as an
lightning.
option. I
I'm
Well,
don't think
from
it
the
was a good
future.
idea
I
in
need
his
to get
head.
Funnily
struck
enough,
by lightning.
someone in chat said like, "Oh yes, he won't do it, and then he'll just get killed by Zod. That's a better plan." Like, no, my whole point is it's better you stay alive to fight Zod in any way, shape, or form. You could even be the guy in the chair for the team, right?
Yes, if you're
It's
just
better
calling
that than
doing
being
calling
dead.
out,
Why
yeah.
would you want to be dead instead of that? And it's like you treat it as though his options are be dead or be Flash, when his options are be dead, be Flash, or be alive.
Yeah.
And
Could've
be Flash
spent
and
time-
be dead most likely as opposed to be Flash. Be Flash is very
Could've-
unlikely.
Spent time training and coaching
Yeah.
other Flash as well.
Yeah.
And like I said, there's an easy message there of like your powers don't define you, and then he gets given them back through some other means, you know, something else happens, but he gets used to the idea of not having powers, and then he gets them back. That's like super standard superhero storytelling.
Spider-Man 2.
Yeah, you don't need to do it the way they did it, and I just think it's especially funny that he's this corpse almost on a chair who's like, electrocute me again, and then Kara's like,
Yeah.
I will do it. And it's like, why? Why do you think it'll work? Why are
Does she
you
even
killing
understand
it?
what's
Electricity,
happening?
mother.
You know, like, does she even know what's going on?
No.
I think I joked with Mahler when we were watching it. There's like, because she's from a different culture entirely. Does she? Ah, yes. This is a warrior ritual, a warrior's death ritual or something. I will help. I will help
Throw
him
the
die and
lightning.
obtain honor. He
And then
will
he
go
see- then
to
she sees-
Valhalla.
She sees him get up. It's like, oh no, I fucked it up. Oh, let's go back up. Let's go back
She's
to the
like,
lightning.
she's floated him up, and she's like, this is a badass way to go out. He's like, no, I'm gonna become the Flash, and she's like, oh, yeah, yes. Mhm.
Flash of lightning. I get it. Good joke. Right before you die.
Yeah.
It's also
Meanwhile,
weird
Zod is
that
on pause, apparently.
Yeah, he
like,
just waits.
Barry wanted him
on.
to hit the switch again.
Mhm.
Like because he was like near death. You'd think that going through something like that would cause
So-
him to step back and
I got the impression
he
that
needs,
Barry 1 legit feels that either he has his powers or he's fucking nothing, and he'd rather die. Like, that's the impression I got at that point.
That's how it read. Yeah.
Yeah. But
Well,
it's not
the
something that
film-
they've
Feels
ever
a bit
really
like it
done.
came out of nowhere. You know.
Right.
Yeah, because he's like,
just
do
comes across as he's
it! And it's just like,
determined.
oh shit, okay, alright. And I know that
Well,
someone might be like, well, of course, because he wants to make a difference in the world. It's like, no. Just like, why wasn't that in the film then? There should have been a conversation with him and Batman, or him and Barry too, about how he's nothing without his powers.
Mhm.
Obviously, that's like,
Interesting hypothesis.
like the normal thing you do, but
But the thing is, they're trying to recreate the incident, right? So the
Yeah.
first time they do this, all the chemicals explode all over him, doesn't work. So if he just hits the button again, it just shouldn't work anyway, because the chemicals are not around anymore to cause the same reaction.
you
And-
fool, you don't understand. You have to satisfy two aspects. There is chemicals all over you and enough lightning. He'd done the chemicals one, now he needed more lightning to finish that part.
Oh yeah, but if he
More.
goes
It's like
up, he
baking a
goes
cake.
through the rain, and then the
Yeah, that makes
things
them
are
more,
gone.
the chemicals become more potent when you do that.
No, stop it.
You just don't know how science is, you foolish.
They don't know what science is.
Science is becoming the Flash by dying. It makes
You're
enough sense.
dying. Got him.
And then we
Anyway.
watch a bat suit get completely desecrated.
He just puts the fucking flex on it. It's like, no, stop it.
I think it's a huge missed opportunity for this film to not have him sawing it, painting it, cutting it, blah, 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 and it just pans up to a Bruce Wayne looking at him really sad. Just like,
Yeah.
fucking hell, what have you done?
Or you could like, I could have helped you. Like, you know, I have the tools. You could have just not make it makeshift.
Didn't have to fuck it up. And that
You
could
know,
have been
I've
how
got a
they spent
3D
their
bat
fuck.
printer right there.
But yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah,
Um,
took shit as well. I hate it.
And yeah, I think Batman is like, interesting group. What do you say we're called again? Like, Justice League. And you just sit there like, fuck off.
Stop it. You're embarrassing yourself.
Well,
Yeah.
what's funny about this to me is that they never name themselves the Justice League in either cut of Justice League, yet now they're just called that. It's just funny to me.
Yeah.
Like meta being named it between the scenes, alright? Yeah, and he says, so, you in? Which, yeah, you need to be reminded Batman is still not on board with saving the world. And, yeah, that's when you get the famous moment from the trailer. You wanna
makes
get
sense.
nuts? Let's get nuts.
Which
You know,
sounds
you
like,
compare it to the context in the first film of why he fucking said it.
yeah,
compared
because he
to
was
here.
doing the whole. I haven't seen the movie in a bit, but it was like because of the Joker, right? And he was trying to get him out or something. It remind me.
Yeah,
I mean,
something like that.
Joker's in it's Vicky Vale, right? It's
Yeah.
funny, I've already forgotten her name. Because not as interesting as Catwoman. And yeah, like he smashes the cutlery after he was basically
Yeah.
telling the story that could be read as being somewhat about himself, and then screams, "You want to get nuts? Let's get nuts." Because Batman in the Burton movie is a little bit unhinged.
Right.
He's a little bit yeah. But here it's just like, oh, that's the line that you know about from the other movie, so he's gonna say it.
And
Even
it's all
what-
wrong.
what
The
is-
context is all wrong. The delivery's all wrong. It's just a meme.
Yeah. It's just the line that he says, because you remember that line. It's like, yeah, but I remember why he said it, not just the line.
And it's funny because I've
Seemed
seen
like a
people do the
really-
comparison to I'm something of a scientist myself being a positive comparison. It's like you recontextualize a reason for Norman to say it. It's the same reason. So it is a meme, but like you actually have in-universe sort of smoothness to it compared to this, where it's just like, why did you say that? What?
He said it because he's aware that he's a character in a fucking movie.
More of a caricature.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're moving on
But
to
yeah,
the.
things do get pretty nuts, because that action scene, holy shit.
Well, I was about to say
are we
we're
ready
on
to
to
talk
the.
about what happens next?
We're on to the
We're
third
so
act,
close
yeah.
to the
Psychologically
end. We're so
prepared.
close.
Again, that.
I can go to sleep soon.
So, they're heading
well,
in, the
yes,
team, and Batman's like, I'm gonna stay airborne and take out their sky power, which I thought was a really awkward line, but that's fine. It's mostly fine. And he said, and then Flash, Barry 1 says to Barry 2, remember, your suit needs brakes because you're gonna build up too much charge. And then Barry 2 says, wait, what? And I was just
Yeah.
like, please don't tell
Why
me
didn't
this
you
isn't
talk
something
about this
like...
earlier?
This is what I mean, every single time in this movie, they rely on being like, he told him, but you're gonna see it all flumpy because he didn't quite explain it the best way he could or something. It's just like, why though? Why do
Oh,
they
and
never
I guess-
say what they have to say?
No,
Not like Batman's a strategist or something that would
Oh.
get everyone to put all the cards on the table.
Don't you love the strategy employed by the military? Standing out in a big open desert, fucking just shooting at things. It's not working.
Just randomly shooting. Yeah,
Yeah.
like it's
Randomly shooting at
it's
things.
it's random chaos. It's just
It is.
soldiers standing around, just shooting
Mhm.
guns. I
And,
guess
you know,
at
it's
things.
This is Battleground.
really worth emphasizing. You know, you look at a film like Avengers where the battle is set in New York and all of the ways that they use the environment to make the battle dynamic. And you know, tailored to the skill sets of each character has a different way of navigating that environment and fighting in that environment. And then of course, because there are civilians there, you get to see the Avengers saving people, which is
Yeah.
really nice in a superhero film when you get to see heroes save people.
I like that.
Kinda
Whereas
crazy.
here, big empty field,
It's a big
just
empty
running
desert.
around, no landmarks to deal with, no differing terrain, just a big
Well, there's-
flat empty field, which not only doesn't look very interesting visually, but isn't an interesting place.
By calling it an open field, you think you're giving it too much credit by calling it that.
It's not a field; it's an open desert.
I was gonna say there's
plain.
no geography. We don't know where anyone
No,
ever
there's
is
not even
anywhere at
any-
any time.
This is
I
like
think
in a
there's,
game
one-
if there's nothing to load. If it's just like a flat brown
I think there
plain.
were a couple of like. I don't think they're
Rocks?
mountains. Yeah, they're big rocks. They don't count as mountains. They're big rocks.
Well, and
Small
so
amount.
the-
Default map in the Far Cry 2 map editor.
The prevailing theory about this, which I think this could answer it, but there's also other theories, right? So the prevailing one is the criticism of putting it in places with high populations is bad, and heroes should never do that. Zod is here. This is where Zod is.
Yeah,
So
Zod-
you don't have
Zod
to
is
make it
making
so
these
that...
choices.
Yeah, making it in the city still works. It's just that I think it could be that, but it's also like way cheaper to just make this fucking desert your landscape.
Well, I mean, you know, what do you? It's if all of your terrain is flat, that just makes it a lot easier, I would
Yeah.
imagine, than if you're on a bridge or if you're in this building or you're in this general area. You have to actually
Smashing
mix it up.
skyscrapers and having cars and people everywhere and windows and trees and just everything you can imagine. That's gonna be way more difficult than light brownish floor. That's it. You're like, okay, light brownish
Mhm.
floor.
Was there
in
was
the
there any
MCU as
context
well.
why they were in the
Um,
desert?
It was where they were in. I believe that's where they met in Man of Steel. Like when they met with Clark.
Yes.
That was where they
Military
met.
base,
So it's
Well, so
kind
And-
of like-
this is just the direct continuation of when he was attacking them earlier.
Yeah, they put the battle
it's
on
the same
pause.
area. It's the same area.
I think
as
it's the
where
same
they
area
started
that Kara
attacking and
visited,
Kara
yeah.
left.
But of course, I'm just
Same thing,
highlighting,
right?
like, a writer could have put Zod anywhere they want, really. They
Yeah, you can
know.
put him in a place that's more interesting instead of a big,
Mhm.
open, desolate wasteland with
But
nothing in it.
I am amused by the idea that they put them there, so it's like, you can't complain about population control or
Yeah, but
collateral
like
damage.
that's not. Yeah, but the problem was that like it was so much collateral damage. and Superman didn't do much to stop it.
It was
Well, do you
Superman's
remember-
indifference to the collateral damage that was the
Yeah.
problem, not the fact that anything was happening, you know?
Wasn't it a BVS line where it's like, oh my god, the fight's been taken to blah 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 blah, that it's like, that place has zero
uninhabited.
population, good.
That
Oh
island's
yeah,
uninhabited.
yeah. They kept saying that. Well, downtown Gotham is mainly empty. It's like, no, it isn't.
Shut
Yeah,
up,
they go
yes
into
it
the
Oh,
is.
yeah,
industrial
it was
area, and it's like, it's
downtown
uninhabited.
Manhattan.
It's just this
Well,
very
it'd just
quick
be like if
throwaway
you said,
line.
oh yeah, like
No
downtown
signs of intelligent
Manhattan,
life anywhere.
lower Manhattan. There's nobody there. It's like, yes, there is. It's New York. And the
Well, I
metropolis
think
is New York.
in Batman v Superman, it was the harbor, or the dock.
Yeah, it was the Doomsday
Yeah.
Island.
No.
Yeah.
It was also Metropolis.
There was
They
two
said
there was
that
two places
yeah.
they said were
There was
yeah.
3 places. There were 3 places, guys. Get it right.
the fuck?
I know
It
they
was
fought
3
in 3
places.
different
It was
places.
It was because Metropolis was where Doomsday was, and Doomsday jumped up onto a building, and then they had like the CNN helicopter thing saying, "Oh, it's mainly empty because it's nighttime, the business area." Which it's a New York equivalent, so it ain't. And then they went to it was Rikers Island, right in the middle.
Yeah.
And then they're like, it's uninhabited. And then it's like, why did you bring him back to the city? And then I think Batman said the port is uninhabited,
yeah.
it's empty.
He
So
took
3
that
times.
that Man of
Yeah.
Steel criticism hit him so hard, like in terms of
Mhm.
insecurities.
Well, it should. It was just a terrible idea. Like to have Superman causing this much
Thing
collateral
is, like, you
damage.
should feel insecure about your shitty fucking movie.
It was a terrible idea. I don't know why they did it.
They just like crash land in the middle of London, and they're like, "It's nighttime. Most people aren't there.
Well,
Don't
there
worry
were a lot
about
of
it."
like
Well-
of actually having Superman say, because there was that thing in Smallville where the guy fell out of the helicopter, Superman grabs him, and it's like, "Are you okay?" It's like, "Oh yeah, big hero moment," and then right away one of the fucking Kryptonians comes along and starts attacking you. It's like, "Oh, that guy's probably dead then." So it's like,
Yeah,
you know what I mean? They did that here as well. Remember when like Kara saved that person in the helicopter and then they just died straight away because they don't want to deal with like actually saving the civilians, right? They gotta like
So,
they gotta get rid of him as quickly as possible. Or not.
The
civilians,
problem
I
is
guess,
that
military.
I think a lot of the times people forget, like, because the terminology has become so muddled by repetition, and it's just sort of fallen away. But superhero is a combination of 2 words,
Mhm.
that being super and hero, implying as if take a hero, and this is like the super version of what that is. But they really don't want to, even entertain that concept. Because in their
Well-
minds, I guess a superhero is just a very powerful person who does cool stuff, I guess,
but
or
it's-
something.
But you look at a lot of the older superhero movies, and you see it even in the ones in the 2000s, right? Spider-Man was saving people, and X-Men. You had like in when Wolverine was fighting the guys when they came to the school, like saving the kids at the school. Superman saving people in the old films. Batman, saving people. Like I don't know. I feel like we've lost track of the saving people part of the superhero thing, where we're like so disconnected from saving people.
Well, we're busy fighting
and-
giant multiversal monsters.
Superheroes play DPS and play support. Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess.
Well, it's really funny to think about because I think I know the reason they did what they did in Man of Steel, and that's because everyone was complaining that Superman Returns didn't have enough action. So they were like, okay, you want fucking action. So they get their pump out and they start pumping up the action. But oh no, the saving people part keeps shriveling up. And suddenly you have this huge engorged action part. And suddenly there's like one person being saved in the entire fucking film. So this is
But-
kind of the give and take.
it ain't. It's not just DC. Marvel has this problem too of a
Oh,
lot
yeah,
less
definitely.
saving. Like, I mean, at the end of Endgame, that's a big battle and a big. It's not as empty, but it's still devoid of like clear sort of landmarks and people to account for, other than combatants. That's like another instance of sort of moving it away from heroes saving people. And it's like, what is the instance here? It's that very strange segment with the babies falling out of the building. That's like the Flash saving people. This bizarre, strange, like, set piece.
Instead of just people trapped in rubble, the bridge is collapsing and the cars are sliding down into the water. Oh no, the such and such is about to fall on what's her face. Oh, an old lady is in the street. What are we gonna do? Like, really
The cat
simple
is
stuff.
stuck up a tree.
Shazam did that, and how much did that count for? With the audience. Remember, it opened with them saving people.
I do remember.
Oh, I thought you were talking about
Do you?
the first.
Yeah,
you
because
remember
they used
Shazam?
that song that was in like 3 movies: Tetris, that, and Mario.
Yep. Holding out for
That
a
was kind of
hero.
fucking uncanny.
Yeah.
Like, how did that happen?
Yeah.
But yeah, it did.
And none of
In a
them
matter
did
of,
well,
in
right.
like 2 days, I heard that song in like 3 different languages.
So, back to the movie. Unfortunately, as I've said, I've been very unhappy with Keaton's characterization. Even though I'm a big fan of seeing him in general, that's what I've said several times on other streams. I'm trying to separate my easy to manipulate heart to my recording this and understanding it mind of what's going on. There's a line he has as they're entering in. They're getting shot by random people. And obviously there's a bit of a meme here of like, what, they're shooting at us? It's like, yeah, they don't know what the fuck's going on. They don't know who's on their side. It's like, there's something to that, I think, especially with a crazy bat vehicle. But then you do think, like, maybe they would recognize that, because Barry, too, recognizes the Batmobile when he sees it, because he's like, oh yeah, this used to be on the news all the time. So it's like, you may think that you'd have the opposite cool reaction of all the soldiers see the bat wing coming in, and they're like, holy fuck, it's Batman. He's come here, like, he's out of retirement. Like, yeah, and that would be really, like, encouraging, which I think would have been a way cooler way to go with that. In any case, they're shooting at him, and I couldn't quite catch the line, but it sounded like, to me, that Batman says, these are the humans we came to protect? And
That's
then
exactly what it said.
Barry says they don't know we're on their side. Why the fuck have they got Bruce Wayne referring to the people down there as humans?
I had the same thought.
What the
I was
fuck?
like, why would you say that?
Oh,
Why
yeah.
would you say it that way? Like, you're from
So
Krypton
you guys
or
not often
something.
refer to your fellow man as
Humans? Hey humans, what's up?
Oh god,
How do
the
you do,
disease
fellow
that infected Clark
humans?
and Man of Steel. It's metamorphosized into Batman.
Every time the Amazon driver is delivering something, it's like, is this the human that's supposed to deliver my package?
Is this the correct human
And
residence?
isn't it strange that they're like, oh, they won't know that they're on our side, that we're on their side? It's like, well, they probably will when you start fighting those guys.
That's what I mean. It's
But-
like, you can go that direction for that kind of commentary of like, oh yeah, war is hell, whatever. But I just, why not make it so they recognize the Batwing? That'd be really cool.
Yeah, like, oh shit, it's Batman. He's here to help us.
He's back.
He's come out of
friends.
retirement to stop a fucking crazy alien god from killing us all. That's amazing.
He does
Yeah.
care.
I think I don't know.
He was probably chomping on the bit to save us.
that. The criticism to that might be calling into question whether or not Batman is international.
I would, if I was
Almost
writing it, I'd
certainly,
allow
right?
that. Why wouldn't you allow that? Like, he'd be famous, right? He's like that crazy bat guy who saved a whole city from crime.
Well, our Batman is internationally recognized.
And
And
isn't
he's
this in
yeah, that's
America?
actually-
real.
I was about to say, that's fair. He's a fictional character in our world, but if we saw a big Batwing flying across, we'd be like, fucking Batman is here! Fuck up the aliens,
Yo.
dude!
Woo!
And wouldn't the Batwing have like a speaker on it, and he could just he would just get on? It's just like, this is Batman, stand by. Just
Hello, humans.
clarifying he's there to help.
This is Batman.
Hello,
Let's
hello,
fuck up
humans.
this alien race.
Batman.
Hello, puny humans, puny pores down there.
Humans, I am on your side. Batman, why would you say it like that?
Silence, Earthling. Do
This
not
is what the
question
Who
the
must do.
Batman.
So yeah, they arrive, and they have that amazing shot that has been referenced everywhere of them arriving.
Fortnite.
The two
We
flashes.
love Fortnite. We love Fortnite.
But seriously though, when they arrive as two Flashes and a super person being Supergirl, it's just like, oh, so this fight's over. You guys would have won with one Flash. You got two.
Well, it's just Batman, not Batman, Superman alone beat these guys. You've got Supergirl, who is also Superman, plus 2 Flashes, plus Batman.
Yeah.
Yeah, and to
It's
be
all-
So
fair, like
surely Barry is
Batman.
just gonna use his flash time and just gonna break all the necks or something. Could be really easy.
No, you fool! Why would you
Oh, I've
assume
got
that? That
so
would be
many things to
insane.
say
Oh,
about
that would be
this
really
scene.
smart and effective.
Doesn't
many
he end up like
things.
facing his hand through one?
Well, so okay,
Oh,
so the scene is about to begin,
Let's
and you're
talk
like,
about it.
"This will be it. We got a Batman, 2 Flashes, Supergirl fight an army of Kryptonians. This will be fun, right?" First thing
Right.
Barry 1 says to Barry 2, "They're Kryptonian, so we won't be able to kill them, but we can slow them down."
3 seconds later, he
Oh.
kills one.
So what?
Flash has a good understanding of what Kryptonians are and how powerful they are and their weaknesses and vulnerabilities.
But how does he think that they were beaten? Like, the funny part, I guess, is that he was like, oh, well, he sees them all as just Supermans, loads and loads of Supermans. It's like, so nobody told him what the reality of the Kryptonians were? He just assumes they're all like Superman? It's like, does he never wonder how Superman managed to beat them all at that point then? It's like, no, he kills one in 3 seconds later. That's what was mentioned. He actually does.
Yeah.
He phases into the guy's heart and then kills him. And it's like, so just do that with all of them.
That's useful and
Yeah.
also terrifying.
It is kind of, yeah.
Yeah, that's the villain move from the Flash show, actually, which is funny to think about being used here.
I just,
This
it's,
is the force lightning of speed powers.
it's one of those
Yep.
competency things again. I'm just like, does the filmmaker know they just said he can't kill him and then he killed them? Do they know this? Is this something
what
they
did think was
intended?
going to happen in the action scene? Like, that they filmed?
They keep pushing him over. They keep hitting him and pushing him
So you
and
have to
slowing him
wonder
down.
what the danger would actually be if they went into flash time and they just moved them all.
Well, we saw what
You're
happened.
right.
Yeah,
They make them all
you
vomit in their
horribly.
masks. They throw up
Well,
Nickelodeon slime
we,
into their masks.
I mean, we saw, right, when
Nickelodeon's fine.
Flash fought the Parademons, he, like, kicked the shit out of him.
Yeah,
Right,
It's
yeah.
because he's incredibly overpowered. The idea that it's
Really
like, oh
cool.
well, he's against people who are strong. It's like, okay,
Yeah, but he's fast, and that compensates.
exactly.
He's fast, which makes him strong. And we see
And they
that in
forgot
this
the
action scene
Kryptonians are
where
meant to
they
be
kick
fast
him.
too.
Well, yeah,
They're
for
clearly
some
nowhere
reason-
near fast enough to beat out the Flash,
except
though.
in some instances they are. Like Feora was fast enough to keep up. Like you remember that part? Like and Zod,
Well, yeah, and Zod
he
does
was
too.
fast enough.
It's
What?
it's just
They-
inconsistent.
Flash it's his one thing. His one thing is his fast. Why would you make them?
Just let me have this.
Yeah, they're not even powered up. They are the limited power Kryptonians. They're not
Yeah,
even
because Zod needs to
supercharged.
take off all of his gear and stuff and spend a little bit more time.
I feel like
on
they
Earth,
forgot
you know,
about
and get
that. They're not
elevated.
as powerful
Just move them
without
around,
that.
let them vomit inside their own
Yeah.
hands.
So fucking lame, dude. It's like you gotta nerf. You have 2 Flashes. Of course you have to nerf him. You got no action scene if you don't. It's like, yeah, I guess so.
Exactly.
Oh, but speaking of nerfs, we found out there's a new weakness to the Kryptonians in this scene. A very interesting weakness that totally does not ruin Man of Steel even more. Are we ready to talk about this new weakness that we discovered for Kryptonians in this scene?
Why don't you enlighten? I'm curious. I'm not exactly sure what you're going for here.
Oh, okay.
I think I
will
might,
tell you.
but
So-
I want to. You go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So here's the thing. So what do we? I'm going to go over what we've established as a Kryptonian weakness in this universe so far. So we've got Kryptonian atmosphere, and we've got well, technically other Kryptonians, and we got kryptonite. I don't know if red sun radiation is a thing in this universe. I can't quite remember. They seem to have substituted with Kryptonian air.
Mm-hmm.
But we got those. So in this film, we discover. So first, we must flash back to Man of Steel. I know. Terrifying thought to think back
That's
to the
okay.
beginning of this, but that's okay. So remember in that film, General Zod had a little blade that pops out of his wrist, and he used it to
He
kind
killed
of
Russell Crowe with it.
Yeah, he gave him a little shanky shank. He gave him a little tiny shanky shank. But that's understandable because they didn't have powers on Krypton. They're vulnerable there. But what we discover in this film, so Supergirl goes up and he's like, yeah, you what happened to Kal-El? It's just like, oh, the infant didn't survive. It's like, no. So they fight. And then Zod grabs Supergirl by the neck. And remember, Supergirl, fully powered Kryptonian at this point, who inexplicably gets really good at her powers really quick, but whatever. So he gets out the blade and stabs the fully powered Kryptonian in the chest, and there's no resistance. It just goes right through. So we discover, okay, so General Zod's blade can can penetrate a fully oh, that's a nice sentence right there. Can penetrate a fully empowered Kryptonian. Oh my. And then later on in the fight, well, let's just say I don't even know if I want to get to that because I feel like I want a full description of what happens later. But let's just say we find out that all it really requires is a jagged piece of Kryptonian metal, and it can just
Does he do
straight
that
up
super
kill other
fast though?
Kryptonians.
Is it that would be slightly better if you did it with the Speed Force and the armor piece, or was it just normal?
I think it was. I can't quite remember. I just remember that it felt like a lot of bullshit, and it was kind of pairing up with the fact that a
But no, you're
fully
right.
powered Kryptonian could get stabbed.
All of
Yeah.
this fucks with everything. But the thing is everything is so fucked already that it's like, yeah, why wouldn't they just fuck it up even more, right? Like, add a few bits on. We're about to get to like the insane multiversal part of it. We haven't even hit
Oh,
that
yeah.
yet, technically. But yeah, I mean, well, to sort of get there, then Zod says they caught Kal-El and he didn't survive the process of them trying to draw out of him what they needed. But it turns out Kara is the one in this universe that has the information they need for unlocking the embryos, and so they need to draw her blood out of her, I guess. I thought that you know when she says, "What did you do?" and he says the infant did not survive, and she like rages out. I kind of liked that. Even though it's like what I'm liking is imagining more of her history and the characters involved, and like how that would be such a big deal, and it would make her enraged, especially if she has this duty to have protected Kal-El. It's like, yeah, that works for me, but it's just like it's so unfortunate there's so little here. This is wafer thin.
There was incredibly
Yeah.
little for Kara. It's kind of unbelievable. I don't like. It feels like she was barely a part of this film.
Well, and she was kind of cool.
Like, it wasn't.
Yeah, I liked her a little bit for what little that there was that you could
For the
grasp.
minute we had. She was
Yeah,
just
like
you know.
she shows up and she's there, and there's a little bit of character like seeping through just a little bit, but then she barely even gets a chance, and then she's dead. That's it. That's
Yeah.
it for her.
Interesting terminology.
Because she seemed very much about the mission and, you know, helping people where she can, and the duty-bound with the whole Kryptonian stuff, and seeing that the world has fallen apart, and that Zod likely got here from tracing her ship. I was like, there's a lot here that's... But for the 5 seconds that you managed to get all of that in, like, you know, we could have had more of her, and it would have been okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I
So,
understand. It feels like a total waste.
yeah.
Like a complete
It's a complete and total waste. I completely agree. Like, especially because, like, the thing about Supergirl is that she's kind of what a lot of people who aren't as informed think Superman is, where she is from Krypton and she grew up on Krypton. She arrives on Earth as a teenager, and there's interesting things you can do, literally having a Kryptonian perspective, coming to Earth. But
exactly.
film doesn't do anything with it.
Well, it's just, you know, the contrast between like Clark is it's something that I'll keep pushing at this point. Like, Clark is a human. He grew up on Earth. He was raised by human parents. He is fully
Yes.
immersed in that experience, whereas Kara is Kryptonian in the sense that she knows what Krypton was like. It's a good sort of perspective to contrast, but
100%.
the reality is that she didn't have the time. She didn't have any time here.
I was just
Nope.
about to say he's not human, he's American, but
I'll allow Americans to be considered human. You know, I think Bruce would call you guys humans. So you
Yeah.
definitely qualify.
hello
There's a Memento
Americans
joke
and
in here
humans.
somewhere.
Yeah, so she's mad, and she starts beating the shit out of him, lasering him. She seems to be dominating, which if you've seen the other films, you'll know, yeah, of course she will. She's going to dominate the fuck out of him. He's not going to stand much of a chance. Put a pin in that. But then Batman is flying around, and he manages to, like, attach himself and trick 2 enemy Kryptonian ships into, like, you know, going around like a mountaintop and smashing into each other. I couldn't fucking believe it. I was like, these guys have ships that are bazillions of technologies ahead of your Batwing, which hasn't been updated, presumably, in, like, 10 years, maybe even more.
Mhm.
The idea that you just, like, tricked them into killing each other, I know it's Batman,
That's
but I was just
kinda-
like, I don't know. Don't know about
That's the
that.
kind of dumb shit. Whenever I see it, like the whole, "Ooh, I'm gonna trick them into shooting each other," or and they're bumping into each other and crashing. It's like I just don't believe you.
It's hard to buy
like
it.
that's a really tough sell that you were able to that you could do that at all.
if
Just
you
don't do that.
if you split up this whole battle on this area, you get like 10% Kara versus Zod, 10% Batman flying around, 10% Flash is actually hurting people, and about 70% of Barry 1 and Barry 2 talking to each other. And it's hard, man. Hard to be like, why?
Mhm.
Why'd you keep stopping and talking to each other? And it's because there's just barely any prep for Barry 2, so he just keeps fucking up, basically. And they had to do it like that, because if he didn't fuck up, they would have won immediately.
Yeah, it would have.
So yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
oh,
really
yeah.
fucking lame fight. You barely see like interesting parts of who the people you actually give a shit about. Because yeah, I think I've actually described all of the notable things before everyone dies. So
Yeah, pretty much. There's not that much to talk about in this scene. It's just here's
No.
your action
It's
scene.
just a really shitty fight sequence.
Yeah, that's really shitty.
And,
moving along.
like Kara's beating the fuck out of Zod, and he's like rammed into a wall, and then it cuts to her and she like falls over tired. And I was like, fuck off. Like
Yeah.
I knew that moment. I was like, you had to nerf her because she'd obviously win. And so you want me to believe that the logic is she's newly super personed, and so she did a bit of punching and lasering, and now she's exhausted. Like, boo. Superman didn't have to deal with this shit.
Zod didn't have to deal with this shit when he was fully
Yes,
powered,
you're
and
right.
he had
Zod
less
got this pretty
time.
quick as well, but oh well. And of course, she wearily grabs his arm to access the world engine and shut it down, but because she's turned his back on him, he just stabs her, and she's dead.
Yeah.
Boo.
Lame.
Absolutely
Lame.
lame as fuck, boring.
Lame.
lame.
If you're gonna kill her, could you at least have had her get ganged up by like all the Kryptonians in a big fucking fight that she gets overwhelmed by, and even have Batman try to help her out or something? Something. Don't just get stabbed in the back because she turned her back. What the fuck? That's so boring.
Which, by the way, when that happened and how little fanfare it got, the thought I had, the first thought was like, wow, really? And then the second thought was, oh, they're gonna rewind this, aren't they? This ain't it. This ain't like the end. They're gonna try again. Because
Well,
you
I
can
guess-
tell with the film the kind of tone that they have when something significant happens, like especially a character death, and it's played really straight and basic.
Yeah, because it was like throwaway. But yes, that's a fair inference to make from this insane story anyway. But it kind of has a funny backfire to think about, which we'll get to. So that happens, of course, and then it like the Flash actually dominating in their fight, but somehow they allow all that to happen, even though Zod is like the main one they need to take out, and they could take out in the time it would take Supergirl to blink. It's just so annoying, but whatever. So we cut to Batman. And he looks at the mothership and he's like, I'm gonna take out that ship, and fires some rockets at it. It has shields, so his rockets do nothing. And then they just shoot once at him, and it damages his ship in such a way that he can't eject, and he's just fucked.
Yeah,
And you're
it's
like, what? And then he says,
Why
I'm
did
going
that happen?
down. And Barry's like, no. And he goes, but don't worry, I'm gonna take him down with me. And I legit didn't know what they were fucking trying to say. They have Batman announce that he's gonna kamikaze. That's it for him. He's done now, but he's gonna take someone out with him. He crashes into the mothership and it does nothing.
Like,
Yeah.
what the what? It's like,
He just
It's
dies, and you're
hilarious.
like, okay.
Goodbye. Goodbye, Batman.
It's so fucking lame. I
Did
just
it
can't
really not do
describe
anything?
how. No.
no, it just
Why would it?
hits a shield. It hits a shield, and it's nothing. It was for nothing. It didn't make any difference.
Oh,
Like
no.
it was just.
You could have at
And-
least,
and-
like, what we'd be saying if it had worked is like, why did that work? But I would have taken that over just making him go.
Over, it didn't do anything. But then, yeah, at that
Yeah.
point, it was very clear. It's like, oh, they're gonna rewind this. You
Oh,
can't
yeah.
have Michael Keaton's Batman blow up, like without
it's
him
not
doing
like-
any damage, and then
And he-
not, play it very seriously.
And it's just how casually he just decides that he's gonna die now.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah.
oh, I can't. I'm having trouble, getting the cockpit open on my ship. I guess I'll die now. I guess I'll kamikaze into an alien spaceship instead of, well, I guess I'll land and figure out how to get out of this thing. Or maybe I'll
And
like turn around and
yeah, do we
hit my
even need-
cockpit on a
Surprised.
rock or something.
Do we even need to talk
I'm
about how
surprised
that
he
is
doesn't-
not a Batman thing to do whatsoever? Just to be like, I
It's
give up, bye.
This is
What?
not Michael Keaton Batman. Like,
Certainly
fuck off.
not.
No, it's not. It's not. It's not in the same universe as Batman and Batman Returns. It ain't.
And thank
Yes, it
God.
scrambled everything up because of time something, and there's clearly something
Yep.
wrong with his brain. And Bruce Wayne is something's going on. Something's going on. This isn't him.
Surprised
This
that he
is
didn't
terrible
have
world.
like another way of getting out.
You'd think. You
if
would
that was
fucking
something that
think.
he
Yeah,
could jam.
you don't have a bat gadget to cut through your to cut through the remember, just to be clear, remember in Batman Returns, he punches through
His
the
own Batmobile.
bottom of his own Batmobile to get the little radar device the radio transmitter off. So I don't know, maybe he saved all the really good material.
Well, someone
for
pointed
the
out
Bat
he could cut through that
plane.
like Russian steel, but he can't cut through his own window. Like,
Russian steel's that
No.
cheap shit.
it's
It's
that
a
cheap
bat
shit.
window.
It's
Doesn't
the
work.
bat window made of bat steel,
Super Russian
batamantium.
steel.
Yeah, this is the good stuff.
So could he not
My God.
just land it? It would be a bumpy
No,
Yeah,
land.
just an emergency landing and then just figure it
let's
out.
be honest, he just wanted to die. He was done. He just
He
didn't give
would
a
have had
shit.
to.
He was like, fuck it, I'm done. I'm bored. I got a note
Everybody
here
died.
that after
He
both
had
of those,
cancer. He didn't tell anyone.
I got a note that after both of those events take place, I've got Zod gets his Fleam Juice to restart the Kryptonian race. Happy ending.
Hooray.
Happy ending.
He wins. There you
What a
go.
full
Ending
circle.
unlocked.
Bye bye.
Yeah. Let's see. Batman dies and it's lame. Supergirl dies and it's lame.
I see you covered the majority of the important parts of this scene. Then it's
Yeah,
you
we
get a
got
free
it.
you
What
get a
my
free
notes
kill on Supergirl and Batman, and that's what you do.
Yeah,
Okay.
they get like it. They don't even, like Mahler said, Supergirl getting completely overwhelmed by all the Kryptonians, or Batman doing everything he can to like save soldiers, or maybe he tries to come to Supergirl's defense and he just gets overwhelmed as a part of it.
Yep.
Or maybe he dies trying to help the Flashes, and it's a very personal sort of like close-up death to them, which really is extra, even more motivation for them to go back because he died trying to save them. And they feel more of a need to set things right because of that. Something, but instead we got this, and it's like, man, you just suck. You fucking suck as a writer if this is what you
Mhm.
come up with. You just suck. Fuck you.
Well, and I think with what Free said earlier, like it becomes clear what the goal is. Flash goes, wait, but they don't have to be dead, right? We can just go back. And what's interesting to me is they should have just done the Snyder cut go back. That go back would have been more suitable here, right? Instead of the multiversal go back.
Yeah, the free one that has no negative consequences.
Exactly.
whatsoever.
Just
do
do that
one.
one.
Yeah.
Don't do the one with the strings attached.
The one
Just
that-
do the free redo.
Well, so
Just
that's
load,
why-
do the load game.
I would say that's where this movie had already
Okay.
lost its mind, but this is where it just absolutely blows up. Like, they do the same thing, technically, that Barry first did in this whole movie to make this whole scenario happen, but nothing changes in terms of the timeline, if you know what I mean. They go
Yeah.
back.
The same
don't-
exact battle is happening, and
Yeah, they don't
everyone's in the
pivot.
exact same positions.
They don't enter a new timeline where everything's changed, even though they're doing the exact same thing. I know that you'd be like, yeah, but he went back like 18 years or whatever. This time he only went back, however long. And you'd be like, yeah, but it's going back at all, isn't it? It doesn't matter what time you're in. That's the point. It pivots no matter what.
The counter be the first time he did it, he went back a very long time and then traveled a little bit ahead. Ended up in a spot where everything had changed.
Well, but according to Michael Keaton, it alters the whole thing. No matter what if you go back, whatever point you change anything at, it'll now pivot the whole thing.
But if you go back to the point at which you changed it, that would be the same.
But how does that work then? So if you never actually traveled forward, instead you lived going forward, would it not have the dramatic changes in the past as well, or no?
Yes,
heard.
both in, I think. Oh shoot!
I don't know how it works.
No, because when he goes back to
The store?
correct his first mistake of moving the can of tomatoes, things changed then either.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't think that makes sense either. Once they tell us that, like, so you're at 10 on the scale of time, and you go back to 5 to do a thing, then you go up to 8, and everything is different now. And even Michael Keaton says even 1, 2, 3, 4, and 4 are different. So then, if he had gone to 5, changed something at 5, and then just lived in 5 for a while, does Michael Keaton Batman just sort of begin to just appear? Do you know what I mean? Like, how does that
Yeah.
timeline begin to turn into the pivoted one? Because it only does it once he changes something, right? But we argued, shouldn't that happen the second he goes there? Because that's already a change. I don't know why we've entertained this conversation again.
We're
I
not
don't
entertained.
know.
It's horrible. We should.
Because they also don't replace themselves. They go back and there's 2
Yeah.
more flashes there.
Right,
So now
We
we
have
have
4
4
flashes, but those 2 don't get involved in anything, even though they just
No,
seem
they're just-
more flashes running around. Which,
It's-
by the way, should probably be
right.
like, oh fuck, there's 4 of us.
Or,
Oh
we need to
jeez.
nerf them more. No, just ignore them.
Yeah.
So is there a reason why just rewind to when they first show up to fight the Kryptonians? Because I was thinking about
This
this.
is the
there-
problem with a lot of time travel media. Why don't you go back further? Why did you pick here? You know,
Yeah.
I got to
Well-
do this. Oh no, I showed up 2 hours before or 10 minutes before instead of like days before, weeks before.
Right. So
They probably should do that.
I wasn't
Yeah,
there.
that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Wasn't there already there like a ton of different flashes?
And if they
Because if this is part of that same timeline or
Well,
whatever,
we talked about it earlier, but they should end up with
Yeah.
like millions of them running around after what
Yeah, there
Flash
should
2
be a
does.
fuck ton of flashes.
uh-huh.
Yeah.
But they don't
Even
do
in-
that.
30.
if I can't remember, maybe I'm just forgetting it, but if they go back in time to save Batman and girl alien lady, aren't there going to be copies of them in that one that they go back to?
I don't
They
know
go back-
anymore.
Because if they go back in time, right, there's going to
Mhm.
be 4 of them now in that battle. The 2 originals, quote unquote, and then the 2 ones that just went back in time to save Bat and Super.
Doesn't that
Bat
also
Lady,
make the
Supergirl.
future like? Doesn't that also create the future in which they go back again?
It
Which
doesn't
means there
create a
should
future,
actually
although
be.
I don't think so. I don't think it'll create the future where they have to go back. It will just be now there's 4 of them, 2 of which came to that point from the back end, and 2 of them coming from the other way around.
Well, this is the really
Yeah.
weird thing about it is that when we see them come out of the time stream, we see them come out and we do see 4 flashes, but then the film forgets that there's 4 flashes immediately
Yeah,
after
we
that
only-
shot.
We only deal with the 2 with our flashes. That's the only one we deal with.
Yeah,
And they go around. We don't even know what the other ones do. Maybe they vaporize them by going
Maybe.
in. Just like fuck off. And then they just go to their deals. But yeah, there should be 2 more doing stuff in the background at least or whatever, and be like, what the fuck? Why is there even more of us now? And yeah, and if we have like this loop going on, there should be multiple. At least there should be multiple flashes too, because he's the one who goes in and out of time, right?
It'd be interesting if
Yeah.
they showed up at the beginning and suddenly just saw a bunch of flashes appear.
It's just all flashes.
They would have to put it together. Like, oh shoot, we're gonna try to go back in time.
That's a
and
lot
it's
of
not
dead
gonna work.
Batmans. I
There's
don't know what to say.
their corpses piling up.
This is a pile.
Zod is
Hemorrhoids.
like, what the fuck is happening?
Where are you coming from?
Oh my
What
god.
weaponry does this planet have? I had
They
no
have
idea.
clone technology.
Yeah, they
Well,
just
that's
assume
another-
it's clones. Yeah. But it's actually freaking time travel.
Well, that's the other thing, right? Like, we don't actually. Zod really doesn't have any reaction to the other superheroes there. Which you would think they would at least give him like a, huh? What the fuck? Why is there a bat person there? Why are there lightning people here? Oh well, like they don't even do
Yeah.
that. He's just really nonchalant about the whole thing. They
Well,
might
it seems
as well
like
not be
like
there.
it seems like Barry 2 is not even like a match for him at all. Like every time we see him go in and out, we'll get there in a bit, I'm sure. But it's like just grabs him every time, notices him. He fails and fails again. I'm sure we get deeper into that one, but yeah, it's just I don't know. It's just it's fucked. It's just completely fucked.
This movie is quite fucked. I would say it's supremely fucked.
So bad.
Yeah.
Man,
More
that soup
fucked than
can't be
Barry.
that good. Like, come on.
He phased
No.
through one of them.
I guess you could say this is Attack of the Killer Tomatoes, this film, or maybe
Yeah.
Attack of the Killer Canned Tomatoes.
What would
What's
that
that with
look
the phasing?
Hmm?
This film? I guess it looks like this film, but if it wasn't this film, what does that look like? An attack of canned tomatoes.
You know,
Really fast tomatoes. Just
Really
zooming
fast
around.
tomatoes as
Just
opposed
zooming
to
around.
the slow ones. Running around planning on what though?
I don't know. It's gonna be like a movie, like the Killer Bean movie. You know, it's like really badly animated or really funnily animated, and just going around being cool and shit.
Just with tomatoes.
Yeah.
Oh my god! How
Right,
many
yeah.
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes movies did they make?
And then we have like a
4,
Super
apparently.
Tomato and a Flash Tomato and a Super Girl Tomato. Yeah, let's go with that.
I will
Maybe.
say,
my
like,
God.
in that action scene, it was like it really was hard to like gauge exactly how strong or weak like either Barry was.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
Like
It-
between seeming super strength, like if they're running really fast, to like being not very strong at all, as well as like because they have like accelerated healing capabilities, right?
Yeah.
But
They
then
do. Yeah.
but then like kind of looks like injuries are permanent. Because remember, Flash gets that scar, and we
Yes.
later find out that that's a permanent one because Evil Flash has it, as well as
Yeah.
obviously the impalements with the super sharp objects as well. Which
Yeah.
presumably he could just phase them out of him. He doesn't even need to pull them out. He could just phase them, and then they'd fall out.
Yeah. Do you love how the Baraka blade that he gets just happens to land perfectly to be a stabbing implement? Do you just love
It's
how
really
that's
Well,
useful.
done?
rather than being really inconvenient and debilitating,
Yeah.
Yeah.
of course. Well, I mean,
Jesus.
how else would it be?
That's insane. They fucking not only gave the Flash a Baraka blade, they accidentally gave the Flash a Baraka blade.
Which again, that was another
incidental.
instance of the film being incredibly predictable. As soon as he got it, it's like,
Yeah.
he's the evil Flash.
He is gonna use it.
This is
Oh,
kind of funny, right? Because
yeah.
you do think for a second, it's like, they thought that was clever, didn't they? Oh,
They thought it was
no.
clever, but like it wasn't, because of course he's starting to get more unhinged as the battle goes, and he's getting impaled in a way that looks similar to that evil Flash. He's
Yeah.
obviously evil
Well,
Flash.
when he is like, that scar, as you just pointed out, I was like, but he would have healed that.
That
Like,
should
that doesn't
heal.
even, that's just,
That's right.
that's terrible. Stop.
See, he's
I think it's
damaged.
hilarious because he's been going in and out, and somehow he managed to get hit every time he got in there by some kind of
Yeah, he did.
kryptonite thing, and to a degree where he's covered in it with head to toe.
And
I
for
think-
some reason, he never got ripped him out when they're getting in the way and making it harder
No.
for him.
This is kind of is like a what do you call it? Like a symbiosis? I don't
Symbiotic
No,
relationship.
symbiotic
Yeah.
thingy. Yeah,
Um,
this is really weird. He even has like shoes with it, like it's all over his body. And I was like, okay.
their first attempt with fixing everything, so to speak, is pretty weak, as we just mentioned. You should probably just go back really fast. You can actually strategize, and if you're going to go back, right, you may as well make the most of it. But no, they only go back like a minute before both of them die. And so they're like, okay, Batman, he's like, I'm going to take out the big ship. It's like, no, Batman, it's shielded. And he goes, Roger that, and just moves off. And it's so like choppy. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Was there no way Batman could discover it was shielded without that? It's like, whatever. And then Batman's like, the big guy ain't shielded. And then Barry
Yeah.
is like, yeah, take him out. And so I guess we'll do Batman first. It's like he fires the minigun on his ship at the huge Kryptonian guy. He
Mhm.
basically just eats all of it and then jumps onto his ship until it eventually crashes. And then Batman and him have like a one-on-one, which Batman engages, by the way. Batman didn't have to run into him head first. He could have flown away.
Yep.
He
Could have flown
decides,
away.
I'm gonna
He
go
could
for
have
him.
done
That's a great thing of like weapons. You can just go far away and then shoot them from there. It's pretty useful.
And so yeah,
No.
Batman takes
could
on a
fist fight him.
Kryptonian in a one-on-one fight and loses, shockingly, because the way Batman wins stuff is he's a strategist. He uses
Yeah.
his strengths against their
He fights
weaknesses.
smarter, not harder.
He doesn't just go "fuck you," blah blah blah, and
I'm gonna punch you.
yeah,
With
he
my
dies
hands.
again. So that's fun. For some reason, a
It's-
lot of people found this death like satisfying. I thought it was stupid. Again,
It's very stupid.
Same.
they were like, he
sucks.
goes out fighting, and I was like, he goes out like a fucking moron again.
Batman
Yeah.
is smart. Batman is really smart. He's
I also just
clever.
saw-
He's tactical.
I also just saw him die, so I've kind of already tried to do this, and now just doing it again.
Yeah.
Like, okay.
And so we'll get.
was-
Go ahead.
Okay, I was confused at which point the film was trying to tell me that the time traveling wouldn't work. It was really at that point. Well, because what I thought happened was I thought Barry said, tried to, what does he say? Oh, he said, we'll bring you back or something. And he says, you already did. Guys, at first, I thought Bruce was saying that he knew that he had time traveled. Um,
No,
I
okay.
read that
Yeah.
as him saying, like, you already tried that, it's not going to work. I thought that was the point at which the movie was saying that time traveling solution would not work.
But
Which
it,
I don't know why
Well,
he'd
that-
think that,
Yeah,
or
but
if he
'cause
would
we
assume that, well,
totally-
I'm Batman. If I die, then it must not even be possible for me to survive. There's no way I
well,
fucked up.
saying the
Right.
time travel just like it just doesn't work. It's like, is this canon with the Snyder Cut? With the payoff is he saves everyone with time travel? Hello?
Yeah.
Like, why are we pretending like it doesn't work after one failed try? Which, by the way,
Because remember, you can change events, as we discovered by him not, getting killed by the ship and kamikazing. I mean, like, you can clearly change events so that a different thing happens.
And also the can of tomatoes that caused this entire thing to happen in the first place. Just saying.
the implication I got, even though it's only 2 times we see it happen, is like, no matter what you do, Batman dies here. And it's like, no, we've done 2 times, and both times he killed himself. So maybe if
And
we
he's not
tell
even
him,
supposed to be
Batman, don't
fighting
kill
here.
yourself. Don't kill yourself, Batman.
Yeah, just stop it.
It's set
Maybe
in
we'd
stone
save
that
him.
Batman has to die in a battle that he wasn't even originally going to be in anyway, because it didn't even exist originally. Like, what the fuck is happening?
Yeah, that'd be a way to
This-
save him. Batman, we don't need you anymore. He'd be like, yeah, okay, cool, bye. Because he doesn't care.
See ya. I'm gonna
But
go
then
make
there's
some
also
spaghetti.
just the notion that it's impossible for them to win as well. When it's like, I don't know, man. When he got impaled and got the Baraka thing, he killed Feora pretty easily. So just
Yeah,
go get
yeah.
Zod.
Phase your
Hmm.
fist into Zod and it's over.
Exactly.
Use your flash time.
Yeah.
So stupid. Well, speaking of that, right, because I've already implied the truth, which is Kara dies again. How? Well,
Yeah.
her against Zod, she already nearly won. All she needed to do was kill him instead of turning her back on him. So the Flash turns up to help her too, like Flash 2, and you're like, oh shit, so it's definitely over for Zod now. Flash 2,
yeah.
or Barry 2's plan, is to run around Zod really fast to essentially create a smokescreen, so he can't quite see very well. And then, Supergirl's gonna fly in and punch, fly in and punch, fly in and punch, fly in and punch. Punches don't seem to be doing much. Zod's like,
Like, oh, that's annoying.
yeah.
Damn.
I was reminded of Thanos when Doctor Strange and Spider-Man are doing their combo. And Thanos grabs Spider-Man by the throat and crushes him down. And I was like, oh, I'm guessing something like that'll happen then, even though it makes no sense in this context because you can't see shit and she's coming in super fast and she's stronger than you. But of course, Zod punches her as she comes in because he sees her coming. And then she hits the ground so hard she's knocked out and then he just stabs her again. She's dead.
Yeah. It's like, oh, that was lame.
Absolutely
again.
lame as fuck again. And Barry too, like, got knocked out of his little tornado when it's just like, if you just super speed punched him in the heart, he'd be dead. That's all you had to do.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, he
Phase
like
your fist into
trips
fucking
and doesn't get up.
sternum.
Absolutely baffling that they showed us that to then never let anyone use it ever again. It's just like, what?
It's like the
Yeah.
ice powers that Defender Strange has. He just can only once. You can only use it once, and then it goes on a 5-year cooldown.
When you talk to the people who make this stuff and they're like, it looked cool. It wasn't meant to be something they could do.
That's why we're so impressed because it looks so cool. You did it. Good job. You
Like, with that
succeeded. You can tell that you
CGI,
succeeded.
That looks so nice.
And yeah, so after this happens, Barry 2 is like, come on, Barry, let's go again. And then Barry 1 is like, no, there's no point. And I was like, yeah, there is. You can just save him. You guys fucked it up again. All you need to do is actually win this time. That's it. All you have to do.
Yeah, use this crazy powers you showed us in the beginning of the movie.
No.
And they don't even implement the whole nerf with the calorie intake. That's just not a thing anymore. That's just
Yeah.
they just go
Mhm.
nuts this whole time. It's like, no, we're good.
And they kill Big Guy and Fiora pretty easily. And again, it just supports the whole idea that like they could win. They could have won, but whatever. And Barry 2 is like, let's go crazy, and starts trying to keep doing it over and over again. And he's like, as he's doing it, he's like reporting back to Flash 1. I think at one point he says, like, I need you as well. You need to jump in. And if he has, like, essentially infinite time by standing in the multiverse thing, why isn't he standing still and saying, please come with me. I've done this 1,000 times and I'm still losing. Please.
Mm-hmm.
But no, he just keeps going without him and losing. I don't know how he loses that many times. I
don't know.
almost want to see it. It's like, how could this be possible? And then how many flashes are running around in that reality where you've kept traveling back to it?
A billion.
A
It's
billion,
an army.
probably, yeah.
Apparently not enough to win.
And it never resets the spaghetti verse to where it changes everything, and it's not even everything's
and they
right where they
keep-
left it.
They keep showing imagery of Kara dying in all these different like scenarios, but mainly it's just Zod grabbing her and punching her and stuff. And it's just like the film completely forgets that the average fight between those two, she wins. That's how the mechanics have been built previously. You can't just like, nah, Zod wins. Fuck
Zod
you.
just wins because he just does, I guess.
She probably turned it back in most of those. That's an easy way to get it.
He should just warn her every time. Zod has a knife on his gauntlet. Don't let him stab you with it, or it'll kill you.
Then we get a quote that, generally speaking, about this whole movie, I don't know what the fuck we're supposed to make of it. Barry 1 says, "We could try 1,000,000 times. We can't fix this. No matter what we do, this world dies today."
He's
Sure.
I feel like
Based
that.
on two tries.
Oh.
So for me, it's like,
Just-
if someone was submitting that as dialogue for their superhero movie and I had to like approve it, I'd be like, you're gonna need a lot of justification to let this line come into this movie, that we have to let the world die. That's something you're gonna have to really justify, and it's not at all. It's just like, why? We could all, you guys, the Flash could easily have destroyed the world engines himself, but no,
But no.
we're just gonna let Zod win.
Yep.
Because Barry 1's decided that's just fate. He wins. Fuck the Batman 89 universe or whatever the hell this universe is supposed to be called. And then
yeah, I guess
Barry-
he's just like, yep, I guess fate's real. Destiny's a thing. It's just supposed to happen,
It's-
I guess. It's been...
it's bad enough
That's just how it is.
that he thinks that, but he's also decided himself that you can't save their world. And it's like, who said that? Like you already agree that you can change some things. The fact that you've been around at all means that you can change things. But you've decided you can't change that? That sounds like something that you probably shouldn't give up on, you know, the whole world.
It's like saying, we can take steps, but we can't walk down the street.
Yeah.
So then Barry 2 says, "You're the one that told me I was a hero. Now what? Are you saying you don't want me to be?" And I was like,
that's
ugh.
not. I feel like you're missing the real substance here, which is how about we actually like keep trying though.
That's the thing. You really want to see how that scene turns out if Flash 2 just said, "So I'm going to try and save these innocent people, and I'm going to keep trying. And you can stay here if you want and watch me like fail over and over again until I some point succeed in saving my family." Which, by the way, I know it's dumb to say, but like Flash 2 should be probably appealing to that. It's like, this is the world where all of my family and loved ones live. Maybe you can understand me not giving up as fast as you.
Yep.
But no, we don't do any of that. He just says, "I am the Flash, and nobody has to die." Like,
Oh god,
okay.
it's like it's a "do you know who I am" kind of line. It's like I'm evil line.
I'm me, but evil.
Yeah, someone says Flash 2 does keep trying to be fair. It's like, yeah, but his justification is, "I am the Flash." Which is like, ugh. Instead of appealing to the fact that, first of
It
all,
sounds like
you should just
this
want
doesn't
to try and
feel
save
right.
this world, Barry 1. That's something that you should probably be motivated to do, even if it seems hopeless. But I don't know, man. This movie's almost nihilistic at certain points. It's like, well, we're fucked, because fate says so. Everything's fucking meaningless. You're like, no?
No.
You kind of need that other character to be like, no, actually. Yeah, because Barry 1 then says, not everything has a solution. Sometimes you just have to let go. And they even have
Sometimes-
flashbacks to the stupid math scene.
Yeah, instead, in case you're stupid and didn't remember that.
Absolutely fucking insane that he's appealing to that memory in the context of let the world burn. Sometimes you just got to let the whole fucking universe burn.
sometimes the Earth just has to die. You know how it is.
I mean, it's like, oh yes,
We're
Sometimes you-
superheroes.
I love
sometimes you
me
need to let
some
the-
Barry Allen Flash, you know, where he's like, fuck it, we lost. You go, woohoo!
Yeah, I'm out of here. Fuck this shit.
Yeah, and by the way, Barry 2 says back to him, "You're full of shit, dude." Which is like, yeah, that's a
Based.
good response.
there's like some point that they're trying to go for in terms of like accepting reality for what it is, but the problem is that the character can just rewind time.
And he
whereas,
did
like,
it in the Snyder cut, and that's canon to this
he did
film,
do it in the
apparently.
Snyder Cut, and that was, I mean, he
Which is
saved
weird. I
the
just
whole
just
world.
remembered before. Sorry, fuck no.
no,
Before he
keep
said that, he was like, "Oh, I have to break my one rule." Do we? We don't even know what that rule is by
Yep.
since now, right? Like that's just something he said.
Yeah.
Like that kind of implies he knows some shit is gonna happen when he does something, but that's just forgotten now, I guess.
Says like weird things happen with time. It's like,
Oh.
Okay.
So
Even
let's
if
try.
the Snyder Cut wasn't canon to this movie, and this movie was trying to tell me that messing with time, you can't go back and fix things, even if you try like 100 million ways. I
Yeah.
still think, even as unbelievable as that is, I still think there's a better way to execute that than what they were doing.
Yep.
Then Purple Flash shows up, and he starts like zapping.
It was me, Barry.
He starts zapping Barry 1, and
It was me, Barry.
it's that shot that's been
me.
shared around a lot that looks awful of Ezra Miller screaming as he's electrocuted. It looks just awful in the
looks
multiversal
Really
zone.
wumbo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the Flashes are like angry at each other, and they start zapping, and it like puts holes in the multiverse ball. And the old Purple
And-
Flash, it turns out to be older Flash too, and he looks like
I mean,
this because
obviously,
he's trying to save everyone over and over and over and over and over again for like 1,000 years or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was just sitting there, be like, like, I
It's
just
like,
don't
alright.
care.
I
film has a really
figured.
uplifting message.
Yeah.
Well, again, it's a problem that there's like a message there about the nature of like accepting reality for what it is and, moving on and things like that. But the problem is, again, people can't rewind time. Flash can. And there's a conversation to even be had there as well about what does it mean to save people if like somebody dies and then you rewind it. It's like, have you saved them, or are you essentially saving like a duplicate of themselves? Those sorts of questions about, but I don't think the film is ready for that kind of conversation about
Mhm.
whether it's even possible to save somebody by rewinding time, or
definitely
if you
not.
are necessarily saving a different entity.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're not ready for that.
Someone in
It's,
chat
not-
said, I am the Flash, Dr. Han. I am the Flash.
I am the Flash. I am the Flash. Not true.
Which brings
That's
us to possibly the part that everyone would have wanted us to talk about the most.
Yeah, the fun cameos.
The cameos. This is
Stanky-
when we said
stanky
like this
cameo.
is kind
Why
of
we're all here.
where it's all peaked out as this era of filmmaking. This feels like the most like kind of gross key jangling crap we have ever seen. And they took very little time to justify this in universe. They just wanted to show you things you like on screen. That's it.
Yep.
Head hurty.
It's bad. The first one we see is like the earliest, I guess, on-screen Superman.
Yeah. Is that Christopher Reeve? Is
No,
that the
it was
name?
before
before
that.
No.
It's
before
George
him.
Reeves then.
Yeah, was that one George Reeves, or was it even earlier, like the 30s serials?
I assumed it would just be the first, because that would, I don't know, make some sense in terms of...
Well, I checked. I'm pretty sure the first one that shows up in the same thing is then George Reeves.
Okay. Well,
Yeah,
there you go.
and then we got the Christopher Reeve one, I think.
Well, no, Wally West is next.
We had Wally West, right, and then we had Adam.
Okay.
Wait, Adam West. Wait,
Well, the order is
Wally West is
original Superman, Wally
West,
West, Christopher Reeve
character.
Superman, and then Adam West, then Nicolas
Yeah.
Cage Superman, and then Reeves again, or Reeve.
yeah.
Um,
Wait,
Supergirl.
wait, what was Wally West
as well.
in this?
Yeah, he pops in second. He's the second one. It's black and white.
Oh,
That would be that wouldn't be Wally
Wait,
West.
aren't you talking
That'd
about
be,
Jay Garrick?
That's
You're
Jay
talking about
Garrick,
Jay-
yeah.
Oh, okay. I
Yeah,
don't
Wally
know
West
my
is
Flashes that
the-
well.
Wally
Yeah.
West is like one of the newer, newer. He was after Crisis.
He
yeah,
the one they
he was
showed.
originally Kid Flash.
Yeah, because they tried to bring in some other older Flashes into the Infinitisms, right? We saw he like sacrificed himself so that Grant Gustin doesn't
Yeah, that
have
was
to.
not
Right.
his Flash.
That
Right.
was not the guy who showed up here.
No, I
because
figured
they
because
didn't
that
have
guy was
any-
in black and white and
No.
shit. Like,
well, no
Yeah.
CW cameos here.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, boo!
Well, something that people have talked about, right? Grant Gustin, the guy who played Flash for what, like a decade at this point, is alive and actually able to agree to this. Because, yeah, there is that
Well, yeah.
conversation.
I like the
about,
idea. He sends a
Christopher
fucking
Reeve
email
doesn't
to
get
them
to-
saying, "I am alive." Like,
I
well,
am alive.
you know, Christopher
That's why he's
Reeve
not in
doesn't-
there.
It's just Christopher Reeve doesn't get to like agree or disagree. Like he doesn't
No.
get a choice in whether or not he wants to participate in this or have his
How the-
likeness.
How does that work? Like, do they just
I
have
have
the
no
right?
idea.
Do they just have the
I don't-
rights to the IP, and then they can just do it? Or do
I
they
actually-
ask
I don't
family
know.
members or whatever?
presumably it's whoever inherits. Like,
idea.
it could be family members that approved it. I know. Isn't that how they did it for Tarkin? I think.
I don't.
It's
The
like
thing
the
is that
estate, I think.
I don't think I know. I'm not sure how it works when it comes to somebody's essentially rights to their own image, especially when was that baked into any sort of agreements that they would have made in the 70s. You know, like
Oh,
I,
yeah, no,
I actually don't know. I have no idea.
Well,
But
and
at the
so
end of the
maybe
day,
to
like, yeah,
try and make this clear, like, why is this so kind of gross? It's you open up a little portal-y thing, and then it's like this static, not very well rendered Christopher Reeve model that's just there to be looked at, and then the theme plays, and then it spins around him, and he's just staring at this insane crap film through a portal, and just like,
They just look at us like, oh god, it's the Flash. Fuck.
well,
Oh,
I
God,
mean, it's not even that.
I had
It's
to
a
turn back
blank
time to
expression.
prevent that future from happening.
It is a blank expression.
yeah,
It's like he's
Yeah.
a prop.
it's
It's like they're using him as a prop.
there's very little immersion or fantasy between you and the writer, and that is the writer saying, "Excuse me, sir," and you go, "Yeah," and you're like, "Do you like Christopher Reeve as Superman?" And you're like, "Yes." "Here's a poster of him." And you're like, "Yeah."
Okay.
Oh.
And then they're
Thanks.
like, "Okay, so do you like
Doesn't
our
that
movie?"
Make you like our movie?
Yeah.
You feel happy now.
You're like, "No, I don't like your movie. In
Like,
fact, the fact
no,
that you've just
in fact, I
made
did-
that,
I just like you more for that
Yeah.
for doing this.
that's really gross,
I really don't
actually.
like
Yeah,
it.
I would
Yeah.
sue you if I could.
and it's made. It's just. I think they've bitten off more than they could chew with this. They assume we put these people in and everyone's happy, right? Which, by the way, I know several people who were happy seeing this stuff. Very happy. I also have seen the internet revolt against this shit to the point where it's
Well, I
become
think
much
it
more
was-
popular to say, "This is gross, never do it again."
Yeah.
I think it was the thing that turned people on the film before it even came out, because that was one of the first things that was
What everyone
starting
was
to
talking
sort of
about.
get around.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
it's like, I think that set the narrative, essentially, the narrative being "fuck this movie." like, like it really, really got that emotion.
Really,
Um,
really weird choice.
It's particularly crazy as well because they've talked about like other cameos that they thought that they wanted to do. Like this wasn't even it. There were other ideas that were entertained of getting more people thrown in there to just throw them in there for the sake of having them. And it's like, and what? Like you think that earns you points for your movie? Like that has nothing to do with your movie. It earns you nothing.
It's true. You lose. Good day, sir.
What is it?
Hey,
It's just
sir.
a bunch of people standing around as giant like spheres are crashing into each other in these universes with shit visual effects.
Well, yeah, and the
Like, the
implication is that there's bleeds
Nick
and holes and
Cage.
stuff. It's like Nicolas Cage would probably come in then, would he not? He'd be like, "What
He'd
the
be
fuck
more
is
than
this?"
happy to.
Oh, I wasn't.
do
I,
it in a
mean, I meant
heartbeat.
that in universe, but also yes, you're correct. I don't know
Oh,
why the
yeah,
fuck they
in-
didn't just
well, in
get Nicolas
universe,
Cage
Yeah.
to come in.
Well,
and-
the amazing visual effects there, right? Where every single thing on screen doesn't look real. Every single thing.
Yeah, but it's supposed to look that way.
That isn't supposed to look that way. That's meant to be real representations of those people.
It's the multiversal sphere thing. Everything is seen from Ezra Miller's
It's beyond the
perspective, and
multiversal
therefore
sphere.
the director
Yeah,
said
but
anything to
no.
do with that scene is supposed to look like shit. Accept
And
it.
he's making
Yeah,
he's
Fringy,
making
have you considered
Batman.
it's supposed to look shit like
He's
shit? Have you
making-
considered
he's
that I
making the
actually
Brave
am
and the
retarded?
Bold.
Don't worry, he
He's
won't have
making
scenes in
Brave and
Batman
the
that are
Bold.
supposed to look shit, right? When he makes
Well,
that movie.
I guess it's just I don't know. Like that's how after this.
Well, you know, there's
Also
still
sucked to be,
time.
like, a
There's still
VFX artist.
time. There's still time.
Oh, I'm sure it did. Like, but again,
Mm.
this film was shot like 2 years ago. So what happened? Were they not working on it?
Oh no.
Well, you
Like,
see,
what-
it was
I-
incursion.
I strongly believe that a good chunk of these decisions were made very, very late in the game.
I could believe that.
I saw
Did they?
Let's just throw that in there.
saw a screenshot of the sort of static, almost like rag dolly of like several of these cameos versus just one screenshot of the 3 Spider-Men hugging at the end of No Way Home, where they're all like
Yeah.
actually beaten up. They've got the blood makeup on. They're all smiling with
Yeah.
each other, and it's just like, please, can people understand the difference? Like, this is seriously
Yeah.
important.
For the love
Well,
of God,
I think a lot of
please
people
do.
learned very bad lessons from that film.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They learned
As they
all of the
always
wrong
do.
lessons. Yeah.
You guys like Adam West? You guys
You
like
guys
Nicolas
look
Cage?
at the things.
Nicolas
Look at the
Cage one
things.
is especially funny because there's vast majority of the people in the world don't know what that's even referencing, and so all they have to go on is, did you throw a Nicolas Cage Superman in just because it's the multiverse and you can do anything? Because Nicolas
Yeah.
Cage is kind of a meme of a person at this point, and so they might just assume that you did it for the lulz. Like, look, it's Nicolas Cage fighting a giant spider. When it's like,
Which,
no, there's a
if
whole
that's the
story
case-
behind that, but you'll never know what it is. Most people will never
Well,
know that story.
The stories don't
When is-
matter. Look, it's Nicolas Cage.
That's an awkward vibe to sort of get from people when this is meant to be like the big dramatic sort of conclusion of the story.
I
But
thought you said
instead,
Nicolas
people will be
Cage
like,
there, Ranks.
Oh no, he's got a massive cock.
So anyway,
Just, I thought it was good to just let that simmer for like a second, and then just
Gotta let it
moving
cook.
along.
It's called soaking.
So anyway,
the
because
God
we're
is a
getting real close to the
Tyrannosaurus.
credits now, I'm just saying,
thank
right?
God. Ugh.
Barry says, we're
us
destroying the
get away
fabric
from
of
this film."
everything. You have to stop. And then evil Barry, I guess, says, it stops when I fix everything. I made you create me, and now you're in my way. And so he goes to stab Barry 1. And it's so funny because it's hyper telegraphed, right? It's like, you're the Flash. You can dodge that shit.
Yeah,
At
he goes
most,
like,
he's as
"Cling,
fast as
cling."
you, so you're just moving out of the way. But then Barry 2, who's also there, is like, no, and gets in the way of it and takes the hit and
Mhm.
dies. And it's like, you didn't have to do that, but like, why does
You're just bad. You're
everyone
bad at
sucks.
stuff. You're
then-
you're a noob.
Evil purple Flashman is like, what? And then crumbles because, you know, past him is just dead now.
Yeah.
And
So I guess it works like that.
yeah, and then
Also,
Barry 2 says, tell my mum I love her. And I was like, for a moment, like, fucking hell, Barry 1, you have caused so much suffering with your stupid decision. Like, this
He
kid
really has,
was
hasn't he?
dragged around by you, given powers, forced into a situation that you told him to simply accept his whole world's death, and then he dies protecting you. Like, fucking hell. Obviously, the
Man,
film
that
is
is-
crap,
that is-
but
That
Yeah.
is really dire for Barry, isn't it, as a character?
Yeah.
I don't
Like,
think he even realizes that. By the time he hits the end of the movie, he's joyful again.
When
Yeah.
it's like, man, he shouldn't be. Think
You
about
shouldn't
that
be.
other Barry. He was cringe, sure, but like, goddamn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that doesn't mean you deserve to like die or
Well, have your
stuff.
entire sense of self and your entire world destroyed, you know?
Yeah.
I've seen
That's
some
how
pretty
he
bad
died.
cringe, but like, come on.
I would have loved to hear the conversation between Flash and Batman after all this is over.
Yeah, it's
Like,
just
you did
wow,
fucking
Barry.
what?
Wow.
I don't know if I want you
Barry.
to Justice League anymore. You're a piece
Yeah.
of shit, Barry.
I don't even want you on the Justice Friends.
The Justice Associates. So,
The Associates of Justice Esquire.
yeah, so Barry decides to go back in time and to obviously fix his mistake with the soup. I don't know if anyone else felt this way, but the second he started talking to his mum, I was like, oh, so you just fucked it up again now.
Yeah, you've ruined it again.
Because that
You
never
can't
happened
talk to
before, and that's all it takes. The universe doesn't
Yeah.
see the difference
Why
between
didn't-
dropping some soup in there and you talking to someone that you
gotta
don't
watch-
talk to.
You need to watch the Simpsons episode where it was just like, you know, Homer sat in that fish, and that was it. That was enough to throw
Yep.
everything off.
Stupid bug, you go squish now.
Yeah,
That was just one little innocent mosquito. That can't change the future, right?
Yeah.
Right?
I wish,
Talk
I,
to my-
wish I hadn't sat on
Oh
that
god!
fish.
And then when
Do
all
you
the
think?
dinos-
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think the writers were like, well, he's bigger, she doesn't know, so the universe doesn't know, so it's fine.
It's just the problem is people get really bad when the fact that you were there displacing the air molecules
Yeah.
changes everything. Like that's how simple it is. It's not even the butterfly effect; it's the you're here effect.
You're
you are
here
here. You are causing problems simply by virtue of being here. All I was going to
That's a
say
Mongo
was
can
just,
effect.
man, it was funny when Homer went to that world where everything was amazing, but then there were no donuts.
No
And
donuts.
he screams and runs away, and then it starts
Marge,
raining
dear,
donuts.
would you kindly pass me a donut?
What's a donut?
Oh no, it's raining again.
Yep. Oh, poor Homer.
Better show, better media.
Better time travel.
Yes, better time travel by far. So, yeah, they have their chat. It's kind of, I would feel something if there was a real movie behind it, but there's not.
Yeah,
It's just garbage.
that's what I thought. It was like, man, in isolation, this is actually not terrible. But I just want to go home now.
That's the problem.
Make it
Yeah,
end.
in isolation, it's like, yeah, there is like a better film where this is a great payoff, but like
Yeah.
in totality, like it's a mess. It's a complete mess.
I also think the Flash show, I mean, virtually did the exact same thing that the show did. I think the show handled it a little better.
I hope so.
Maybe it did. I mean, I watched Crisis on Infinite Earth, so I do
That was
have low
pretty,
expectations of the
Ugh.
CW stuff in general after that. But
Oh, we
yeah,
did
maybe
watch
it's
that.
I think that's a
Spring, you want
story.
to know something really depressing? There are VFX
Yeah.
in the CW Flash that are better than this Flash in this movie because
Yeah,
the
but
feet are
those
moving at the right
weren't
speed.
meant to be shitty.
That's right.
Yeah, idiot.
Yeah.
Probably artistic.
I got 2 notes before credits, so I'm so happy right now.
Okay, that's
Flash
brilliant.
has tampered with the footage in such a way or whatever that it saves his dad now in court. But of
Yeah,
course, that
do
means...
you know what he did?
What did he do?
He changed. So there were cans of soup on top, and the ones he wanted on the bottom. So he changed the whole soup layout.
So
on
that
the
you would
shelf.
have to look up sort of
So
to
he
grab
has
the soup.
Exactly. Yeah.
That's retarded, but fine, whatever. The point, of course, is that if you do that, then you've literally repeated the mistake you spent the whole movie learning not to do. So I don't understand that at all. It's just
Well, maybe
like...
he moved enough soup that it's fine.
No, it doesn't... the point... Why does he put the soup in her thing? It's to save her life. Why is he doing that with the soup now? It's to save his dad from being in jail. It's like, why does he think that it wouldn't pivot like it always did? Why?
Should.
And then he's
Yeah, it's
surprised when it
One
pivots.
of my last notes. Yeah. How does he?
Yeah.
Is going back in time to unfuck up your fuck up not going to cause more fuck ups?
Why don't you just go back in time, peek your head into the moment your mother gets killed, see who the fuck did it, and then you can form a paper trail in the fucking present. Go to Batman, say, this guy did it. Let's find a way to pin him down.
Yes.
Why don't you time travel nowhere and kill yourself?
It's just... I don't get... He spends the whole movie learning the lesson, and then he just shits on it. What?
Yeah. It's like, oh, I do
What
this.
are you
now.
doing? What was this journey about?
And then he has
I
the
think-
balls to be surprised that something changes. It's like, what's wrong with
not-
you? Of course something
not-
changed.
Batman.
You've
It's
made
like,
Batman and Robin canon.
Well, that's the thing. I was kind of happy about that.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
Slight.
Was-
I got another little note here. Let me see. Sorry. Trial happens. Father's free. I guess after the trial, you think that Barry would really want to be with his father, spending a lot of time with him, not like chatting with Iris.
Whatever. We need to
Yeah,
have
but-
that payoff,
Fair enough.
okay?
Yeah.
for
Okay,
some
fair
reason,
enough.
she wants to go on a date now, and I don't know why.
Because
I don't
happily
care.
ever after, except the little twist at the end.
Whoa, oh my god! Wait, oh my god! Where's Ben
I do like the
Affleck?
idea that someone like commented, would be like, "You fucked the world up so much it made Batman and Robin canon." That's funny.
No, this means that
How
nature is healing.
You've reached the utopia universe.
You have reached.
Dude,
This is the
they-
best outcome.
They're not,
You
they're not
got
making another
lucky.
one, I assume, but it'd be so funny if they did, and they did have Arnie come in as like a scientist who, you know, Dr. Freeze, who's like helping, you know, modern elderly Clooney with whatever. I'd just be like, yes, have him say a pun, just one, and I'll be happy.
Hey, you cool guy.
I think
No.
you're pretty cool.
Nice to meet
Have a cool day.
Yeah, sorry,
oh,
if anyone didn't catch that, George Clooney shows up. He's Bruce at the end.
Yeah.
Obviously, just a fun cameo. This movie needs to fucking die and never come back.
And then I
Yes.
think
But-
Aquaman shows up in the post-credit scene drunk, and then that's it.
Which pissed off a lot
Well,
of Aquaman
but
fans,
Barry
right?
needs to be
Filthy
worried
bubble.
about where his
Uh,
friend is.
Well,
No.
I got I mean, but
Where's my friend? Where's my quasi father figure
I'll tell you
Batman
what,
Ben Affleck?
where's
Where is
where's
he?
the
Is he
Flash of
gone
this
forever?
universe? Where's the Flash of
I
this?
No
unexisted.
Flash,
exactly.
only
Yeah.
Zool.
Where's the
Well, they
Flash
just
from
pretend that this is now his
Oh,
They
time.
God.
can't pretend that. George fucking Clooney is here.
No,
I've unexisted so many people. Oh no.
That's so, dude. Imagine in this universe, he's like, wait, so Zod didn't take over, and Clooney's like, no, me and Freeze took him out. Literally, the ship arrived, and Freeze fired his ice laser at the ship, and it just crashed.
Well,
What
maybe
killed the Kryptons? The Ice Age.
Get off my planet.
Ah.
But maybe George Clooney hopped over independently of Barry and is just gaslighting Barry into thinking that he's from that universe, as part of his scheme to do something.
It's literally George Clooney in that universe, and Ben Affleck Batman hired him to trick Barry for the fun of it.
Yeah.
Gonna be a lesson for
What are you
Barry.
talking about, Barry? It's me.
Like, of course everything's fine. You didn't change anything, did you? Not this time. And Flash is like,
By the way, what was the after credit scene? Because I just left the cinema.
Aquaman was
There
drunk.
was Aquaman sleeps in a dirty puddle.
Okay, cool.
And I don't know if that takes place like if Barry found a way to get back to, the original timeline, or if this is Aquaman in the Batman and Robin world. And I imagine that Aquaman 2 is not going to address these questions in mind.
Oh, that's still around. Fuck.
Yeah, that's coming out. That's the last DCEU film. That's the end.
Can I kill
the
myself
real
after
end.
that?
It's gonna be the
Nope.
end for me too.
No. We have an entirely new DCEU to tackle after
Yep.
this.
Good.
It really is a brave and bold
Heralded by
thing
James
to
Gunn, who
do.
said this film was great.
liar.
Yes.
Liar, liar, liar.
No,
yeah.
he's just getting all of his lies out of the way so that it's truth from here on out.
I don't know, man. It feels like, what the fuck?
That's how it
dude?
works.
You thought this movie was
Well,
good?
just like conclusion thoughts, it's like, what an abysmal fucking disaster that's just
yeah, it's
actually
like,
insulting.
It's a 1 out of 10. It's a 1 out of 10.
Probably,
It's a 1
yeah,
out of
yeah.
10.
Yeah. There is
some
no
chuckles
character that's not
along the
making
way.
retarded decisions at any point in this film.
Exactly. And it breaks time and space.
Well, and
obviously.
Keaton Batman was annihilated most of the time.
Yeah.
He is not himself. He
Mhm.
is some weird caricature that try to float on screen. Downright disgusting cameos. This is the worst it's ever gotten.
Yeah.
It's a really, cynical movie.
Yeah, every
Again,
part of
the
it is
whole
just
movie
crumpled.
it really just didn't feel like it was revised. It felt like they rushed something. They just wrote something to
Absolutely,
have
yeah.
something on paper and then
When
shot
if
it. Was
you
it.
were to try and draw some kind of thematic through line, you might end up saying, sometimes the world just has to burn. And you're like,
It
what?
really seems like that's what their point was. It was
Sometimes,
just
I don't
so
know.
weird.
Sometimes you just have to accept that the world is going to be conquered by aliens and terraformed, and everything that you love and know, which you've unexisted anyway, is going to die again. So, yeah.
Which is really frustrating because I think the thematic element of just learning to live in the present or to be okay with the way things are instead of wanting to go back and change things constantly.
Yeah, that's the
I think that's
Multiverse
really
of Madness
great.
theme. Yeah.
It's unbelievable to me because at
Like
least
a
Multiverse of
turn
Madness's
back,
cameos had more reason to exist for longer in that, thing.
Sure.
They just don't because it
Oh.
was fucked up. But like in this, it's so gross. Like it's so pathetic and thin and just so blatant. Exactly what they want.
Corporate.
People are going to look back at this little clump of movies, and they're going to say, "Oh yeah, remember back in 2020 or whatever, when they made those shitty multiverse movies, and that was all the rage." And that's just they really tried to cash in on all that shit, and every movie was a damn multiverse movie. Yeah,
Mhm.
that sucked. Ugh, I'm so glad we grew out of that and learned our lesson.
Rebecca, turn back time.
And then you get told like, "Don't worry, the DCU is heading for a full reboot," and you're like, "Oh, thank God."
Well, I don't even know what that means, though, now.
Yeah.
I actually don't,
Yeah.
because he's directing the Batman movie.
Would it be if I have to wonder how Snyderverse fans feel knowing this is the cap off to the series?
I mean, I'm sure that, but I mean, what a shit show this whole thing was. What a mistake it was. What an embarrassment it was. What damage it did to DC as a brand. All this was.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I was pretty fond of obviously Batman v Superman and
Mhm. That's okay.
some
That's
of the.
okay, but I mean, like, but
Okay, well, all I'm saying
vote
is
for your word.
this sucked really
Yeah,
really
It
bad.
was
This is
terrible.
such
Well,
a
so what I'm
ball of
gathering
suck.
is there are very few people who think anything positive about this film, and even they
No.
are like, "Well, it's mainly Keaton Batman, or it's mainly the action scenes."
Right.
You know, I've seen people compliment the relationship between Flash and his mum, but even that I think is thin as hell.
Yeah.
It's mainly
Did it again.
projection, I imagine.
I'm going to assume I speak for everyone here when I say not really recommending this one.
No.
I don't recommend this. I
No,
don't
no, I can't give
out
it
of
a
it. Like, there's
Unless-
nothing cool from it.
You might want to get a
unless
restraining
you
order against this
really-
film.
I really liked. I think I actually started to like it once it was the two Barrys and Michael Keaton's Batman going to Siberia. I don't know. I thought that whole sequence I found relatively enjoyable.
Probably the most fun I had was at that area. Yeah, and it's more so because I get
Probably.
to see Batman be
It's-
competent and
Mhm.
Oh, it's
Stuff.
heavily loaded because of Batman.
Yeah,
Yeah, Batman. Just kind of watching him, fight some guards and stuff with his gadgets. It was just kind of this. Oh, look at
Mhm.
that! This is fun. I'll look at the clip of this later and nothing else.
that's it. That's
Yeah.
we did it.
Yeah,
That's-
people aren't gonna talk about this movie in 2 weeks.
It's
if
probably
that
gonna
long.
fail.
It's probably gonna
Um,
fail.
It might be picked as the representative of this era, though. This one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
I mean, it's a
might-
valid choice. I still, I mean,
Yeah.
there's multiverse of madness still.
People like that
Like-
a lot more than they like this. I think. I know that we rate it
yeah,
lower,
they
but
do.
still.
No, I
Mhm.
know, but yeah, yeah.
Man, what a time! We had like a couple of movies that like, or at least two. It's like, yeah, that's a 1 out of 10. It's like, damn. Now we're looking at what is the stronger one. It's like, what the fuck has happened?
Yeah, go hard or go home.
Jesus Christ!
It's 1 or a 10. Shoot for the
At
moon.
least we have Gollum to play these days, so that's cool.
Well, that's the thing.
true.
Games, for every Gollum we get, they give us a Resident Evil 4 remakes. It's like, okay,
That's
thank
true.
you. With films,
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
like, well, give us a sec.
Or for every multiverse of madness you get the Flash.
Yay!
Give us something that follows the rules just a little bit. Give me a 3 out of 10 once in a while to recuperate.
That'd be nice.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
Hey,
we don't have
hey.
to talk about the Flash ever again.
Oh, hooray! Fuck the
Well,
Flash.
maybe
We're
you
moving
don't.
on.
Oh
our
right, yeah.
lives
Sorry,
carry
Mel's
on.
Forge is tomorrow for today, I guess.
Oh, well, you've got some practice now. You know what to
I do,
You know what
I
to talk
do.
about.
I'll be
Um,
on that one too. To
Ooh,
have
wow.
so much. The fun only continues.
Fun on the bun, as they say.
Yeah.
I figure we'd start with. I should have probably introduced you, but I just wanted to get going with it and have some fun. Hopefully, you had fun as well, Mr.
Understandably.
Colin Sanders. I meant there. I don't introduce Meme or Metal because those guys are hanging around here a whole bunch, weirdos.
Oh.
But thank you for joining us. For those who don't even remember or know, the last we interacted with you, I believe, was regarding the DCEU. Probably like how long ago was it? I don't know. Numbers are hard. Maths is problems you can't
Yeah.
solve. I learned from this.
year ago maybe.
Well, I don't know if this fits in with you can't wait to make videos talking about there's underlying meaning in this that can maybe boost it up a little bit, the Flash, or if maybe you're gonna make a video that you fucking hate it. Either way, it was fun talking to you about it, and we appreciate you coming on. Thank you.
Absolutely. You bet.
Oh yes, there is definitely probably going to be a video on this.
Yeah, well, so do you want to tell people who are listening what you're up to and why they should check out your channel? I'll pop the link in chat, and it's in the description as well. Should work. I did give it an update.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, nothing too fancy. My channel's in the description, I believe. Yes, and I primarily do video essays and short films. I just finished a short film. Went through some festivals. I'm pretty proud of it. I'm gonna put it on my channel in July. I've got obviously the Flash video essays coming, and also a Pirates of the Caribbean video essay. Gonna dive into the writing and characters from those movies. So I very much enjoy them. Obviously excluding the fourth and fifth movie. But yeah, if you're interested in that, give me a little look-see.
Little click. A little click.
Little
Look around.
pickeroni.
Well, yeah, you got like I said, links are all there, and he's covered plenty of topics that you guys are interested in. So give it a look, see if you have any interest. And again, thank you so much. Good. Moving on to our next lad, Meme Repository. What are you up to? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What's up there? What's going on?
Currently streaming Shadow. We've moved on from Mordor and gone on to Shadow of War, so that's the thing. And people are really desperate for me to play Gollum, so we'll see. Oh God,
you'll love it. That is your kind of game.
Oh yeah, I can already tell. But yeah, just keeping on, editing EFAP TV at the moment. Yeah, just slowly trying to figure out what my next video is going to be. I want to do something maybe just nice and short, just to ease back into it. But we'll see what happens when the
Will end up being
stars
about
line up on
Gollum
that.
now.
I'll be about
You'll be inspired.
What? Gollum, the unappreciated masterpiece of a generation. But yeah, that's so that's me at the moment.
Wow, sweet. Obviously, I think EFAP chat are pretty familiar with you, but if not, links are all there.
Yeah.
Metal. What are you
Yo.
doing on the day of tomorrow that relates to nothing at all
Tomorrow,
what we're doing right now?
because I love this movie so much, I'm going to talk about it again. You know,
Yay.
normally I try to do these on Fridays, but because of time flames, we moved it to the Sunday, and then Mitch was like, "You want to join?" It's like, fine, and I'm here. So yeah, this is going to be covered tomorrow. Also did some coverage of Spandoverse. We talked a little bit about that last week, so you want to check that out. If you haven't seen any coverage on that, we got you covered last week. But yeah, tomorrow is going to be Meme, James Moore, and me. We're going to be talking about this movie. If you want to watch us again, come hang out. It's going to be good stuff, good times, fun times. If you want to see my Gollum playthrough, that is now also on the Moodle channel, on the archive channel. That's not linked down below, but just look for Moodle. You'll find the archive channel. That's in there with in the playlist and everything for your convenience to watch.
Plenty of pain and anguish, yeah, to enjoy.
There's lots of basically all of my playthroughs since I started that archive channel. You can just check them out. I put them in playlists. You can pop them on, and then you can just watch them with your
You're
eyes.
gonna say all your playthroughs are pain and anguish, and I was like, oh.
I mean, depends on the game.
Well,
yeah, I'm gonna be playing Final Fantasy 16 next week when that comes out. I'm probably gonna go order a copy of that because I quite like the demo. People have been going crazy about that game. I'm just a little more cautious, you know. We started off the story. It's all right. I've been liking it, but everyone needs to calm down a little bit. All right, it's 2 hours of game. It's the intro. Calm down, all right. I'm gonna be the spicy boy here. Just calm down, all right. It's the start. You don't know anything yet.
all right.
But I'll be playing it because I've been enjoying it quite a bit, though. And yeah, and then just working away on the Vidya.
I do that feel. Speaking of which, bringing in Rags, was there anything you guys wanted to say?
I got some stuff lined up. I may have something done tomorrow for dog bites. I'm not sure. Depends on how I feel after I kind of rest up today. Tomorrow's Father's Day. So yeah, I don't know. There was going to be a maybe Monday then. Plan for it coming up Monday. And I'll try to get a few things out this week. Other than that, but yeah, big video progress. You know. Crawls forward, getting worked on piece by piece. It'll be out, one day. But until then, no real updates.
I'm just working. That's it.
Working. Which, is exactly what I'm doing as well. Things taking form, and I look forward to being able to maybe show a screenshot at some point of something to imply what may be on the way, but it's still in its infancy. You see, it's not reached the age of adulthood where it can jump onto the internet and say hello, but it will eventually. An important aspect / update of what's happening soon is that we're gonna have to organize something for the upcoming EFAP on the 24th. We might have one that's pre-recorded, or it might be a skipped week. It's one of those two, because we will. That is going to be one of the 2 weeks that Mr. Rags is not going to be able to join us, and therefore we will not be able to be doing a live as per usual. But that's all right. We got plenty of things that are probably going to happen, and then I believe the following week will indeed be the Dial of Destiny, which everyone is looking forward to. I believe that's oh, what a great movie already, kinda. Something that everyone wants to see and enjoy. So yes, that's what you can expect in the upcoming. But for tonight, for now, as they say, we'll simply bid you all adieu. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Hope you had a good evening. Hope you enjoyed us talking about whatever this was. They call it a movie. I don't know. I think that's a bit generous. In any case, good night and goodbye. We shall Wednesdays for Super Chat catch-ups will be released, and we will make sure to hit all of them. Don't you worry. Yes. Goodbye for now, and good night.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Bye.